Welcome, everyone. So, like always, I planned on starting earlier, and we had technical difficulties, mainly because I was trying to create the thumbnail. And, well, let's just say Photoshop, it's a lot of fun, but it takes a lot to get a hold of. Not a lot to get a hold of, but like a lot to get a hang of. And, yeah, so that, and then I tried to restart my computer and was having some issues, but anyway, we're back, and probably not going to go for as long today. I mean, shoot, even if I go for 2 hours now, it'd still be pretty late by the time that we finish. But basically today, we're going to be going over some more academic sources, but I do want to start off with what some scholars do have to say on the matter. So, well, before we start off there, welcome, Graham. How have you been?
Pretty good, Ariel. How you doing?
Same old, same old.
I was going to say you now have an appreciation for some of those Photoshop master artists.
Oh, I'm not even doing it myself. I'm using the generative fill, so it's not even anything compared. But actually, before I forget, let's see. How do I? Okay, delete background. Yeah, I'm just going to add some flavor to this because we've had this background for a while, and in the spirit of what we're doing today, let's see, downloads, pictures, would it be? Oh, here it is. Hopefully it works. I'm not sure, it might not be the right. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think this works. Unfortunately, you can't see everything, but I think it looks cool. And at the end of the day, it's kind of what matters, because I feel like a lot of people are going to be like, whatever, it's a background, but for me, it means a lot more. Anyway, so to start off with, here's Dr. Robert Price on the connection between the Asherah pole and the Tree of Life. Oh, I totally forgot to add it. Shoot. Okay, hold on here.
videos when I'm done editing them. Also, it's a small community where you guys can message me your questions and talk to me in private. You guys can also donate through PayPal and Cash App. Join the social media links down in the description. We have Twitter, Facebook, all sorts of social media. Help the community of Myth Vision grow. Hit the subscribe button, hit that bell so you guys are notified every time I do a live video and you don't miss any of my content. Dr. Price, I have a question, I believe, here. It says, Dear Derek, thanks. I wasn't going to ask any question, but here goes. Because everybody who donated, I wrote them in their email and said, thank you so much. If you have any questions to ask Dr. Price, because a lot of them didn't have questions or didn't say anything. And some of them who said things like it gets cut off in PayPal and it didn't show all of the message. So I said, if you have any questions, write me here. And so we might end up following up next week with comments or questions from people who did donate that never wrote. He says, thanks. I wasn't going to ask a question, but here it goes. Number one, there seems to be a connection between Asherah, the consort of El or Yahweh, El/Yahweh, with trees. So is there a link between her and the trees of life and or knowledge in the Garden of Eden?
It's also interesting because you have this whole the story with Abraham and Sarah when Abraham buys the cave, like the cave of the patriarchs, how it is there's the was it the oaks or the terebinths of Mamre right there. So like it definitely feels like there's this connection, and it's like I don't know, just the fact like the Elon Mamre, that's like basically as close as you get to admitting that there's like a sacred grove there without like directly saying it, especially because of how it was seen as bad later on. Because, it's like, oh, the sacred grove. This isn't the temple. Therefore, people aren't going to bring the stuff to the temple. Therefore, the priests don't get the money. And also kind of probably represents more of this like era before you have the strict centralization that honestly in a lot of ways is almost akin to, it's not a perfect parallel, but you could almost say it's slightly akin to how technically just because there's like, oh, and I mean, this is actually a really good point because there's a lot of people who they can't get access to certain medications, whether it's because of lack of money, lack of access, lack of a diagnosis, despite them still having that condition. So it's like almost in that case, just given, I also think that it can get, really problematic if you have someone who's just taking medications with no clue what, why or how much. But on that note, there are plenty of, like natural medicines that don't have to be prescribed that people have been taking forever long that do help with those things. But it's like nowadays, because of this bias towards pharmaceutical medicine, it ends up creating this perception where like, oh, someone who's out of that norm must either be like something's either wrong with them or they're simply seen as outside of the norm. So it's almost like they're either choosing to be out of that norm or they are out of that norm, and in either case it's something that's used as an item of ridicule. And you have the same comparisons that you could draw between the like the biblical tradition, how it tries to establish, which, because again, like if you go, if you poke down far enough, it's not as biblical as people would like to say. I mean, if we're talking about like the internal narrative. But do you have any thoughts, Graham?
Yeah, it sounds like you have some issues with that priestly voice in the Old Testament. And
no.
that in some ways that ties in here, because for a lot of people, the only reason they take a medicine is because their doctor told them to. They don't necessarily have a clue what it does, how it does, or anything like that. It's, pretty much entirely authority based. And in a lot of ways, that's no different than the old priests, where you're doing it simply because the priests say it, because it does it in the Bible. It's the modern ritual that, they wave scientific at it, but the people's understanding in general isn't any better than it would be if it was the Bible that they were invoking. Tag.
And also then perhaps with Eve as an aspect of Asherah, ? If so, then the creation of Eve from Adam's rib would be a later attempt to subject Asherah to Yahweh. I've also heard that the Hebrew noun for God in the opening line of Genesis is feminine and only becomes a masculine noun later in the verse.
What? No, it's plural.
And go ahead, Ariel. I have another one then.
Oh yeah, just Elohim. It's plural. I mean, like you could say that Eloah is feminine, but it's not used in that context.
I was just going to sit here and say it's a gross reading in to sit there and say the creation from the rib is a sign of subservience, because I was always taught that that was a sign of equality. It wasn't from, below Adam. It wasn't from above. It was basically like right by Adam's heart sort of thing. And it was a sign of the equality between Adam and Eve. And it's like to read in subservience into that, I think is a gross misreading.
I mean that interpretation really more than anything comes out of Christian Europe and this whole idea of like trying to make it fit in to syncretize it with the idea of paterfamilias.
Well, I'm just saying what I was learned. I learned that equality thing from my Catholic teachings, which again, that has a certain amount of pulling from the European Christian traditions. So it's not 100% subservience to women. But then again, the Catholic Church always had the Marian thing going. So tag.
That's fair. I mean, I just do think that it is important, at least to look at how it got interpreted later on, even if that wasn't the original intention. But I don't know. It's like one of those things where the subservience element really doesn't come into play until I think until you get to Paul. Really, this idea that um, but yeah, I mean, I definitely think that it's important what you said, but at the same time, there is a tradition. Not to say it's the only tradition.
If so, would this indicate a gloss for the original creation myth to which Yahweh was secondary? Are there any parallels in mythologies from the religion? Number 2. You want to stop with that question?
Yeah. I wonder how. I don't know Hebrew. So in German, for instance, or Greek, you could tell by the definite article, that if it was masculine, it would be der, like der Führer. If it was feminine, it would be die, like die Zeitung, the newspaper. Why feminine? I mean, who knows? Sexual gender doesn't match grammatical gender, and if we're neuter, it would be das. But I don't know how you would tell that in Hebrew. I'm just ignorant. I know a similar sort of question comes up in that, it isn't Yahweh in Genesis chapter 1. It's Elohim. And whereas in chapters 2 and 3, the Eden story, it's both. They call him Yahweh Elohim. That's probably redactional, that it was just Yahweh originally. Well, but the ending Elohim.
Yeah, it's like it's a compound. Yahweh Elohim is very similar to the idea of like Amun Ra or of. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't have another example off the top of my head. Wait. I had one, but I lost it.
Elohim is a plural ending. Now, that suffix can be used to denote great power and majesty. I think there's a similar thing in Egyptian with the pharaoh. But it seems to be intended as plurality in Genesis 1 because of the occurrence of things like, let us make man, etc., in our own image. So male and female, he created them. Does that mean I think it means they're gods and goddesses, which is why humans created in their image are males and females. The verb, however, is singular, and even though Elohim has a plural ending, and that's true throughout the Old Testament. Is singular, but there are a number of places where
it's not Bereshit, Bereim, or would it be Borim? Boreim. I forget exactly how it would be vocalized, but yeah, Bereshit bara. Bara is singular.
It's plural. And it's been suggested that those were just, that'd be an example of what Mark Goodacre calls editorial fatigue, that somebody was, scribes are systematically changing the plural verbs to singular ones, but missed a few. Like my old friend Lynn Carter wrote a science fiction novel.
It's a bit hard to believe that it would happen.
Found one.
Not in the very beginning. To argue for editorial fatigue in the very beginning of the Bible, that would be like arguing that an author accidentally misspelled their own name. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's possible. It's very hard to believe.
Haunting, in which by the end of the story, you find out that in this far future world, everybody is sexually neutered and they have reproduction in some other fashion. And then you look back and realize there weren't any personal pronouns. There was no his, her, him, her, etc. He managed to construct all these sentences without it. But there is a place or two where he didn't notice, I found as I was reading. You find that in the Gospels. And Matthew always tries to change Mark's kingdom of God to kingdom of heaven, but he missed 2 or 3. And Goodacre is certainly right. It's just editorial fatigue. And so I tend to think that that's what happened, that all the Elohims took plural.
You don't know what you're supposed to do, and somehow it all just comes together. And then you don't know why you would.
Endings. Now, that's not male and female, though if it's plural, it does open the door to that with a pantheon of gods and goddesses. Well, Eve was originally a goddess. It's the same name as Hebe or Heba in Greek, who was one of the wives of Hercules and was a goddess in her own right, and also in some other Near Eastern mythologies. She was apparently the same as Cybele in the Phrygian religion of Attis. And that's why Adam says he named her Eve because she's the mother of all living. Well, that was a title of Oruru, the equivalent Babylonian Sumerian goddess to Asherah and Aphrodite and almost all these goddesses. So yeah, she is that. Is Adam supposed to be Yahweh? I've never really heard that suggested. I don't know how you would establish that. But she was a goddess who was, in fact, she was, I think it was the same thing with Pandora in Greek mythology, whose name means all gifts, which would imply she was the creatrix in that particular version of the creation myth. But once, and the Greeks had matriarchal religion until this other group stormed in and took over and retained the goddesses, but made them subordinate to the gods. And so they become the wives or sisters of the gods. They're still there, but they're not in charge anymore. And Pandora, on this theory, was edged out of being the creator and reduced to the level of being a primordial Lucy Ricardo. That with the box, actually the jar, that Epimetheus says, "Oh, Lucy, I'm going to the Copa Club. Be sure whatever you do, you don't unstopper that jar." "Oh, I won't, Ricky." And then as soon as he's at the door, she opens it, and all the evils of the world come flying out of it like a volcano. Ugh. Well, that's Eve too, right? Whatever you do, don't eat that fruit. And so, with a little help from the serpent, she's maybe is not a bad idea. Chomp. And everything is ruined. She's Pandora too, so she might have been the creatrix, mother of all living. Come on, so that could well be. Of all living, come on, so that could well be.
That's interesting. Never thought about that. That's really interesting. Number two, from the same gentleman here says, how many of the epistles attributed to Paul does Dr. Price actually believe the person we call Paul wrote? I think I've heard Dr. Price refer to the notion that Paul may have been the wicked priest referred to in the Qumran text. Could he elaborate on this?
Well, I go along with Eisenman in thinking that Paul was the spouter of lies, not the wicked priest, who was a different New Testament era character.
Let's see.
Pauline
Can
movement.
talk more about Asherah?
Because
No,
way
it
and say
doesn't look like it. So, what are your thoughts on that?
No, I definitely see. I agree with most of what Dr. Price had to say. I think he has a good take on things.
Keep it quilted.
I don't really have a lot to add.
It
Yeah.
means you
Let me
keep
see
it
if
the
there's
best.
anything useful here, and then we'll get into the academic sources in a moment.
Johanna, I am obsessed with ancient history and I'll make videos on it. So if you're new here, please subscribe, hang about, or not, up to you. Today,
Yeah, let me find one that's a bit shorter, actually. Let's see. Oh. Wait, what? Interesting.
What do you think of the idea that in Greece, well, for one thing, that the mother goddesses and fertility goddesses, etc., were all the same, but they were local versions, kind of like the Virgin of Guadalupe.
Interesting, and also the same idea, like Balakron, Baldur, I'm trying to think where else. Generally, they wouldn't necessarily be rendered as like the ball of this place. In other cases, you could have actually places that were named, like there was Ashtoret Karnaim, which was like Astarte of the horns, or Horned Astarte. But like it could also just be a reference potentially to like their temple. I don't know. I need to look more into this. But you have entire regions that they're named for, pagan deities. So I wouldn't be surprised that like you almost have gods are worshipped in different forms, and then you almost have like the central location or their cult center. And so you kind of have the formation of centralized characters based on, because I mean, if you think about it, one place like 5 minutes away from another place, they're probably going to have very similar traditions, and so you almost have this homogeneity that develops, and they just end up kind of grouping in with the people closest to them, and then they end up developing these formal priesthoods.
No, there's that aspect. The theory that I've been working on the last couple of years here is a genetic tie-in, where the different goddesses are aspects of the divine feminine, but they tie to mitochondrial DNA, which is going to vary from place to place. But a city is, especially early on, most of the women in the city probably would share pretty much the same mitochondrial DNA as with the men. And the male god is like each city would have a female goddess and a male god to go there. And the male god would be basically like the Y haplogroup, the Y DNA.
Yeah, that's interesting, especially in context of the fact that like the matriarchal societies where you had lineage traced from the mother, not the father, because first of all, it actually makes a lot more sense because you can know who your mother is in a way that you can't necessarily know who your father is. Like until modern until the advent of modern genetic testing, there really was no way to know for sure that your father was your father besides like you looking like basically exactly like him. I mean, that's basically the only way you could know in antiquity. You just kind of had to have trust for your spouse.
Right. That was part of it. I don't think it's been explored as much, but that was part of the rise of the patriarchy. Was in order to know that that given child was actually the child of that man.
What do you mean?
Well, unless you have marriage, unless you have that basically the binding of one man, what the woman to that one man, you don't necessarily know that her offspring are from that one man.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and that was again, it's one of those where when you're talking about knowing who your father is, that's part of the reason for the rise of the patriarchy. Again, it's had some negative effects, but that was one of the more of the positive effects. Tag.
I mean, I think one thing that's important to point out, though, is that they didn't necessarily care who the father was. It wasn't as of much importance. Like, I'd almost say that the rise of the patriarchy necessitated the need to know who the father was rather than the other way around.
Well, I can agree with you on the need to know. I can't sign off on the not caring because I can't believe that. And again, some of this is biological, that a man doesn't care whether or not that offspring is his or his biological offspring or not.
Not
That
necessarily, because if you're dealing with family units that aren't this, nuclear type, basically you don't have a man raising the child of another man because he's with the woman. It's basically that the children were reared together. It wasn't like, oh, you take care of your kid and this guy takes care of his kid and this other guy takes care of his kid. It was much more communal. So you don't really have the same necessity, like
and
I don't, yeah.
I was going to say I see where you're going with that one. What I'm trying to point out is that was a later innovation. The fundamental basis was much more of a if it's not your offspring, if it's not related to you, kill it. That's more of the fundamental biological, some of the primate programming. We see that in chimpanzees. We see how, chimpanzees and some of what the things that they will do to offspring. Heck, even a mother that's not their child is a threat to a newborn child. That's why a lot of chimpanzees and primates will go off by themselves to give birth. And I'm just saying is that whole communal raising of children and things, that was much more of a human innovation and much more of a social innovation. And the once it was fine if we were still in the tribal era and you were only dealing with 40 or 50 people. But once you got more into a civilized society, when you're dealing with laws and thousands of people, that's when you have real threats about, what the results of, cuckolding and your resources and things like that. So I'm definitely seeing that the patriarchy arose from what you're talking about, from that innovation and some of the negative effects of that innovation. Tag, I ranted long enough.
Oh,
version
absolutely.
of
Yeah,
you
it's
as
totally
well.
what I think it is. Yeah,
And-
everyone's got their own local version
Wait,
of
are
it.
they saying that you were
And
too much? Is there like, yeah, absolutely.
Like even in Catholicism, they almost seem to have reached the point of thinking that there are different Virgin Marys. I mean, they don't, if you ask, but the way they're venerated and imagined, it's almost as if they're a whole mess of them. And
Well, certainly once you come over to the Americas, and once the Catholics come to the Americas, and then you see the indigenous people syncretize the Virgin Mary with their traditional goddesses, and you see a Black Madonna in Mexico and in South America, that was clearly not what the Catholics brought, but it's a synchronization with the local indigenous traditions.
Mm-hmm. I also, I'm sure this is not unique to her, but I was reading a book by Charlene Spretnak about the goddesses and so forth, and she said that she figured that the Greek goddesses had been powerful, major, like the focus of the religions until the invasion of the patriarchal
Yeah,
Uh,
in the Minoan culture in Crete, which was the first European civilization, that is the predecessor to the Greeks, but was like the last of the Neolithic traditions before that, before the soldiers arrived. They were clearly, we don't really have their language, so we don't know everything, but they were clearly women led. I mean, they had queens before that, before the soldiers arrived. They were clearly, we don't really have their language, so we don't know everything, but they were clearly women led. I mean, they had queens that seemed to have been in charge, judging from their artwork. The women were pretty independent. It's all super sexual. They're all like half naked in all their artwork. And the women are participating alongside the boys in athletic contests and everything. And then later on, they get knocked out by a volcano, presumably, and then get defeated by the Mycenaeans. And then their whole culture goes away. And the Mycenaeans are one of these patriarchal, warlike folks. They're the folks of the Trojan War, as you know, but the audience may not all know. So the Mycenaeans are there from like 1500 to 1200 BC. They have the Trojan War, and then they get knocked out in the Bronze Age collapse, and they completely disappear, and they get replaced by the Hellenistic Greeks, who are related but a different people group, and they come along later.
So they kept the goddesses, but shunted them
Right,
down.
and so then they water them down. So Demeter is still around; she's still very popular. But Hera, who is she has the title of the Queen of Heaven, but in all of the Greek Olympian mythology, she is not presented in a very admirable light at all. She doesn't do anything interesting. She spends all of her time chasing around Zeus's paramours and just being the jealous scold.
I'm going to sit here and defend Hera for a second. I'd like to defend Hera for a second. She was Jason of Jason the Argonaut's patron, and she was portrayed as a very, very good character in there. That doesn't happen. The whole story doesn't happen without Hera and Hera's support of Jason. So, while I appreciate Ed, he's right on a lot of stuff. He's grossly overgeneralizing here. Tag.
Yeah. Also, it's kind of interesting because if you think about it, Hera in Greek tradition does what, in a lot of ways, almost does what like Adonai, or what Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh, what Yahweh does in the Hebrew tradition, like scolding Asherah for her whoredom, whereas Hera scolds Zeus for his, just being a huge man slut.
Yeah, interesting catch on an inversion. I hadn't noticed that before. You're right.
Though I wonder why that occurs. Like, because the Greeks didn't have any issue with goddesses, but the Hebrews did. But in this case, it's almost like in the case of the Greeks, Hera is being seen as prudish, whereas Yahweh's being seen as righteous. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Very interesting catch.
I also wonder if it's because this idea of a righteous woman who tries to keep her man in check, as opposed to like the idea. No, because even then, no, she's not seen as righteous, because in that context, men were seen as, being able to basically do whatever they wanted in a Greek context. I mean, obviously not whatever, but they definitely held it almost seems like it would have made more like it. So this is an interesting thing, because Yahweh isn't depicted as being like a womanizer or whatever, in the way that Asherah is depicted as being a harlot. Meanwhile, Zeus is portrayed as a womanizer, exactly as Asherah is viewed as a harlot.
No, absolutely. And again, it's something to think about. I don't know the implications.
By Zeus, and then they get chased around and hounded by Hera, until they get cast into some sort of awful doom.
So Hera is sort of fulfilling the Hillary Clinton archetype.
She's the jealous scold. She spends all her time as a jealous scold.
Wait, is the joke that she's responsible for a lot of people's deaths?
No comment.
I mean, it's what people say. I don't necessarily believe it one way or the other. With an
I've seen lists of names of dead people. That's all I have to say.
And she's like not admirable at all. Athena's not a very nice character. Aphrodite is like kind of a bimbo, like except for Demeter. Demeter and Persephone are the only Greek god, and Artemis, I guess. But all these Greek goddesses seem very, at least in the Iliad, not that admirable characters, and they have no comparison to the Canaanite goddesses of Anat, Asherah, and Astarte, who are overwhelmingly powerful. I mean, Anat is like Kali. She's drenched in blood. She's, wearing the skull necklace. She's the goddess of slaughter. She tells El she's going to smash his skull in and throw him down like a lamb. I mean,
Fascinating. Yeah.
I mean, where do you see that anywhere? That a goddess would challenge the creator of the universe?
Yeah, boy, that's great. One thing that popped into my head as I was reading your fascinating book is that it seemed to me like a late example of this triad of goddesses that gets displaced is in Islam, where you had the three goddesses of Mecca, Al-Lat, Al-Manat, and Al-Uzza versus Allah.
Absolutely.
And that's why apparently we have in the Quran, Allah begetteth not and is not begotten. It wasn't necessarily so much about the Christian Jesus, but as the whole thing with the satanic verses, that was like an exegetical legend to try to figure out what the heck why did the prophet say this? Well, this must have been the Zitzim Laban. And what they came up with, it sounds like it's like an anachronism almost, which doesn't mean anything except that the same thing was happening a lot later, I guess, beyond the original cultural sphere. And here's a ridiculous footnote. Speaking of superheroes and the like, in the 70s, I guess, I was unaware of the show at the time, but there was this She-Ra, Princess of Power, sort of another Wonder Woman.
I heard you talking about this on Derek's podcast, that She-Ra comes from Asherah, and that was like a terrific insight. I thought that was great.
That's my theory. I guess people are still alive that cooked this thing up. I should try to contact them and find out, but I just would be amazed if that were a coincidence.
It seems really good. And, it's funny. I've got kids, and so I'd watched that He-Man show when I was a child, and I thought, it was kind of silly, and I thought She-Ra was even sillier. But then as an adult and watching with my daughters, I still thought He-Man was quite silly. But the She-Ra was so much better. As an adult, I thought that She-Ra shows where I could actually sit down and sit through an entire episode. And
of course, there was the Mighty Isis. I think this was a live action show when they had a Captain Marvel live show also in the 70s. I never saw that, but I mean, they're not hiding anything there. The Mighty Isis.
I know that unfortunately the terrorist group has sort of ruined that name for a while now.
Yeah.
Because Isis was really, arguably the most, one goddess that people could still get behind. She's pretty demure and respectable. She's not quite so, just wild and crazy as Ishtar, who I think as a modern culture would have a hard time getting behind. Well, I don't know. I think people need to get to know Ishtar a little bit better.
Interesting. So I'm going to take the stab, and then we're going to start getting into some of the sources. So what are your thoughts on that?
I would say the original incarnation of Inanna was probably more demure than Isis. Prior to Sargon, the Akkadian, and takeover of Sumer.
Wait, his daughter was Enheduanna, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was the first priestess, or what was it? What was her deal?
Yeah. Yeah, she was, the first priestess we know the name of for certain.
Yeah.
And I want to say she also may have written some hymns that we also still have extant. And maybe like one of our first named authors.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
But yeah, no, it was with Sargon, and Sargon, when he invaded, there was a major elevation of Inanna over the over like the gods, and that seemed to be a big twist there. Again, probably related to instilling his daughter as the head priestess and all. Tag.
Yeah, you can give me a moment. So you can keep going.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's interesting because prior to that, it seemed much more balanced. It seemed like the Sumerian cities they didn't have a lot of war originally because it's like each city had their god and each god has this domain, and that balanced things there. It was when you basically got enough people there, the gods ended up having overlapping domains. Like basically being god of the city meant you had to be god of, in charge of some of the defense of the city and all that. And then that brought some of the gods into conflict where they weren't before. And then that brought in the warfare and all. And then Sargon, again, that whole invasion just totally upset the whole apple cart of the Sumerian civilization. You ready, Ariel?
Almost. I just need to
Okay.
pull this up now because it's annoying. It's like it times out if you. Okay, here. I think we got it. So I'm going to let you pick. What sounds better? Sublimation of the goddess in the deitic metaphor of Moses, feminine imagery for the divine, the Holy Spirit, the Odes of Solomon in early Syriac tradition. Let's see what else do we have. I think we had one more. 1, 2. No, 1, 2. I could have sworn there was something else. Oh, right. Or I gotta translate this to English first. Or about the erotic relationship with Christ in his feminine reflection.
I was going to say the first one sounded most interesting to me, but you get final call.
Well, considering I asked you for your opinion, well, Ash actually said you decide. It makes it easy. So, let's see how much. Okay, that's. Oh, this is interesting. So there's probably not going to read it all, depending on how interested. Also gotta catch my breath first, but let's see. I'm going to zoom in so everyone can see. I won't. Of course, I start to have indigestion as I'm about to read. Okay. Sublimation of the Goddess and the Deitic Metaphor of Moses by M. Gerhardt, J.P. Healy, and A.M. Russell, Hobart and William Smith College. Abstract. The Gerhardt... Wait, can I actually... Are you able to hear that?
No.
Shoot. It would be too perfect if only. Okay. The Gerhardt-Russell strong cognitive theory of metaphor is used as the hermeneutical basis for interpreting the transformation of the religion of Israel from polytheism to monotheism. By equating Yahweh, the God of the Exodus, with El, the God of the fathers, in the metaphoric pronouncement Yahweh El equals El, so like Yahweh Elohim, Moses creates Yahweh, God of all the tribes of Israel. One effect of the metaphoric process here is to transform Asherah, or the goddess, whose union with El is related to the procreativity of the gods, into the serpent, or goddess, in the post-metaphoric garden story of Genesis. Here, the serpent, or goddess, seduces Eve into eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge of human sexuality, thereby deifying Eve and indirectly Adam. Henceforth, it is the union of the godlike human beings that serves procreation in a world in which the secular has been made holy. This process is understood as a sublimation of the goddess in the cognitive field of meanings that has been restructured by this metaphor of the gods. The Bible remains the premier challenge in linguistic interpretation, both for their intrinsic importance to wouldn't it be for its, I don't know, for their importance to Western culture and their extraordinary complexity. The texts of the Hebrew Bible and New Testament deserve their reputations as proving ground for every hermeneutical tool we have been able to find. In the sweep of religious history as presented in the biblical text, there is no larger, more overarching problem than that posed by the changes that take place in the relationship between God and the people of Israel. Indeed, that relationship might be taken as the subject of the entire Hebrew Bible. In this article, we apply the understanding of metaphor developed by Gerhard and Russell to the transition from the ancient Hebrew deities to Yahweh. In analyzing the transition process, which we see as metaphoric, we will be paying special attention to the fate of the goddess, intimately related to El, but superficially understood as lost in Yahweh. Okay, this is interesting. I wonder why it's saying, or is it saying superficially understood as lost in, does it refer to this combination of El and Yahweh? Because I don't think you get that in Yahweh. Or is it possible that you only get the understanding of Yahweh being married to Asherah when you have the equation of Yahweh with El? Any thoughts so far?
No, I do agree with your basic assessment that when they made the transition from more of the old school Bell and all, that they basically dropped off the Yahweh aspect. I mean, they dropped off the Asherah aspect. And that's where you basically, they tried to mold Asherah into Yahweh. And it was like prior to that, you had much more of the division between God and consort. That's sort of how I see it. Tag.
All right. So we see this loss as a kind of sublimation that is an act of cognitive repression which preserves and enhances the power and influence of the object, in this case the goddess, even as the object is lost to view. In other words, Asherah Abscondita, or the hidden or obscured Asherah. Whatever the historical facts... Whatever the historical facts regarding the two principal names for God in the Old Testament, El and Yahweh, just how the names are related has provoked wonder, inquiry, and debate. Ours is one interpretation of the relationship. While it does not presume to determine the history of the world of the Israelites, nor what it means to say God, we believe this hermeneutical inquiry does have historical and theological implications. I feel like it was okay. Yeah, the understanding of the cognitive structure of metaphor. The understanding of metaphor we will be using in the analysis as antecedents in the work of Paul Ricoeur, which are concerned at least as much with the way we think with metaphors as with the way we say them. In order to describe the effects of the metaphoric process on the way we think about things, we need a more or less straightforward model of the cognitive structure that is undergoing change in the process. And Gerhard Russell, henceforth I'm going to refer to it as GR. In the GR model, human cognition takes place with respect to fields of meaning, or FOM. Honestly, if it keeps coming up, I'll do that, but if not, I'll just say fields of meaning, which together make up for a person or a culture, a world of meaning. Gerhard, GNR, 1984-1990. The structure of a field or world of meanings comprises a network of concepts and relations. The following passage from GNR 1984 distinguishes between concepts and relations and shows how the latter can change. We need to be clear about what we mean by concepts on the one hand and relations on the other. The word house brings a concept to mind. The word tree brings another concept to mind. There is a concept called lumber that is ordinarily more closely related to tree than to the concept house. But house is made out of lumber. This is my own my own thoughts. So a house is made out of lumber. Lumber comes from a tree. So lumber is the middle ground between tree and house. So so is this saying that lumber is ordinarily more related to tree than to the concept house? However, if we modify the first word and think frame house, wouldn't it be house frame? The relation between this finer concept and lumber is stronger, logically closer than was the relationship between house and lumber, and we will have pulled all these four concepts closer together. In such a network, concepts can be compared to knots in a net, and relations to the string that connects the knot. It is almost like Indra's net. The model differs from a simple net, such as that a fisher might use, in that every concept is potentially. Wait, what's this? Concepts may be specific or proper as well as general and abstract. The reader is urged to experiment by thinking of Abraham Lincoln in connection with the field of meanings mentioned here, and to consider what can happen to the concepts in the house or tree field when the concepts from the Lincoln field are brought into the proximity in the cognitive process. What would it be, like a log cabin? Is that the natural conclusion we're supposed to draw here?
I think what they're saying is that Asherah got subsumed into Yahweh, and what I'm sort of seeing him saying is it's like you have the field that you're conscious of, and then underneath it there becomes these underlying hidden assumptions, and it's like what happened was Asherah moved from the conscious level of the field to the unconscious level.
Interesting. All right. So, in that every concept is potentially related directly to every other concept, so that the number of relations is not simply twice the number of concepts, as the strings are twice the number of knots in a square net, but depends quadratically on the number of concepts in the way given by the expression R equals C minus 1 over 2. Math has never been my strong suit. Let's see. I think I might just end up. Whatever. Where R is the number of relations and C the number of concepts. For example, okay, so the number of relations is the amount of concepts. For example, if one had 9 concepts in a cognitive field, there would be potentially 36 relations connecting them to each other. Clearly, relations far outnumber concepts in any cognitive field of significance. Oh, so inherently every point is going to have more meanings than it has connections. Is that what it's saying?
Right, and it's going to be linked in like an exponential / permutation sort of way. It's like if you only have 2 points, they can only be connected one way with a line. But when you get 3 or more, the number of it's the number of lines that you connect via points starts to it's a permutation that it expands by. But yeah,
interesting. So let's see. Making use of Ricoeur's idea of logical distance, we understand that relations between distant concepts are less definitive than relations between proximate ones. That's for sure. Distant or loose relations between concepts can vary with little effect on the cognitive structure of a field. As we shall see, however, a major change that makes concepts formerly distant from each other proximate, i.e. a radical shortening of formerly distant or loose relations, can profoundly change the way we think. Traditionally, human knowledge has been thought to be something that grew rather like a tree, but that did not change in structure. A modern epistemology, on the contrary, recognizes that human understandings are subject to radical revision from time to time. And in our view, metaphor is one of the important agents in such revision. We say that the cognitive network is distorted by changes that a metaphor can make in cognitive relations. The greatest distortion in a world of meanings occurs when 2 concepts, say A and B, which both have multiple connections to their own neighboring concepts, but which are only distantly related to each other, are proclaimed to be the same, to be in the form A equals B. Oh, expressed in English, the act of proclamation, for example, the form, this bread is my body, which Jesus said. The laws of the heavens are the laws of the earth, Newton. The sun, not the earth, is the center, Copernicus, and God is love, John. It is, John Lennon or John, the book of John?
that's Gospel of John.
I feel like it would probably be John Lennon also, though.
That's fair.
It is clear that we are dealing with powerful and cognitively disruptive material here, and it is perhaps fortunate that metaphoric acts in any given history occur relatively rarely. Wait, when do we actually get into the... Holy crap. Okay, I think we're almost there. It needs to be understood that ours is not the common usage of the term metaphor. Although writers on metaphor often compare metaphoric meaning with literal meaning, the distinction between literal and metaphoric has little significance for our cognitive theory of the metaphoric process. To say A equals B under our conditions for the concepts here, let's see where is this. For the concepts A and B, is both to speak metaphorically and to make a statement that has literal meaning. The metaphoric meaning is to be found in the newly restructured field of meanings, and not in the words used to express the metaphor. So, okay, this is fascinating. It's like super, dude. There's no way I could explain this to someone else, but it makes sense when I'm reading it.
Oh, it makes perfect sense to me. I love the paper.
The word metaphor is normally applied freely to what would most often be understood in cognitive terms as analogy or simile. If, for example, one of two objects being compared is initially unknown or insufficiently known and made known or better known by the comparison, I'm guessing people will extrapolate. We judge the cognitive operation to be not metaphorical, but an analogical. Analogy. Yeah, analogical. It doesn't sound right that way. Where function as well as appearance is involved, or of the nature of a simile, where the issue is primarily one of form or appearance. Only when each element, taken separately, is well understood, i.e., firmly, even rigidly embedded in its own field of meanings, can a radical change in cognitive relation between these elements occur in what we call a metaphoric distortion of the fields of meanings. Peter W. Mackey, in his Centrality of Metaphors to Biblical Thought, describes metaphors that satisfy the GR criteria as those which contradict old views, almost forcing people to view the world differently. We will argue that our strong theory of metaphor applied to the problem of the origins and identity of the God of Israel evokes a new understanding of the fate of the goddess. Okay, finally. When we apply our model to Hebrew, we encounter an interesting difficulty. The Hebrew language contains no copula, as it is not possible in Hebrew to say A is B. So, for example, the translation of Genesis 49:22 found in the New English Bible, hereafter NEB, is Joseph is a fruitful tree. No. Ben Porat, he's the son of a heifer. A perfect structure for a metaphor in English. However, a word-for-word translation of the Hebrew yields Joseph fruitful vine. So, like, the is implied. A syntax which depends on juxtaposition rather than on the verb is. It would appear that identifying biblical metaphors by linguistic structure alone is a slippery business at best. Fortunately, in situations where metaphoric structure in the language is dubitable, cognitive analysis allows us to make a judgment. In the case of the Genesis verse above, one element is a person, Joseph, and the statement enhances our knowledge of that person. To learn that Joseph is fruitful is to add to the cognitive field which contains Joseph, and not to distort that field. What we have here is a poetic analogy. Contrast the cognitive aspect of that Genesis verse with a Christian sacramental metaphor. This bread is my body. Both bread, a baked leavened dough of flour, or a meal mixed with liquid, and body, the organized physical material of a human being, whether living or dead, are concepts well understood independently of each other, i.e., fixed rigidly in their respective cognitive fields. They are also rationally quite distant from each other. To proclaim them the same is to force a major cognitive distortion. An example given: to break the bread is to break the body. Oh! In this case, to the point of creating a kind of riddle, one that has prompted such 1,500 years of debate. Returning now to the Hebrew Bible, we ask, based on our cognitive theory of what a metaphor is, what can be said to the major metaphor of the Hebrew Bible? The answer is The answer to this question is at the heart of the answer to another. Who is the God of the Israelites? Okay, now we're here at the deitic metaphor of Moses. Let's see. Let's see. So this is chapter 2. If the cognitive model described above is to be applied to biblical texts, we must find in those texts a metaphor. Given both the relative rarity of metaphor in terms of this model and the specific absence of the verb to be as a copula in biblical Hebrew, however, finding evidence of metaphoric process in the Old Testament is not a simple task. Lengthy discussion among linguists on the question of the use of the verb to be as a copulative has not made the search easier. But if we look at the question of the religion of the Israelites from a phenomenological point of view, it seems clear enough that a qualitative difference exists between this religion and the religions that preceded it or coexisted with it. The biblical story tells a tale of how this change came to take place and what its implications might be. The religion of Israel in its canonical form, i.e., in the biblical text, presents itself as utterly different from all of previous religions, whereas religions of Egypt and Mesopotamia showed themselves to be remarkably adaptable to the shifting fortunes of their gods, changing at will the relative positions, titles, indeed even the names of the gods as custom or circumstances dictated. Israel tests itself over and over again on the rule of fidelity. And whereas the other cultures were able to assimilate happily the goddesses and gods of subject nations or conquerors, as the case might be, Israel's history, as told in the narrative of the Bible, is the story of a remarkable stubbornness in resisting such adaptability. Indeed, the narratives are at pains to eliminate any trace whatever of religious experiences not carefully related to the central cult of Yahweh. In the biblical text, the common thread credited with holding Israel together is the absolute sovereignty of Yahweh and his insistence that he is the only God the Israelites are allowed to worship. Our sense of monotheism, In the law-giving episode, I love that episode. It's my favorite episode. What's your favorite episode, Graham? I'm just joking. Also, if anyone else wants to join, the link to join is here. And if anyone can't just copy it directly, just post in comments that you need the link again. I'll post it again. But Graham, you there?
Yep, I'm here. I'm listening along.
All right, let's see where I was at. So, in the law-giving episode, the very first declaration of the covenant is the assertion that Yahweh alone is God. I am the Lord, Yahweh, your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. You shall have no other God to set against. What? Exodus 20:23. Here, let's look at this because I know that's not a good translation. Tanakh. Exodus 20:23. Wait, let's see. 22:23. I think that might have been it. 22:23. Huh. No, that's not it. Shoot. Where were we looking at before? It was Exodus 20:20. What? Exodus 20:23. That can't be right because I'm pretty sure that's where we were. Exodus 20:23. Philot. This doesn't make sense. Let's see. That's weird. 2022. Oh, to 3 maybe? Okay, so lo yihye lecha, you shall not have for yourselves Elohim acherim, any other gods, al panai, before my face. But literally, al panai could be in front of me. So it's not even necessarily this idea of like even here, like we could just look at the commentary. Let's find some English. Let's see. You must not retain for yourselves. Do not say that you will serve me as well as other deities, seeing that only I took you out of interest. So that's one interpretation. Where does it say? Alpanai. In my place, upon my fate. We find a similar use of this expression. The Torah forbids to treat the firstborn son of a beloved wife that's been born later than the firstborn son of a less beloved wife preferentially. In other words, as long as the firstborn son of the less beloved wife is alive, his claim to be treated as a firstborn son of the father cannot be overruled. Interesting. It's like this story of Isaac and Ishmael. We also have this expression when, after the death of the two older sons of Aaron, Nadav and Avihu, his sons Eleazar and Itamar were appointed as priests in their stead. An alternate explanation: if you were to accept any of these deities as your gods, this would be against my express wishes and would arouse my anger against you. An example of a similar construction would be Hamas v'sod yishma al pnei. Before me constantly are grief and wounds, or imlo el panecha yivarechecha. If not, he will curse you to your face. Let's see. Before me, and its meaning is that of, and Haman died before the face of his father, Terach. Oh, Haran, sorry, not Haman, which means that Terach was with Haran and saw him die. Similarly, in Eleazar and Itamar ministered in the priest's office before the face of Aaron, their father. The meaning of our verse thus is, it is unseemly for you to worship any other god along with me, since I am your God and am always with... Here it's saying, since I am your God and am always with you and see what you do. It's basically saying you can never worship another god not alongside God. But like, it's still interesting that doesn't just say you shall have no other gods. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, you'll have no other gods alongside me. Or again, before me would be as well. But it's definitely a nod towards a henotheistic approach.
Yeah. Let's see. Do we have any comments? No comments. No comments. Just 3 people watching. Okay, where were we? Here. You shall have no other god like before me. All quotations are from the New American Bible, unless otherwise indicated. Here, Yahweh is identified as the one who led the Israelites out of Egypt. In the same law-giving episode, Moses makes explicit to the people his earliest encounter with this God on Sinai or Horeb. There, Moses was told, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. In that same narrative, Moses sought further information about the God. If they asked me, what is the name? What am I to tell them? God replied, I am who am. I will be. Asherah, that I will be. I will be that I will be. I am who am I, or I am who I am. God replied, I am. I will be who I will be. Then he added, this is what you shall tell to the Israelites. I am. Hayah sent me to you. God spoke further to Moses. Thus shall you say to the Israelites, the Lord Yahweh, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob has sent me to you. Reading these texts and assuming them to be constitutive of the faith of Israel, we can render the Mosaic assertion as the declaration Yahweh is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. In terms of the GR theory, this assertion is in the form of a metaphor. Gerhard Russell, I don't know. I feel like I have to say it if I haven't said it for a while. It's like we have to have a Gerhard Russell timer where every time it's like, it's been 5 minutes since a Gerhard Russell. We're due for another one. Indeed, we would argue that this assertion is a primary metaphor of the Hebrew Bible, and that is constitutive of the faith of Israel. Yahweh, clearly identified as the one who led the Israelites out of Egypt, is a known God, but in the pre-metaphoric Mosaic field of meaning, in the pre-metaphoric Mosaic field of meanings. But this God, Yahweh, is known only in an action that the Exodus group can identify. Yahweh is identified by his deeds. Interesting. The God El is also known pre-metaphorically. He is El, the God of the fathers in the Bible. Literally, the God of the fathers. And the Father God. Thus, two distinct knowns, Yahweh A and El B, become, seriously, perfect chance to use Y and E. I don't know why they didn't. Become A equals B. As a result of the metaphoric process, the religious genius of the Moses narratives is clearest in the text which joins the God Yahweh, the God of the Exodus, to the God El, the God of the fathers. God also said to Moses, I am the Lord, Anochi Yahweh. As God the Almighty said, El Shaddai, I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but by my name, Adonai, or Yahweh, I did not make myself known to them. In making the in the Canaanite myth and Hebrew epic, FM Cross 44 to page 44 to 75 uses a linguistic analysis to show that the titles "Creator of Heaven and Earth," the Mighty One, so what's this? Yotzer Shamayim Va'aretz, or it would be maybe Boret, Bariat Shamayim Va'aretz. The Mighty One, El Shaddai, the Hail One. I don't know what that would be. And the God of Hosts, Yahweh Tzavaot, and the work of the Old Canaanite High God are tied to the character of Yahweh, the God of Israel. See also Friedman, in his complex etymological and onomastic history of the titles. Cross finds a clear and at times startling connection between the God El, God of the fathers, and the newly identified Yahweh, God of the Exodus. As the cognitive relation between the two conceptions of God comes closer and closer, they become equated in a culminating conception, the God of Israel. Interesting. God cross stops short of arguing for the identity of El and Yahweh in the religion of Israel. We claim identity on the basis of our hermeneutic method. Hermeneutic method. I feel like a page is being skipped here. Hermeneutic method, metaphor. Oh, I was reading the footnotes that way. In making the metaphor, Yahweh equals El, the God of the fathers, Moses can be interpreted as creating a new religion. The metaphoric process of making Yahweh equals El then becomes the means by which the two disparate and even contradictory sets of religious beliefs are joined. Moses creates a bond between the people who had Yahweh as their God, the primary Exodus group, and the people who worship the God of the fathers. So I'm going to give you a window to, share your thoughts on this because I know you definitely have it. What do you think it means by the Exodus group?
Well, my take on it is I see three separate Exodus groups, and it's like, well, my first comment is going to be on the difference between the worship of El versus God of.
You cut out. Graham, you there? Graham? I'm going to put on a video until he comes back because I need to give my voice a tiny break, and I also want to give him a chance to come back. Well, I almost forgot about this channel. Let's see. Let's see if that was part 1. Let's see, this is part 2 here.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Apostates Playground.
You back? Oh, no, shoot, he got disconnected. Wait, I hope it's not my internet.
Episode 2 of an exploration into the
No,
life of
it's not. Shoot, it might be. I feel like it would tell me if it was.
Not Phineas at all, actually.
Shoot.
I'm Cece.
I am
Nick.
Phineas.
Okay, there we go.
You're a little bit Phineas. We're all a little bit Phineas, if we believe.
Clap if you believe.
I thought you were just gonna be like, clap. It's all clap. We're all a little bit Phineas. We have chlamydia.
I just thought about saying clap, just actually saying the word clap, but not for an STI, just as if I was like physically clapping.
I don't know who showed my son Hook, but when I'm too sleepy, he starts clapping like I'm Tinkerbell.
If only that worked.
I know, that'd be great.
How productive you could be.
I could be so productive if I got a burst of energy every time I had the clap.
Hmm.
Last time we discussed who is Asherah, but to completely put her in context, we should focus on the guys who used her to sleep their way to the top. El, her first husband and eventual god of Israel, and Baal, her son and god of being generally really intense. I couldn't find anything on what their wedding would be like, but I assume it was fairly epic for its day. El is referred to by the paper by Day as creator of creatures. Obviously, that comes from the Ugaritic text, and it doesn't just come from Day himself. Like, it is from the Ugaritic text, because it would be really weird if he just randomly started bestowing pet names on the subjects of his paper. I don't really see a lot of value in spending a
So, what was it you were saying?
I don't know how much I got out there before I my
Nothing.
Okay, no, I was going to sit there and say that it seems like they're talking that Yahweh is a family God, and it seems like a narrowing of the focus of deity down to the family level.
Wait, you said family?
Family, yeah.
How is it you get that?
Well, the family of Abraham.
That would be El.
That would be El?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yahweh's the warrior redeemer god that leads them out of Egypt, and probably also where the idea of the Messiah starts to be derived from, at least. So you have the idea of like the Messiah as kind of like this peaceful idea of a Messiah, and then you have the idea of like the warrior Messiah, and the idea of the warrior Messiah comes from this motif around Yahweh as a man of war, but you also have motifs of that are more similar of Eshmoon, and that's more that basically.
I see what you're saying there. No, where I was going with it was El was still much more of a city god, and as opposed to more of a specific family patron. It's basically what the god is the patron of.
I would I would disagree with that, because in that way Yahweh like eventually definitely became a city god, but like when they were still like nomadic, as close as you get to their version of a city god as you get, because he was basically worshipped by all the people. It was like he was what bound them together. But the thing is that with El, he's what bound the entire region together.
Right, and I'm saying that the next step was the contract with Abraham, where he's binding himself to one person and his genetic line, his successors, as opposed to either a city or a region. It's a next step in sort of a evolution of the idea of deity. It's more of a personal God for your family as opposed to a God for your city and all. And
I mean, yeah.
Oh no, go ahead with that. If you have a follow up on this,
are the two really are they two separate things? Because it doesn't seem that separate. Like on one hand you have the city god, and then you have the god that you have in your household.
well, I do see them as different because it's like they're especially when you get down to Roman era, it's like there are like four different levels of worship. It's like you have your more of your household gods, sort of your nature sort of gods. You have your official, your official gods. You have your mystery religions, and then you have the cult of the emperor above them all, just tying them all together. And that's the structure later on, and that's like I'm saying, it's the evolution, the idea of deity and what it covers. Starting back in the Sumerian era, you had it originally starting as much more forces of nature. Then as cities developed, they became associated with cities and the populations there. and it became more and more of a narrowing down to until you got to families and finally individuals. And I'm sort of seeing that with Abraham as the step towards the family God.
Interesting.
And as far as I was going to say, I had a comment on the Exodus too to follow up on once we're done with this part.
Yeah.
I see like three different, exoduses, basically exodi. Three different groups that left at three different times. One of them is I see the on the nation level with the Hyksos leaving. Then I see more of a tribal level, which it could be what they're talking about. I don't know if this would be God of the fathers or whatever, but it was much more of a the priestly class leaving under Hatshepsut and Senemet. And then I also see another one happening sometime around the time of Akhenaten, which is much more of an individual. I see it like three different levels there, but I'm thinking what they're talking about. One of them is definitely talking about more of that priestly class leaving. Tag.
Cool.
Bunch of time on L because he's the same guy that is covered in the Bible, and those episodes are still on the table, so fuck it. And we all know who he is. But there are a couple things I want to touch on. According to the Biblical Archaeology Society, there are suggestions that Asherah was also the Hittite goddess Asertu, who was the wife of El-Kunirsa, the storm god. So a couple things I want to touch on. According to the Biblical Archaeology Society, there are suggestions that Asherah was also the Hittite goddess Asertu, who was the wife of El-Kunirsa, the storm god. Shortened to El at some point, or El was original spin-off or derivative, which is the short jump to the god El in the Bible. Everything I could find either stated or implied, which were the scales of how credible the thing I could. El was original spin-off or derivative, which is the short jump to the god El in the Bible. Everything I could find either stated or implied, which were the scales of how credible the thing I was reading was, that this is the case. And just to beat this to death, it does make sense. Before the Jews got weird about it, the Mediterranean? Before the Jews got weird about it, the Mediterranean shared gods. I know I'm beating this to death, but it's worth repeating, especially since this is establishing a basis for how other gods from the region are directly connected to the roots of our predominant monotheistic ideology that is doing to us all the kind of thing Brett Kavanaugh doesn't write on his calendar. As a not quite throwaway line.
Wait, what?
I'm gonna. A basis for how other gods from the region are directly connected to the roots of our predominant monotheistic ideology that is doing to us all the kind of thing Brett Kavanaugh doesn't write on his calendar.
What is the implication? Having beers with the boys, or is the implication rape? I have no clue what. See, this is what happens when you try to mix religion and politics and you don't do it well. Like, if you're going to do it, at least make good comparisons that, like, I mean, honestly, like, I'm going to admit, I'm pretty liberal, and I don't even get what they're trying to imply. Like, I get what they're trying to imply, but I don't actually understand how the joke makes sense.
I was going to say for some boys out there, having a beer and going and raping is pretty much about the same activity. Tag.
For Zeus, maybe, but we don't live like. Well, I was going to say we don't live like that anymore, but at least ideally, most of us don't live like that anymore. But if that were the case, why is the world so screwed up? So, unfortunately, still the case.
As a not quite throwaway line in the I'm gonna as a not quite as a not quite throwaway line.
I do say, I have to say, you have Charlie Sheen as Zeus stuck in my head now.
What, Zeus had tiger power?
Well, it's just the whole thing with Charlie Sheen and, the just every woman he could meet, just very Zeus-like. Tag.
Hopefully not so Zeus-like that he ended up getting arrested, but I honestly, when he was still like popular, was when I was still a kid. So
they produced Dawn and Dusk in the Ras Shamra text from the Syrian coast, where she's portrayed as Athrat, the sun goddess. So when the sky god and the sun goddess fuck, the sky gets all crazy and changes somehow. I'm not mad at this. In her aspect as either the sun goddess or the sea goddess, this makes sense to me, and also it's pretty great. Sun goes down, sun comes up.
It's voyeuristic.
It is very
so
voyeuristic.
I shouldn't be part of this.
That's part of a lot of this.
And I mean, I shouldn't be able to look like up and see or think about it. Like I don't want to be in your life like that. Like this just feels like it makes me feel really inappropriate.
Sky mommy.
No,
I'm gonna do waifu face.
no. I mean, I don't care if you do waifu face. I can't see you.
Oh yeah, you're not looking at the camera. Ah,
Nope.
I might make that the episode art. I had one done up. I might just make the episode art me going. And
I'm still not looking.
I wouldn't. I'm not cute like that. And my shirt's unbuttoned, so it's all chest hair. Like I look like a whore.
I mean, if it brings the money.
We're going to return to the paper in a moment.
It's not though.
It could I mean, what's the idea? Because you haven't tried it, so it could, you know.
No, that's fair. I've thought about starting an OnlyFans for the show. Just advertise with softcore porn.
Yeah.
Speaking of people fucking to be popular, let's get back to the episode. Not actually mad about the dawn dusk fuck parties, because the sun goes down, sun comes up, different kinds of sky coitus. Fine. A big ball of fire in the sky goes into and out of the water. Fine. I mean, well, not fine. Kind of weird, but fine. So, like, I just don't want to fall into the trap of like they don't know where the sun goes at night, because they did. It makes perfect sense. A round world heliocentric model was first introduced in 270 BCE. I think it's safe to say that a lot of the mechanics was a mystery to them, but like they figured out it was one ball going around another ball. And also that's where the interesting things about L run out. At least that's where the interesting things about L run out that won't be covered in the next episode, which isn't really a surprise. Everything else is about how much of a prick he is. Moving on to a discussion of Baal, it is important to state up front that there are times in these texts that because of his many incarnations and forms, he is referred to as the Balls. And if it happens here, due to the serious risk of side talk on this podcast, because we go off script a lot, there is a real issue that we will get distracted, or I will chortle, or perhaps I will giggle. So the word Baal, like the word El, means Lord. According to the Oxford Companion to World Mythology, in the mythological family tree, he is related to Thor.
El means God. Baal means master. Adon means Lord. Technically, Adon can be Lord and Master, and Baal can be Lord and Master. But really, like, Adon is Lord or Master, and Baal is Master or Lord. It can also be husband. So there's a part where Yahweh says, "No longer will you call me Baali, my husband. You will call me Ishi, my husband." Because so Ish means man, Ishi means my man. So contextually, it means my husband. But Baal, in the context of like a marriage, it means husband. But in other contexts, it means owner or possessor. So there's also like a lot of women in Israel today who, for like reasons of like, I mean, not just feminism. Some people just don't like it, like, regardless of any ideology. They just don't like the idea of being seen as a possession of their husband. And so they don't, because one of the the word for husband in Hebrew is Bali. Any thoughts on that?
Not a whole lot. I mean, you went into more of that one. I can definitely understand women not wanting the idea of being owned. It's the one comment I do have is the title of the video. The lady who should get half of God's stuff. If you look at Asherah and as the imminent indwelling part, she already started out as all of God's stuff, because that by definition she basically is God's stuff. So she is all of it. It's not that she gets it or gets half tag.
Well, not even just that, because there's also traditions that Asherah birthed God. So how can it be his if it's his, but it's also his creation? It's almost like I mean, it's different, of course, but in a way, like, how would Christians deal with the fact that, in a way, the world existed before Jesus? I mean, given nowadays, there's traditions where they just view Jesus and Christ as the same thing. So they view Christ pre-existing as being Jesus pre-existing, but really, there was a time when the world existed and Jesus didn't. And so in that same way, how can there be a time where there was Asherah, but there wasn't Yahweh, and then later Asherah is essentially part of Yahweh?
Makes sense. It's the evolution of, it's not that Asherah and or Yahweh changes, it's the people's understanding and expression of it. Tag.
It's also kind of interesting because it almost seems to go back to this idea of, in the beginning there was only one, and that one had to separate itself in order to not be lonely, and then that separation becomes like the creation. But really, if you think about it, within the monotheistic tradition, it seemed that that separation is creation. So you have creator and creation, but really originally it was creator and creatrix, and then they have a sexual union in order to create the forces of the world, and then those forces of the world essentially have one giant, let's say, brainstorming session, because it's not, in a lot of cases it's not even always a creation from a sexual union. It's usually just you have the sexual union which creates the like secondary creators, in the same way as there's like, everything came from the Big Bang, at least within the current, model, which I mean, I personally think it's the best, and until we have a better. But obviously it's a bit reductionist because like we've moved on beyond that. There's multiple variations of it now, but the point is though that if everything comes from one, there is a point where everything was one, and then eventually you have this like dissension down, or the separation from the one. And that separation, on one hand it's a separation, you're losing that unity, but you're also gaining in multiplicity, and you're gaining in new things being created, or maybe not even being created but being revealed.
No, I agree. In essence, what you're talking about, whether it's Yahweh first or Asherah first, you're kind of dealing with two different sides of the Ouroboros. It's one continuous thing that keeps wrapping around upon itself, but it's got two different sides. That's really the same side at the same time. Tag.
Yeah, it's almost like the light and the darkness, it's part of the same thing, because and then we're like it's almost like the shadows are the creation between the light and the darkness. They only exist in the middle of them.
Exactly. It's the Mobius strip concept, if you've ever played around with that one, where it's really a Mobius strip only has one side.
I mean, wait, how? Because I know it basically like rotates in so that like the basically one side is the other. But isn't it more so that they just invert? There are two sides, but like ultimately, it doesn't stay the same side.
Well, it's really how do you say it's if you take the pencil and you keep tracing along one side and you end up coming back to the same point again, did you ever leave that side?
Oof, this is too much for me right now.
God, Adad.
That's
And
why I
Yahweh
got into
is
math with stuff like that.
Yahweh
Peg.
also being El, which
Mm.
this isn't so much of a family tree as it is a family braid. And this is because he fits into the mythological archetype of gods who pull power from other gods. So it stands to reason that they didn't touch on Zeus pulling power from
Vampire
Cronus by killing
god.
him, or Kronos pulling power from Uranus by castrating him. Also, I don't know.
Also, I do kind of wonder whether there's almost like a ritual element to the castration myth, because if you think about it, it's the catalyst for the succession of the gods, but ultimately, is that just a way of explaining essentially the 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 declension, or the declination of the gods, because they don't die in the same way that humans do, but they like almost like lose their potency, or they become impotent.
There's a lot of different elements in play there. One of the ones that I've been dealing with is how it corresponds to like a more of an evolution standpoint. And each castration is like a change in like a progress in reproduction. Like the first one, you went from like single cells. It's like with the founding of Aphrodite. that was when, like, sexual reproduction and like mammals and things like, and placenta and things like that came into existence. And I'm just seeing, and again, that's part of where I'm going with some of my genetic interpretation level of mythology. That's what I'm playing with at the moment. Tag.
Cool. I don't completely understand, but cool.
Who Yahweh pulled power from, and Thor didn't pull power from another god that I'm aware of, unless Baal is related to all of the Asir because of their fighting with the Vanir. And that's a different episode, as is the family tree of mythological figures. But it's interesting to think about, and maybe a Proto-Indo-European thing in the future. There's too many goddamn topics to cover, and I'm not good enough at producing content to do this fast enough to get it all. But I have some questions. Baal was also known to be directly assimilated into gods that he shared characteristics with, such as Baal Carmelos, patron god of forwards.
I hate I had to be here for that.
Because it's basketball. It's basketball, Carmelos.
Terrible.
I didn't get it.
I know.
That's amazing.
He's making a joke off of Carmelo
Anthony,
the basketball player, that you probably didn't know nothing about.
Yeah, but what's the connection to Baal?
He's trying to say he's like the patron saint of power forwards. He's like the god of power forwards. It was not a good joke to start with, and having to explain it makes it even worse.
So there is some dispute as to whether Baal is the son of Asherah or the husband of Asherah or both. I'm
just like
leaning
Yahweh
towards both. The idea that she's his consort comes from Phoenician sources. The goddess Tinit has been associated with Asherah, but the connections are tentative. This wouldn't be an unusual relationship, though. Incest, in a lot of ways, is just part of life when you're a god. Ugh.
Yeah.
Or when you're a
It
royal.
doesn't have to be, though. Like, it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be. They're gods.
No.
God fights are also part of being a god when you're a god. And Baal had a few, but the most relevant to his relationship with Asherah is the fact that there is a hypothesis that when Baal usurped El's position in the pantheon, thus earning his association with gods who commit patricide or sedition, he took El's consort. When you're a god, also part of being a god when they're gods.
No.
God fights are also part of being a god when you're a god. And Baal had a few, but the most relevant to his relationship with Asherah is the fact that there is a hypothesis that when Baal usurped El's position in the pantheon, thus earning his association with gods who commit patricide or sedition, he took El's consort. The Biblical Archaeology Society says that this would make the relationship very Oedipal. Like I said, holy incest isn't particularly unusual.
Yeah, and thinking about it, it's not. It shouldn't even be that surprising. I mean, how many monarchies did we have and still have that keep it in the family? Quote, end quote.
Oh yeah, definitely. So that's an important god fight. There's also, he killed Death, who was represented as the god Mot, which according to the Encyclopedia Britannica and basically nowhere else, was a favorite god of El. And also, I am aware of Mot as the Egyptian god of death who weighs your heart against a feather when you die to find out if you go to the good dead place or the bad dead place, or how bad of a dead place you go to. So the internal narrative in my head is that it was an assassination of a high-ranking member of El's monarchy, because all of this becomes Assassin's Creed if it goes on long enough. So Baal was condemned to death's curse, and while this was happening, there was a horrific drought because he's a storm god, and when you kick out rain, clouds, general storm god things, there tends to not be a lot of rain and storm god things. In response to this,
storm party.
Like that, it's a problem. They didn't think that through. In response to this, Anat cut him in half, ground him up, and used him as seed, and Baal was resurrected, and occasionally is challenged by Mot. So, if we look at this as there are storms and rain, and then there aren't any, then Anat plants him as seeds, and the things grow, and then the rains come back when he is revived, and the crops are coming up, and then he is cursed again, and then he defeated the sun god, and then the rain and storm, and then he went away. It just starts sounding a lot like spring, summer, autumn, winter.
Oh, okay. That's just.
Wait, what?
That's where that was going.
Defeated the sun god, and then the rain and storm, and the crops are coming up, and then he is cursed again, and then he defeated the sun god, and then the rain and storm, and then he went away. It just starts sounding a lot like spring, summer, autumn, winter.
Oh, okay. That's just.
Sounds like a slightly different
I didn't realize that's where I was
explanation
going.
for the seasons.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like a story to just talk about passing seasons, which probably has less to do with
It
like
sounds
this
like
is
he was
a literal
talking to
explanation of
you.
where it comes from, and a lot more to do about like when to plant crops, and because we're story-based creatures, it just was a form of record keeping.
Yeah.
So for the sake of time, we're going to move straight into Asherah interacting with the various gods in her life. The takeaway to take into that is Ball and El have a big fight going on. They're one of, El is a guy scorned by his ex, leaving him for a younger, stormier guy who is potentially her son, and pissed him off in a big, big way. And that's going to be the context for some Bible verses that the evangelists who wrote the Evidence Bible, Comfort et al., seem to miss, but that the actual scholars and academics who wrote the Oxford Annotated Bible, which is the other one I work out of, spend a lot of time considering. So the books that are going to be being pulled from are going to be Exodus, Deuteronomy, Judges, 1st and 2nd Kings, 2nd Chronicles, Job, Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Micah. There is not a satisfying conclusion to this story, but that's because it, I don't know, hasn't ended.
All hail Asherah. She who traverses the sea, she who drowns the men who screw around and subsequently find out. That's my stance. So
Yeah, it's a good stance. So in this episode, we're going to talk about how her ex-husband decided to try and keep their friends and family in the divorce, and how that went.
they always do.
What's that?
I said they always do. Try to.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. So starting in Exodus, which was written and edited between the 5th and 6th centuries, we are told that the Israelites are to tear down the altars, break the pillars, cut down the sacred poles because your God is a jealous God. The Amorites, Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites will be driven out from before you.
And Asherah, don't forget Asherah. Unless this is all after she fucked off into the ocean, and then I guess she doesn't matter. She don't care anymore.
No, Asherah is a part of that. So the Amorites, Canaanites, etc., are driven out because they worshipped all the stars in the sky and served Baal, which is actually a quote from Kings, but it serves the purpose here. Asherah is never mentioned by name here, but the fact that they are meant to tear down the altars and sacred poles does a lot to inform us of who it was they were worshiping, given
The
that
word
the
for
sacred
sacred
poles, which are
pole
also
is
called
Asherah,
were monuments to Asherah.
Yeah, I thought about it after. I had my suspicions they were tearing down representations of her. Actually, you did say the Hittites, which you mentioned in episode, you mentioned previously, like worship the goddess Asertu, who might have been Asherah. So yeah, I probably should have followed a little more closely.
And it happens. I drone. So the
For a second,
important thing to
I
remember.
got drunk, and I was like, okay.
I drone. I have a low energy side clown voice. The important thing to remember about Exodus when we go through this is that it's a composite of different traditions that were melded together by storytellers and writers that we don't really know who they are. It was written and edited over centuries. So it's not like somebody sat down and said, okay, we're going to tell the story of that time those tree worshippers got the boot from the land of milk, honey, and the free market. Exodus is likely a composite of the JEPD schools of authorship that were combined by editors, redactors. Exodus is likely a we're going to tell the story of that time those tree worshippers got the boot from the land of milk, honey, and the free market. Exodus is likely a composite of the JEPD schools of authorship that were combined by editors, redactors, priests, and people carrying on.
And for clarity, what does JEPD stand for?
So JEPD stands for Yahwist. The J in Hebrew makes a Y sound. So the JEPD stands for Yahwist, Elohist, Deuteronomist, and Priestly. And that's how the 4 different schools who wrote what parts of the Torah are referred to. The documentary hypothesis.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Not cutting off.
Why wouldn't it be Priestly and Deuteronomist if it's PD? It's like they're reversed.
Oh, because that's how I said them.
Oh, okay. It doesn't match.
Yeah, they are in a different order. You caught me out saying what they are in a different order than the acronym is ordered, but that's all it was. It was just me not ordering things correctly. So there's multiple hypotheses about how things were compiled. The documentary hypothesis says that Genesis, Exodus, and Numbers were all written by combining the 4 sources and maybe a 5th source, which would have been the redactor. The supplementary hypothesis says that the Deuteronomist text was the original, and then the Yahwist, Elohist, and Priestly came along as supplementary texts, and then redactor came along, and that is where that came from. Then there's the one where the Priestly school combined 2, Yahwist and Elohist origin stories, presumably one from each of the kingdoms, northern and southern. Then the Deuteronomist text was combined with the redactor's additions, and that's the TLDR on what's going on here. But who wrote the Bible is an episode in the pipeline, because it is an episode's worth of material just on the Pentateuch.
I'm surprised it's just an episode and not like multiple episodes.
It's an episode just on the Pentateuch. Like those first 5 books are an episode unto themselves.
Oh,
But the short answer is the shorter answer is they're the 4 groups that are thought have contributed to the stories in the Torah. And while we're here, the name Exodus actually comes from Latin. It's the Latin is Exodus Aegypto, which means Exodus from Egypt. In Hebrew, the book's name is Shemot, which means name, because it starts with these are the names, and that was their naming convention. Which it's not important at the moment, but it's a fun fact. It's just a thing that's in my head. And that all actual information comes from the Oxford Bible. The Evidence Bible says that the whole God is a jealous God thing comes from the fact that God's jealousy and wrath are sinless. And I have no idea. I have no idea where that comes from or what it has to do with anything except to demonstrate the complete lack of care to history or where things come from evangelical Christians. And I don't know, if I don't mention explicitly what they don't think is going to be the rule, because it's a lot of that. Then after Exodus in Deuteronomy, we see again that the pillars, altars, sacred poles, and idols must all be destroyed. There is to be no covenant, and there is to be no mercy, which means that it's a full-on genocide. They're committing ethnocide due to a holy war. And after what happened in Exodus, they are now being commanded explicitly a genocide. They're commanded not to do those things, which makes sense that given the ethnocide thing, that they're being ordered not to use those altars, use those pillars, those sacred poles, those idols. They also have a habit of going back to Canaanite religions that we saw starting with Abraham. Abraham died, and then they all went back to the Canaanite religions and had to be drawn back. It also shows that God will kill you for idolatry or something. And the next step is to kill everybody who sacrifices their child.
I see we've reached the abortion discussion again.
We have, because everything about children goes to abortion when you're an evangelical. Apparently, the child sacrifice part is because abortion is a dangerous occult sacrifice described in the Bible as the worshippers of Canaanite gods being passed through fire.
Is that just a nicer way of saying you burned them at the stake?
No, but it is saying that you do a burned sacrifice of children.
Ugh. Yeah, in that case, with all the depictions of the occult in popular media, I guess God is going to be pissed because we are all being encouraged to sacrifice fetuses or something. I mean, but then also God hates the sinner and not the sin. But apparently, according to Ray's God also hates us. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's really twisted. And my favorite part of that is how it makes no goddamn sense. It's don't sacrifice babies to Baal. Oh, I knew, because abortion is child sacrifice to the devil. I'm Ray Comfort.
Wow, that's an awful voice. I don't
He
know if it's
has
his
an awful
voice,
voice.
but it's an awful voice.
Actually, full disclosure, it's Eli Bosnick's Ray Comfort voice. I can't get close to Ray Comfort's actual voice because I can't get my head that far at my ass.
Yeah, don't even. I wouldn't recommend trying because it sounds like once you get it up there, you can't come back. Can't come back from it.
Our next instance of attempted Asherah comes in Judges, when Israel had started worshiping the Baals and Asherahs.
You made it so far.
I did. They're worshiping Baals. And that pissed God off. God doesn't like it when you worship the Baals.
You sure? Because it's pretty I don't know.
Called cock worship, not sack worship.
Right.
And so the Israelites were sent to get monarch fucked by King Kushan Rishathaim of Aram Naharaim, because God is a cuck, for 8 years. 3 chapters later, Gideon is going to be going to war and is turning the altars of Asherah and Baal into altars to Yahweh. This is just my conjecture, but I have a feeling that this is a magic thing, but would serve as psychological warfare against the Canaanites. So God came and gave him some super specific instructions. Take the second bull that is 7 years old, pull down his dad's altar of Baal, and it says that possessively, but Gideon's family took care of the altars, and that granted them some level of status in the city. So it's hard to know if, for me personally, if that was his dad's altar of Baal or the altar of Baal that his dad was in charge of taking care of. But Gideon did as the Lord had told him, and at night took 10 servants and tore down the altar of Baal and cut down the sacred pole, symbol to Asherah, that was there with it.
This really is painted in a jilted ex-husband light when you know their history pre-Old Testament, I guess. Yeah, it takes the whole thing from being a genocidal maniac putting his chosen people in a servitude timeout to just a petty God being petty inside his petty, like a nesting doll of petty.
My new goal is to figure out how to market that. nesting doll of petty. And yeah, he's just a sad boy. So Kings is largely about the extermination of foreign cultures when you look for information on Asherah. Same verse, same as the first. It starts off like all good Old Testament stories, with God being pissed off that the Israelites were worshiping the wrong thing. They have it. He promises to strike Israel down, rooting them up and out of the good land he gave their ancestors because fuck Jeroboam.
If they
And
if they keep worshiping like quote incorrectly end quote, maybe he should try a new strategy or just let it go because I don't know.
Yeah, like they're literally he just keeps coming home and they're just getting fucked by another god, and the only reason for him to not move is because he likes getting cucked. There's no shame, but just own it. Just God is a cuck. Own that God likes cuckoldry.
Are you just repeating it now because you want to see how many people listen to this episode, hear that part, and are like ready to like fight you?
I just like saying God is a cuck.
Okay, yeah.
And also, like for real, as to break the only how many times Israel and Yahweh have at this point been together for hundreds of years. Every third story about him comes home with God comes home and and Israel is doing back there doing stuff with some other god. So like, how many times does that have to happen for you to admit that it's just a fetish? I say 3.
I don't know. I don't know how many. I don't know how you put number amount on that.
I made it up. So the Jeroboam instance is meant to predict the fall of the northern kingdom. It mentions that they will be scattered beyond the land of the Euphrates, and that's probably a reference to the Assyrian Empire displacing the population in 722 BCE. It's probably a case of a historical document with supernatural flavor. This is also part of the time where the kingdoms would have been coming together. In the Evangelist Bible, the Evidence Bible, there's just given a Charles Spurgeon quote that fucking jerk off gesture. It's not. It's just some old dead guy saying old dead guy stuff. Then following that, because Judah had done what was evil, everybody had to get fucked. Luckily, he wouldn't be the last king in First Kings. The next one was Asa, who did right with the Lord as David had done. The Lord was a big fan of David. I have heard that there is a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do you?
I like music. I am suspicious that I won't like the music that quote pleases the Lord, who I have already accused of being petty. So probably
The screams of Jewish babies. So there's a lot of other instances of this exact pattern playing out. Just gonna skip over it. Because you have to bounce back and it's just bouncing back and forth between Asherah and the god they were worshiping instead of the god they were supposed to worship. God got pissed. They worshipped God. They worshipped Asherah. God got pissed, etc. But the main theme I got is the boss fight scene between Javier and Jean Valjean, where it's just rapid fire back and forth. And Russell Crowe and Hugh Jackman did a terrible job in the film adaptation.
of
It's a Les Mis reference.
oh,
It's about halfway through the movie.
I didn't see it.
The opera is better, or the musical is better. It's very opera.
All right, I'm back.
I would say that's the opera.
Me
The
and
opera's
Bowen
better.
will start.
Paul Wilkinson is a much better Jean Valjean than anybody could ever be, but it's not a fair comparison. And there is at the end of this, because there is a new character in the show canon, and it is Asherah, and there's a bit of poetry at the end that I like. In that day, the Lord with his severe sword, great and strong, will punish Leviathan the fleeing serpent, Leviathan that twisted serpent, and he will slay that reptile that is in the sea. In that day, sing to her a vineyard of red wine. And then, later, who would set briars and thorns against me in battle? I would go through them. I would burn them together. Has he struck Israel as he struck those who struck him? Or has he been slain according to the slaughter of those that were slain by him? When he makes all the stones of the altar like chalk stones that are beaten to dust, wooden images and incense altars shall not stand.
There's a lot to unpack from those lines, and none of the messages in them were subtle.
It wasn't. And to be fair to him, everything else I'm about to say, I made up. We're at the end of the factual information part.
It'll probably have a better plot though, even if it's made up.
Hopefully. We'll find out. So after decades of fighting to exterminate the gods of the Canaanites, the gods that Yahweh had been trying to separate himself through Moses and Abraham has failed. They still stand. And this is why in Micah it's left as to a warning not to stop worshiping God things or fuck up you and your shares. If you used to stop worshiping God, he comes for your lady. So this piece from Isaiah really sticks out to me. I cut out a bunch, but starting at the end, it seems to track that the wooden images and incense altars would be a reference to Baal and Asherah. The battles referenced between the battle's reference being between the Israelites and Canaanite worshippers of the Lady of the Sea, and given Asherah's penchant for riding around on the heads of dragons, at least in the show canon, this makes it feel to me that Leviathan is a reference to the steed of Asherah.
Oh, well, yeah, my take from that was actually that the Leviathan was a direct metaphor for Asherah herself. But okay,
So,
up to interpretation.
like I said, there's a very good chance that that's what it was, and a lot of that I made up. So, for the show canon, I like the idea of Leviathan being the steed of Asherah, and she just like stands on his head and rides around being awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so if we say that Asherah is still alive and well, despite the repeated attempts to stomp her out of the Bible and stomp her worship out of the Canaanites, when
Ezekiel
this failed,
19 tries
she was associated with a dragon in the Tanakh, that dragon being Leviathan, who God claims to have killed in Job. But she keeps coming up. God clearly didn't kill her, but he does ask Job if Job has closed the doors of Leviathan's face. That's God beating Asherah. That's God beating his ex-wife.
He asked if. Oh, so
It's not
God.
because
I mean,
Leviathan comes from
I get what
Litanu.
it is.
It was its
But
own
what you're saying
thing,
is basically that in the book Job, God
and it
claims
was
to
a
have
servant
shut the
of
doors
Yam
on the Leviathan's face. But
of the
you're
sea.
saying that he basically beat her and won.
That's how it reads. But
Yeah, I don't know where they're getting
It-
that the Leviathan is connected to Asherah, at least directly.
Well, he did the
so according to the
speculation
Cambridge Bible
about her
First Colony,
being, you know,
who can open the
Leviathan being
doors of
Asherah.
Leviathan's face?
And part of
No,
what they're doing is they're like adapting the Bible into a show. So
that's fair, but like it's funny. I like the idea of it being her steed, but to say that it is her, I don't know. It sounds like he thinks that that's like a scholarly consensus or something. But the thing is that the scholarly consensus is that Leviathan is just Litanu, because Leviathan, like Levitan, or like Levitan, um, in Phoenicia is just Litan, and it was named after the river was named after it, the Litani River.
yeah, what the angle where what he's saying makes some sense is if you relate the ocean, you know, Leviathan with Tiamat, you know, coming from the water at that point in time, and you can go via Tiamat to Asherah, and at that point you got at least some kind of connection. I'm not going to argue it's as strong as, you know, as strong as all that he's saying, but at least it's some sort of connection tag.
So I mean, I forget if I've seen this argued like from a scholarly perspective, but I mean, I would actually propose. I mean, not now, but that Tanit, the Phoenician Tiamat, basically is what you're talking about. But Tanit, like there's the Tanin, which could be a direct parallel. So like there's the Taninim, the Taninim are like the sea monsters. And so there is that connection with Leviathan, but Leviathan isn't Tanin. It's like two separate things.
I totally agree, but there's also no way you would have had Tanit in Ugaritic times. You know, Tanit would have, you know, in Carthage would have been a good 1,000 years later. You're talking a millennia too early almost. Tag.
Yeah, but the thing is that you have it. So for instance, you do have Tehom rendered in Genesis, where it's a direct parallel to Tehom, to Tiamat, I think. But so you do have this reference back to Tiamat that doesn't have necessarily the reference to Tanit, but you do have a potential cognate with Tanit in Tanin, because Tanit just means like essentially the feminine form of Tanin would be Taninit.
No,
And you
I see what you're saying. I'm going a different route on it. Some of it is going through a functional route as opposed to a philological route. Because one of those recurring themes across so many of these mythologies is the sky god fighting with the sea monster. And the sea monster could be, Leviathan or Tiamat or who is it in the Greek one? Typhon. And
Also,
it's
notice
based.
how
And
notice
again, the Midgard serpent in Norse.
Jorgenmonder.
Yeah,
Yeah. Also, just notice, like, I mean, at least within the Mediterranean, how Typhon, Tiamat, Tanit, Tanin, Tehom, they all start with Ta.
no, absolutely, and it definitely ties into the sea aspect of it.
Oh, these like Thalassia.
Could be. I'm just seeing that has to be some sort of tie into the sea.
Any reason you see that connected with the T?
No, just it's a pattern I'm seeing.
All right, let's see. As
Leviathan is referred to as a
let's
man.
just
I
finish
don't care.
this
Everything is
it's
man.
already
and it's
almost
gross
over, and
because
then we'll
patriarchy.
start.
Or who hath opened. The doors to his face is an expression for his mouth, which has something artificial and forced in it.
Also, so Usal said maybe connection of Tiamat and Leviathan being feminine. But again, Litanu, I'm not sure if it's ever gendered, but I don't think it's. I think it's. I'm pretty sure it's masculine. Like, I think that's where the whole idea. Honestly, I'm not sure.
The jaws of the crocodile are very extended, the two rows of long pointed teeth, etc. I don't think that's what it's saying, though. I think that's a sexual assault metaphor. And I can't back it up, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say that that's a metaphor for that time that God sexually assaulted his wife. Because if he doesn't want me to, he can come stop me.
I mean, from what I do know,
There's
what we've
better
done so
examples
far,
of that.
and what I remember from growing up from learning childhood, there was a lot of that kind of. There seems to be a lot of that takes place in the Bible. It's usually just between people, but
I'm not comfortable with forcing things in Leviathan's mouth.
no.
Even if Leviathan was just a sea monster, I'm not comfortable with it. Why are you shoving artificial things in his mouth? We don't even do that to, like, they're talking about crocodile. We don't do that to crocodiles. We strap their mouths shut because we don't want to get bit. Which I guess is the point. Like, if we remove it from the now super setting headcanon. No, if we separate it from that, if Leviathan is just an animal and you're shoving something in his mouth because it's scarier with its mouth open to show that you're strong, you're just abusing an animal to show how tough you are. So even the part that's separated from the part that I made up that
I get where he's coming from, and that's nice to say, but if a dragon was trying to eat you, would you still be saying the same thing?
Not for very long.
Yeah, either because you would stop feeling that way, or you would stop feeling that way because you'd be dead.
Exactly. The dragon would make short lunch of you.
I wonder, where on the spectrum of food do humans fall for dragons? Are we like entrees, hors d'oeuvres? Are we aperitif? No, wait, aperitif's alcohol. The point is, where are we? Are we just like a little like? Are we even a popcorn? Like how satisfying or like how filling would we be to a dragon? How many humans would a dragon need to eat before it was full?
I don't know if it's so much about filling as about flavor. I think we're more like dragon truffle.
Moving on.
Somewhere horrifying. It's still just a story about animal abuse.
No, yeah.
And that's why Asherah is going to be a woman who rides around on the head of a dragon defining the earth from Western values, because that concept is patriarchal fascist propaganda. So she'll fight against it.
Works for me.
Gotta get updated with time, but for now, she's on our pantheon of imaginary friends.
That's good. We needed some female representation on the imaginary friends pantheon.
That's right. I still don't know how outros work, so she's Sheikah Shaman, I'm Existential Panda, the show is apostasy powered. The website is the Apostates Playground. The Patreon is patreon.com/apostasy.
Good try.
Patreon.com/apostates playground. And I don't know. The email is powered by apostasy@gmail.com. I'm bad at goodbyes.
And yeah, send email there. It should be checked. One of us will check.
Oh dear Lord.
None of them. They all died in the wilderness. And so see all those who hadn't believed in the Son of God, Yeshua, whom Elohim said was coming. What is the name of Yeshua in the Torah? Emmanuel.
Ooh, I like this guy. I'm rooting for this guy. The two, if it's not clear. No, don't leave. I want to hear this.
His name is Elohim.
Joseph was the foreshadowing of Yeshua as well. So Yeshua's alive. He's coming back. You need to read Zechariah. Zechariah. Yeshua was a sign of something that was to come in Zechariah chapter 3. All right. Okay. So he says he was he said he was Muslim. Did he say he was Muslim?
No, you said he was Muslim. And then he was like, no. I saw that he had a kippah, and I was like, he's Jewish. But you called him Muslim, and he didn't say anything. And
Oh my God, she thought he was
No, I thought he
Muslim.
was Jewish because he said something about Muslim.
No, he didn't say he was Muslim.
I'm pretty sure. I thought I heard him say something about being
You called him Muslim, though. and he
Oh
didn't
my
say
God, that is
No,
some
I thought
real
he was
ignorance.
He looked Muslim to her.
Muslim, and I was like,
What does it mean to look Muslim? Is she,
Don't ask me, ask her.
it's like, has she never seen a Jew from, like a Middle Eastern Jew before? They're the majority in Israel. You'd think she would have met a few by now.
Oh no! What he said was, it doesn't matter if you're Muslim, Christian, or Jewish.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
like, what is Jerusalem for? And I said,
and then
Jerusalem's for
I said,
Elohim.
are you, why are you Muslim? And then he didn't say nothing. So then the liar that he is.
What?
That he is. Then he didn't say nothing. So then the liar that he is.
The liar that he is. You hear that?
Who's the liar?
The liar that he is.
The guy that she was talking to.
Then he didn't say nothing.
Well, anybody who disagrees with her is a liar. That's, you know, I know how these people work.
The liar that he is.
Were they scattered throughout the earth?
All right, I'm going to take one dab and then we'll get back into it.
Why did God do this? Explain
So I'm going to tell you the reason why we probably aren't going to do anything is because right now Israel is really afraid of
But he said, if you repent of your
really
parents'
afraid
sins,
of losing
acknowledging that
support.
they were rebels,
And
and repent of
so
your own sins,
yeah,
then he will forgive you.
they're really leaning hard
God
on.
promised that he would
Oh
make
my-
atonement for you.
Ugh.
Your rabbis today say Shuvah is your atonement. But Elohim was promising through the prophets that
Wait,
he
did
would make atonement. Atonement for you. Your rabbis today say Shuvah is your atonement. But Elohim was promising. Your rabbis today say Shuvah is your atonement.
Say what?
But Elohim was promising
Yeshiva?
through the prophets that he would make atonement. You do not fail to provide.
She found at least 35 different Qurans. I saw a video.
What? What is she even saying?
And she will call him Emmanuel, God with us. And so the prophet wrote, a child is born to us, a son is given to us, and the government will rest on his shoulders. And he will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Eternal Father, and Prince of Peace.
You know, the
So
funny
Mashiach
thing
was
is, Graham,
promised
this guy
born in
reminds me
Bethlehem
of someone.
in Micah 5:2. And God told Daniel that he would come before Beit Mikdash was destroyed in Daniel chapter 9, verse 24 through 26, to make atonement for sin and to establish eternal righteousness. And it was told to you that you would reject and hate him, that you would hate Mashiach, and you would hold him in low esteem. And so today, you malform the name of your God, calling him
Somebody
Yeshua
from Harry
instead of
Potter, maybe?
Yeshua. But I tell you, Yeshua is Elohim.
No, someone that we both know.
And if you place your faith
Ah,
in him, if you confess your sins
okay.
and you
I was
look
going
to
with
him,
the
he
accent.
will
So.
freely forgive and he
You
will
were.
pardon you. He is the gate into heaven, and all who trust in him will not be moved. It was through him that atonement was made.
Also,
and in his
Kara,
blood,
I can guarantee you, no
faithful
one's
love promised
like,
to David
in the grand
is
scheme of
given
things,
to all
the
who
police
put
have
their
more
faith in
important things
Elohim.
to worry about right
To
now.
those who say that Yeshua is not sent
Nah, fam. This ain't cocaine. I mean, not that I would know. I've never done it, but from what I hear, cocaine isn't that interesting.
If you repent, he will forgive you. God bless you.
Is this a form of making a change, or are they using the opportunity for virtue signaling? Basically, virtue signaling.
What, you mean the people in the video?
Yeah. Also, I'm sorry, but it looks like she has to take a poop really badly.
Well, the other thing you have to factor in, Ariel, is donations from back home in order to get people to pay for their room and board there and keep doing this.
True.
If they're not streaming it and doing this, they don't get the money to keep
it's
doing
getting
it.
chilly now.
Yeah, but
And
why
obviously
does
I've
she
got
look
a
like she has to
stinking
go to the
cold right
bathroom
now,
really
so I'm very
badly?
run down.
Well, she was just complaining
I
about
can
the
preach
cold.
again
So
if you want to wait, if you're feeling under the weather.
No, it's fine.
I'm sorry, but she sounds like she's from somewhere where she could be used to this type of weather.
We just preached as well, Ben Yehuda.
Oh god, they went
Wow,
to venue.
this is the,
Oh my god, I wish I could switch places with them so badly. And not that I want to preach Yeshua to Jews, because no, that sounds miserable. I just want to be in Israel right now.
Simone said she'd like to know more about you, Aaron. She likes your
Interesting.
personality.
That's very nice.
So, all right, okay.
Yeah, she
somebody's
has,
got the hots for the monk.
You can tell
yeah, Kara. She has what we refer to as RBF, resting bathroom face.
He gave his one and only son, that whosoever would believe in him would not perish but receive
Also, I'm sorry, but this guy,
I'm not sure what to say.
like, he's making me very
I'm
uncomfortable.
a believer in Yeshua.
but that the whole world might be saved through him.
Like,
I left everything behind for him.
You want to see
In my joy.
salvation?
I rejoice in him every day.
I don't know why, but I
Throughout the
feel
days
like
and throughout the evenings. And I call on him as I give my life to him. My gratitude.
literally, Graham. I mean, we don't have to talk about it here, but do you know who I'm thinking of?
Yeah, I mean, he did shave his head, so.
That will make you right with God. Judaism and Roman Catholicism actually have a lot in common. You have a false work
You're
system
welcome.
of salvation. Join our church, do good works, be a good person, take Romans, that will make you right with God. Both of you teach the same thing in that sense, only you have different works. They have the sacraments, you encode food, where do I clothes? Think God is a respecter of persons. What makes your works any more better than theirs? No one is getting to heaven based upon their works, as all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. You don't have your sacrificial system anymore, but they have a full sacrificial system where they believe that they offer up Yeshua on the altar in an unbloody manner, and yet the Bible clearly tells us that it is blood, which is the atonement for our soul, and so this is completely false and an absolute abomination. The Roman Catholic Church.
I'm gonna have some fun with this.
Judaism is false.
Let's see.
You have a lot of man-made traditions that have been placed upon you, that have been added. God says, do not add to my word, lest I reprove you and you be found a liar. And so,
Again, one of the best ways into heaven isn't so much work, it's buying enough indulgences.
no religion is the truth. No is the truth. God said to the children of Israel that he is going to make a covenant with them. He made the old covenant in the wilderness. Moses took an animal and he sprinkled the people with his blood. He promised them through the prophet Jeremiah that he would make a new covenant with them. He said that it won't be like the covenant that God made with the children of Israel in the wilderness.
Okay, let's see what happens.
Says the Lord. It will be an everlasting covenant, and God would write his laws in your heart, and he would put them in your mind. And said, in that day, you need no those things you say and know the Lord, because because you would all know it. You see, God told Abraham that he was going to make an everlasting covenant with him. And he said to Abraham that it would be through his seed that he would establish this everlasting covenant. And so God
Do we have a moderator?
gave you a demonstration.
Lock this idolater. Asherah. Let's see.
Sacrificed him. And
Put
so
user in
Abraham
timeout.
told Isaac that God himself would provide
24 hours.
the lamb. And God gave Abraham a lamb.
That was worth it. These people are blinded to truth.
You notice what you said about some resembling people we know? It holds true.
Which you broke, says the Lord in Jeremiah 31:31. But it was to be an everlasting covenant, and it would be established.
I helped Sarah, so we worked together.
And this everlasting covenant was going to be where God would save his people from their sin. You see, Abraham begot Isaac. Isaac begot Jacob. Jacob begot Judah. And Judah begot David. And David begot Yeshua. You see, God told David that he would have a son who would build the temple of the Lord. And the Messiah is to come.
Let's see, I really should have thought that better. It was.
This is not a building made by hand. You see, the Bible tells us that the stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. God tells us through the prophet Ezekiel that he will take your stony heart, give you a heart of flesh, and pour his Holy Spirit in you.
I mean, forgiveness for sin is great, but not doing the sin in the first place is even better in my book.
Receive the gift of the Holy Spirit, you become the temple of the living God. You become a stone in God's building and a priest unto God. You see, only once a year on Yom Kippur could the high priest enter into the Holy of Holies, and only with the blood of an animal.
Damn.
So we can't have access to the Holy
We should have
of
just
Holies
posted
without
that.
blood.
Should have been
God
more
doesn't
ambiguous.
change. He is the same yesterday, today, and forever. He is as holy as he was when he created the world. And he was so holy that when Adam sinned just one time, he had to leave Eden. And yet, how many times have we sinned against him?
Well, that's what brothers
and
do.
broken his law? You see, we have all sinned and fallen short of his glory. That's all we have
You know,
ever
the
done
funny
is
thing
offend
is the
Elohim.
way that, like,
In Isaiah 59, it tells us that Israel is separated from God because of their sin.
it's just so funny.
And so God says that he's going to send his arm. And it is the arm of the Lord that is
Oh,
going to bring
almost
about
ready to
salvation
start again.
to God.
Sorry. So easily.
Who has believed our report, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? He grew up before him like a tender shoot, a root out of dry ground. He had no form or majesty that we should look on him, nothing that we should desire him. He was a man stricken with grief, plagued with sorrows, one as it was that he hid over Israel. This is the reason why people don't believe in Yeshua, because of false religions like the Roman Catholic Church. Salvation by faith plus works. But yet the Bible says that man is dead. Spiritually, you are dead. When you come to believe in Yeshua, he makes you alive. He gives you the Holy Spirit. It is then that you go on to have good works.
How blind are you? The Holy Spirit is Asherah.
You are saved by grace, through faith in Yeshua. This is not of yourselves, not of works. It is a gift of God. Spiritually, you're dead. Once you come to believe in Yeshua, he will make you alive. He will give you the gift of the Holy Spirit. God bless you now.
Wait, oh my God!
And
Wait,
he
did that?
will bring you into relationship with.
Do you see that?
No. What was that?
Once you come to believe in Yeshua, he will.
Oh, never mind. I thought she was like kind of like cussing her out, but no, he was cheering her on.
You need to believe in Yeshua.
Okay.
He is alive, and he is the only way of salvation. That if you believe in him, he will save you, he will change you, he will give you the Holy Spirit, and he will bring you into relationship with him. You see, Zechariah chapter 12 tells us that in the last days, all the nations are going to come against Jerusalem. And God says that he's going to make Jerusalem an immovable rock. And in that day, the Spirit of grace is going to be poured out. And everyone is going to look to God to get his, and they will mourn for him as one mourns only Son. And in that day, all your sin will be forgiven. You see, God is holy, so he can't just let us into heaven in our sinful state. He is a righteous God, and so he is going to judge everybody the same, because everyone has sinned against him. He is a just God, and so Isaiah 43:28 tells us that he gives Israel over to the curse. But he is a loving God. And therefore he sent his Son into the world to die for us so that we could receive salvation. Psalm 2 tells us that unless we pay homage to the Son, God will be angry and you will perish in the wind. You see, the Bible also tells us in Isaiah 66 that those that try to justify themselves through their words will perish. And in Isaiah 53:11, it says,
I'm sorry, aren't you trying to justify yourself through your works by doing this right now?
You see, Jeremiah 23:5 tells
Pretty
us
much.
that Messiah is to be called the Lord our righteousness. Because if you want to go to heaven, you need to be perfect. And you're not. No one is good enough to go to heaven or to receive eternal life. You have to be born of God's Spirit. You have to be clothed.
Is she dumb? Everybody's born of the Holy Spirit.
Christ, the Messiah, the branch, the Lord, our righteousness. When he takes away your sin.
How you guys doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank God. We're doing amazing.
Good, good.
We say something very, very simple. We rather go. We have no problem with doing it. But small fact, there's no one ever religious Orthodox that converted to Christianity.
Well, you'll be surprised, though, because we're not the ones doing the taking, it's the work of the Holy
But
Spirit.
I'd rather go
Yeshua is
to
alive.
my hell than your heaven.
Well, Yeshua is alive. I don't understand why you feel like that. No, it's
Oh my God.
alive.
Yes,
Yeshua's
yes.
alive.
Thank you, Baruch Hashem.
Well, you're finished.
No. He's off to yeshiva. He's busy.
You can't reject the Son of God, the Savior of the world, and think
I
he's
mean,
going to
you
heaven.
can.
Yeshua is alive. Why do you
No,
hate
Graham,
him?
she's telling you that you can't reject Jesus.
You don't know him. He's the best thing to ever happen to you. When he saves you, he changes your heart and he gives you the Holy Spirit. You don't have to strive with God trying to be good enough. He will save you, sanctify you, make you holy, give you his righteousness. You can go on to bear fruit. Love,
She clearly
peace,
lives
joy,
by the
kindness,
saying, if at first they
long-suffering,
don't believe,
self-control,
scream,
meekness,
scream
all
again.
of these things come from the Holy Spirit. You see,
I
the
scream,
ways
you
of
scream,
God
we
are
all
so
scream
much
for
more
Jesus.
better
Scream.
than the ways of this world. The devil has deceived you. He's deceived you into believing that you can work your
Is it
way to
possible,
heaven.
my dear
And so
Sarah,
when
that
Adam sinned
potentially the
just
devil
one
has
time in
deceived
the
you?
Garden of Eden, he had to leave. He tried to
No,
make
she'll tell
peace
you
with
absolutely no way that could happen.
and he wasn't
That's
able
because
to
she's
do
got
it.
Yeshua.
God took an animal, he clothed him with animal skins, but even then he had to leave Eden. And so God told Abraham, he said, go to a place, a far off place, I will make you the father of many nations. Through your seed, I will establish an everlasting covenant. He then tells him, take your son, your only begotten son, whom you love, and sacrifice him. You see, God, he is one, but he has revealed himself to us as Father, Son, Holy Spirit. You see, the invisible God manifested himself visibly several times in the Old Testament. He appeared to Jacob face to face. He appeared to Moses face to face. And in Exodus
Yeah, I mean,
33:11,
honestly, it's kind of reminiscent of, like,
he appeared to Abraham. As a, in the
I don't
form
know.
of a
I
man.
think it's not even necessarily
And
about
Abraham
convincing anyone.
heard the
It's
angel
about
God
feeling
of
like
Sodom and
she's doing
Gomorrah,
something right
and
for
the
God.
Lord, Genesis 19:24, rained down fire and sulfur from the Lord in heaven. God is one, but he is more than one person. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. And you need to believe in the Son, God's high priest, if you want to receive salvation. You have never been able to have access to the Father without the high priest and without blood. And God
Actually,
tells
through the
us
Holy
through the
Spirit,
prophet
genius, you should know that
Hosea
you're
that
Christian.
there will be many days that Israel will be without sacrifice. They will be without high priest. They will be without king. And in the last days, they will look to God and they will look to David, their king. Yeshua came from the line of David. You see, God tells you For 2,000 years, you have been without priest. You have been without sacrifice. In Daniel 9:24
Are you
to
dumb?
27,
We literally have
God says that the
priests.
Messiah
Their
will
last
come
name is
before
Cohen
the second
and
temple
Khan
is destroyed,
and
that he himself will bring
how was it?
atonement
And
for sin
Cat
and everlasting
and
righteousness. You need atonement for your soul.
and
Leviticus 17 verse
Seagull
11.
and
His
Seagull
blood is
and
the atonement for your soul. And Yahweh
um,
gave it to you on the altar. That in the blood is the life.
basically the point is we still
Yahweh
have priests.
came down from heaven 2,000 years ago, died on that cross for you, for your sin, so that you could receive
Wait a
salvation.
second. How
If
did
you
God come
reject
down
him,
from heaven? I
you
thought
reject
God was
Elohim.
born from a
You
woman.
cannot be saved apart from Yeshua, who is the way, the truth,
Like,
and the
make up your
life. And
mind.
no man comes to the Father except through him. Just like when the temple was founded, only the high priest could have access to the Holy of Holies. Only through the high priest can we have access to the Holy
I
of
mean,
Holies.
I get where you're coming from, but
And
this is a
Yeshua
level of
is the high
zealotry
priest.
that
And
honestly,
right
like,
now he is seated at the right hand of the Father. Psalm 110.
I don't know. It'd
The
be
Lord
different
says
if
to
I could
my
actually
Lord,
talk to her in
sit at my
person, but
right
something
hand.
tells me
You
that
are
she's
equal
like
to
not
honor
even really,
in the order of
she's just
Melchizedek.
running
If
a
you
loop in
want
her
to receive
head.
salvation, you have to be born again. You have to believe in Yeshua.
She gathers a lot
That
of
he
energy in her own identity from
believe that he
doing this.
died for your sin, was buried and raised on the third day. That if you believe this in your heart, you confess this with your mouth, he will save you. God bless you, Israel. Okay.
As long as you believe in Jesus.
All right. Shout out to Somalia. All right.
I guess she ran out of victims.
All right. You want to go?
Okay.
You know, I am impressed with her ability to vamp. She does a good job with that.
To what?
So
To vamp when she
I'm
gets
going back
into
to the
her
UK
little
soon for a little
Jesus
while.
rant.
Going to be spending some time with my family, and then I will be going to Rome. So that's my plans for the future.
Oh, thank God.
I
May
do a lot of work
God
in the Vatican.
bless and keep
One-on-one.
you
I
far
don't normally
away
record it.
from
I
us.
normally, I've done a lot of work there already, but I don't normally record it.
Are you saying she can rant at some
But I will
Catholics
try
in St.
if I'm able
Peter's?
to this time.
Oh, I can't wait
But
to
I
get
can't
into that.
promise nothing because I don't
Rebel
know.
to act wisely or do good. Even on their beds, they plot evil. They commit themselves to a sinful course and do not reject what is wrong. Your love, I am, reaches to the heavens.
All right, one more dab. I'm sorry. I need it after all
Your
this.
righteousness is like the highest mountain.
Janelle, praise the Lord. I was missing you on here.
How priceless your unfailing love, oh God. They take shelter in the shadow of your wings. They feast on the abundance of your house.
I challenge
They drink
them.
from the river of your delight.
So
For the fountain of life is with you, and in you is no darkness, but only light.
I challenge the priests and the bishops and the cardinals over their doctrine. So what they teach and what the Bible teaches are two different
Oh
things.
my God!
Yes!
So I've spent the last year and a half, 2 years. I started my job 2 years. 2 years between here and in Rome, challenging them over their doctrine and what they preach and what they teach people. But I haven't been recording it because obviously I don't do things I record some stuff and put it on YouTube, but that's not what I'm doing this for. So I haven't been recording it, and I didn't want them to think that I was doing it just, for video, because that's not me. I don't do that. I'm doing it because I'm passionate about Yeshua and I'm passionate about his truth, and that's what he called me to do. But I realized that it could be really beneficial to people. They could really learn something from some of these dialogues. So if it be the Lord's will, then I'm definitely going to try and film some of it. But I don't know. I can't promise anything.
Oh, I should tell my
That's the only
Catholic
thing.
friends
I can't
about her.
say one way
They'll
or
have a
another.
field
But I'll
day
be
with
in
her.
Rome. I'll do outreach, open air, and stuff like that, like I have before. But I spend my days at the Vatican.
Why am I getting some sabotage
challenging them
Zeppy
over what
vibes?
they teach.
No, Sarah Zebi.
Who was called up out of Egypt, fulfilling what was written in Hosea, who was full of God.
Yes, I will try. I will try. I didn't do it before because I didn't want the people I was talking to. Because I'm serious about the truth. I'm serious about it. And so I wanted them to dialogue with me, and I didn't want them to think it was just for videos because it's not. So I didn't.
Wait, I'm sorry. She wants
I
them to
realised
dialogue or
that
to
people
dialogue?
can learn a lot from these things. So, and it's good to expose the falsehood, which is it them. They're false. It's a false religion. What they teach and what the Bible said, two different things. So I will try and record some of it. You know, I have a GoPro now, so I can use that, Lord willing, and I can do it. So.
Do you think she can convince the Pope to believe in Jesus, Ariel?
I don't know, but maybe she should start trying to convince philosophers.
But yeah, I will be going
Maybe she can
I've
convince
got
them
some
to
videos
turn
that
the
I've done some work, so I will still be posting videos and stuff like that when I'm with my family in England, with my children. My son goes off to the army soon, so
Ariel, am I a bad person for having 3 words flash through my mind? North Sentinel Island.
No, honestly, I feel like, well, first of all, Gaza is much closer. Second of all, I feel like he probably would have a much
I'm
easier
going to
time
be in
getting
England
back
for a
to
little bit.
Sentinel
I'll do some
Island.
work in England as well, and then I will go to just before Christmas. I don't celebrate Christmas either, so.
Oh, why is Christmas too big for you?
To revive the spirit of the lowly, and to revive the
I hate Rome. Rome is
I will not accuse them forever.
my least favorite place in the whole world. I hate it. I just got lots of work to do there.
Then why are you going there?
I was enraged by their sinful greed. I punished them and hid my face.
Yeah, it's pretty gutsy. I don't know, but I have a feeling she doesn't support Pride
Let's turn the
Festival.
camera around.
Creating praise on their lips. Peace, peace, far and near, declares I am, and I will heal them. But the wicked are like the tossing sea which cannot rest, whose waves toss upon and by it. There is no rest, says my God, for the wicked.
Because there ain't no rest for the wicked. Wait, what's it? What's that song? Money don't grow on trees. No rest for the wicked. What is that song?
Well, I believe the song is called Ain't No Rest for the Wicked. Let me see who does it.
There's no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. Oh God, she scared me.
Yeah, you don't have to pray for me.
It took her that long?
Spiritual warfare in Rome is heavy.
No, because she left
like I
the
say, it's my
screen and then
least
she
favorite
came
place.
back.
I'm at the Vatican, like, you know, I have a routine. I've done a lot of work already there. They know, like, the priests, they know me.
Work, that's what you call it.
I have a routine there.
We look for light.
So I'm there.
Ain't no
and
rest
then
for
I
the
do other
wicked's
work
Cage
on
the
music
elephant.
And stuff like that as well. So, but I'll try and record some of it if I can. Some of my interactions with them would be good. But that's only if I'm able to. I can't promise. You know, if they don't want to be filmed or anything like that, I'm not going to do anything that's going to jeopardize the work that I'm doing. But we'll see. You know, if the Lord will open up the way for me to be able to do it. I had the police try and ban me once before from the Vatican. And I challenged them. I said, you're going to ban me from talking to priests about Jesus? And
Not
so
about
they
Jesus.
couldn't say anything to that.
It's
so
talking to them that they have an issue with.
So they let me stay there.
The truth has stumbled in the streets. Honesty does not enter. The truth is yours.
I agree.
Some people become Christ. I am looked and was disappointed there was no justice. He saw that there was no one. He was appalled that there was no one to intervene. So his own arm achieved salvation for him.
This weather is so cold now. I was thinking cold, honestly. I wanted to go to church this morning, but I couldn't get up.
I think they should try this outside of the Prime Minister's office. I mean, Prime Minister's house.
So I'm not well. I was sick yesterday and today. Not sick, like sick, just not feeling well.
Maybe it's
Cold,
God telling
like
you to
throat,
stop.
So that we
Run
might live.
down, really run down.
Through his blood, we have atonement for our sins, which is what Elohim said is the atonement for our sins in Leviticus chapter 17, verse 11. And so the Lamb of God laid down his life, giving it freely,
Amen.
giving it willingly, so that we could enter into God's rest. The gift of life, just as your birth of flesh
Is this guy like
They actually deny Yeshua. They believe him to be a prophet, and Yeshua says in John 8:24 that unless you believe that I am He is Elohim, Isaiah 43:10, then you will die in your sin. So Muslims don't know Yeshua.
Here's my
They're just
radical interpretation?
Wasn't that the Beatles? I am he as you are me, and we are all together.
Imagine this. What if whenever Jesus was saying, I am he, or, you know, no one can come to me but through, or no one can come to the Father but through me. What if he was prophesying for Asherah and he was simply a prophet? And by extension, Asherah is essentially saying, I am he, saying not only is this kind of bending the genders in a way to kind of say that she is him, because you also have this language used around the Shekhinah, which is noted to be called Asherah, in the context of she takes on the titles of Yahweh and that she is identified with him. Literally the same tradition. I really think there's a good argument to be made that Jesus was a prophet, but not necessarily of El or Yahweh, but of Asherah.
I hear what you're saying, but does that mean Asherah is the walrus? Tag.
Wait, what do you mean?
Oh, I was going with my Beatles quote from before. I am he as you are me, and we are all together. That's from I Am the Walrus.
Ah.
I'm old.
To be fair, I would have gotten an Octopus's Garden reference or honestly a lot of them. That one I'm not very familiar with. Anyway, I think we've had a little bit too much of her for today, and definitely too much of him. Oh wait, the sky just changed, it looked like. Yeah. Oh wow, it's the clouds, probably. Oh, dude, like, Jerusalem's a magical city. Like, look how it's just changing.
Okay. If someone's interested, I'm not going to just.
I was going to say pretty much all of those old cities are. You can say that about Rome too.
Yeah, but I think she'd say that it's evil, whereas this one's holy.
These ones I might. What are these?
Well, it's evil magic as opposed to holy magic.
True. All right, let's see. Yeah. I like what this guy says. The moderator needs to respect freedom of speech. It's like, how come you don't use me as an example of someone who's an idolater? I mean, given I'm not an idolater, I don't bow down to idols. I don't worship them. I just like the idea that they represent something that can't be representable. All right, let's see. So let us go back to sublimation of. Oh wait, where were we? I guess we'll just start from the beginning of this page. Also, let's see. Yeah, she seems pretty judgmental, belittling anyone for holding a different belief. Also, the hating Rome is very strong statement from a Christian. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how familiar you are with this, Kara, but this is very typical of Protestants in okay, not all Protestants. I want to be clear. It's typical of like the evangelical, like Bible thumping Protestants, like the ones who they don't just leave the Bible at the church door or like at their family. Like they bring the Bible into everything, and they tend to be hypercritical of anything that goes against. I mean, again, it's not like any monolith because everyone interprets it differently, but it's also very common amongst the Hebrew. What is this, like the Hebrew Christian movement, where you have a lot of Christians trying to kind of go back to the older traditions. in the process, they're criticizing Rome, which, I mean, it makes sense from that context, but like from the context of Christianity itself, you don't get Christianity as we have it without Rome.
I was going to say, the best explanation I heard for it is in a lot of those Protestant denominations, there's a big difference between Christian and Catholic, and they see the Roman Catholic Church as basically the embodiment of the synagogue of Satan. And it's parading around as Christian, but it's not. And that's why they have such a problem with the Pope in Rome. Okay.
Interesting. So yeah, let's see. In making the metaphor, Yahweh equals that Yahweh equals El, the God of the fathers, Moses can be interpreted as creating a new religion. The metaphoric process of making Yahweh equal El then becomes the means by which two disparate and even contradictory sets of beliefs are joined. Moses creates a bond between the people who had Yahweh as their God, the primary Exodus group, and the people who worship the God of the fathers. So that's implying the people who stayed behind in Canaan originally. Probably. We are making use of the term pre-metaphoric to denote the two different fields of meanings as they were for the separate religions of the Canaanites and the Hebrews, and we will call post-metaphoric the field of meanings operative for the bonded tribes of Israel. We reserve the adjective metaphoric for the cognitive act and say, for example, that the religion of Yahweh, the God of the Israelites, developed as a result of the metaphoric process, a process initiated, we claim, in the Moses narratives. We are now poised to consider the further question raised by our interpretation, the question central to the purpose of our analysis, namely, what happens to the spouse of El in the metaphoric process? Who is the spouse of El, and where is she to be found in the post-metaphoric field of meanings of the Hebrew Testament? I don't like that they don't just say Hebrew Bible. It appears striking to us that a dominant aspect of the pre-metaphoric field of meanings described in related Semitic texts, namely the goddess associated with El, the God of the fathers, is in the Hebrew Bible, utterly distanced from Yahweh. Surely what must accompany El in the metaphoric process that makes Yahweh equals El is El's spouse. So Yahweh is El. Yahweh equals El is El's... Wait, what? Surely what must accompany El in the metaphoric process that makes Yahweh equals El? Oh, they should really put a comma here. Is El's spouse, or like is comma El's spouse. So El's spouse is what should accompany Yahweh equals El. So Yahweh and Asherah, El's spouse. And that makes sense. Everyone follow along so far?
Yep.
All right. Also, Kara, I'll post the link again also for other people. And I know you said you might join later, so no pressure. But I figured I'd post it again in case you can't see it from before. Let's see. The sublimation of the goddess. So this is page 7. I'm going to note this down. Let's see. Page 7, sublimation of the goddess. Page 7, sublimation of the goddess.
Because where I anticipate them going is they're going to basically say you're merging the complex of El, of Asherah with El, and then in that way they just keep using the name El for the combo, and thereby hiding Asherah.
So, my proposal, sorry, I kind of zoned out for a second. I don't know if this is exactly what you said, but it's almost like you have, so originally you have El, you have Asherah, and you have Baal / Yahweh / Adonai. And then what happens is you have the combination of El and Yahweh, or El, Baal, Yahweh, into one. Then you only have two. So now that you have these two, like within the Israelite tradition, and then you have the Asherah, after the first Israelite temple tradition, she gets interpreted as the Holy Spirit and like the spirit of the world and God's active like presence in the world. And from there, you have this role of the son now fulfilled by Jacob as Israel, as the entire nation of Israel. And like, originally it was this tradition of Yahweh as the son, but then in Christianity, that whole, because Judaism gets seen as like, its foil, becomes Jesus. And the way that the Christians can be like the Jews in how they were the child of God is by being part of the body of Christ, which is the church, which is also the feminine counterpart to Christ.
I see what you're saying. I don't think that was the point that they were making, though.
No, but I think it might be where they're going, though.
Okay. We'll see.
So, yeah. The sublimation of the goddess. The discovery of the sacred as feminine in the Hebrew Bible is important for many reasons, not the least of which is the correction of the common misunderstanding in both Judaism and Christianity of God as exclusively male. At least 3 kinds of searches for an explanation of the loss of the sacred feminine have been... Actually, you could argue in Islam as well, because there are traditions of Fatima as being the face of God. Like Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad. At least 3 kinds of searches for an explanation of the loss of the sacred feminine have been undertaken in recent scholarship. One kind of search emphasizes the excision of the image of the woman from the Godhead, documented in Deuteronomy, Judges, Samuel, Leviticus, and the Chronicles, by the slashing, burning, and destruction of the shrines of Asherah during numerous reform movements down to the 6th century. Other scholars find male usurpation of the female prerogative of childbearing and the portrayal of a male God creating human beings. Still, a 3rd kind of search discovers displacement of the goddess under different names, for example, in the wisdom text, or in the occasional explicit, whether his historical character might have been. The biblical text presents Moses as the founder of the religion of Israel. Our hermeneutical approach permits us to postpone the debate of syncretism versus monotheism and to reformulate the subject of the debate. Okay, so let's see. Or in the occasional explicit analogs of stereotypically female characteristics or roles in the God of Israel. Attempts to retrieve the sacred as feminine in one way or another are often at odds with one another. Many reformist scholars, for example, believe in the basic correctability of the androcentric bias of Jewish and Christian traditions, whereas revolutionary scholars find the traditions incorrigible on the issue of women. See McFaig 152-76. The Gerhardt-Russell theory of metaphor makes it possible to see how these positions are related. Specifically, how what happened to the world of meanings after the Mosaic metaphor occurred can be understood through the network model of cognition. In terms of this model, the excision, usurpation, and displacement of the feminine can all be called a sublimation of the goddess. Okay, I'm going to, let's see, where was it? I'm going to copy this. Any thoughts?
Not a whole lot, just following along.
Let's see. Control C.
Yeah, he's talking basically timeline. He's talking sublimation of the goddess happening Leviticus time, and that would have been what, about in the 500s BC?
Sorry, one more time.
Oh, I was trying to put it into historical perspective. That they're talking about the sublimation happening in basically about 500 BC during the time of Hosea in Leviticus timing.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Let's see. Where are we? So, A, the El Asherah pre-metaphoric field of meanings. Give me one moment. I need to drink some more. Give me a moment. Let me see what was I going to get. One moment. All right. Before the creation of the Mosaic metaphor, Yahweh equals El, whenever that may have been. The goddess was prominent in two kinds of Ugaritic Mesopotamian myths, in stories of the creation of the gods and in stories of the creation of human beings. Interesting, it parallels the creation of the world and the creation of human beings in Genesis. You see what I'm saying? Because the creation of the things in the first part of in Genesis 1 are things that previously would have been worshipped as gods. The heavens and the earth, the stars and the sky, the moon and the sun, the plants and the fish and the animals, especially in Egyptian contexts.
Yeah, no, I see it, and again, I like him giving nods to Ugarit because I see that as it being, not as recognized a source of a lot of the tradition that went into Judaism. Tag.
Let's see. Control C. View here. Here. In the Babylonian epic, for example, Tiamat figures prominently in both kinds of creation. She is a mother goddess who remains faithful to a father god. Oh, wow. Who remains faithful to a father god, Apsu, even though she opposes a plan Apsu has to kill the young gods. Now, hear me out. This is a direct parallel to Gaia and Uranus. When Apsu is killed by their sons who planned revolt, Tiamat negotiates to regain supremacy. See, she's Gaia. But Marduk, one of the heirs of the old gods, kills Tiamat, now described as a serpent sea monster, splitting her and creating the earth and the firmament from her body.
Yeah, no, very much an adaptation of that Indo-European creation myth, where you have the two, one kills the other, and then makes the world out of the remains of the dead one.
Mm-hmm. Also, yeah. If anyone wants to join here, the link gate's open. I'd love more thoughts. And even if you don't know a whole lot about this, any thoughts you have are welcome. And I mean, there are 6 people watching, so I wonder if anybody would want to join. Anyway, so let's see, where are we at? Oh wait, I want to make sure I copied that. Human beings. Let's see. Oh no. Recurring conceptual relation. Wait, what was those? Oh yeah, no, it's more connected to Greek mythology. But yeah, the idea that Gaia helps her sons to revolt, but then eventually she actually helps. Doesn't she help the next generation revolt against their parents?
Yeah, because again, it's the old idea of the young Turks. You take over, and then they become corrupted. And then you need the new generation to take over once the old one became too corrupted.
Welcome, Kara.
Hi. I'm learning.
You're a bit quiet. Oh shoot! I dropped my phone.
I'm connecting to a different microphone. I think.
Oh, no worries.
Process. Supposed to be a better microphone.
So recurring conceptual. Recurring conceptual relations between the concept of goddess and that of serpent or snake in the pre-metaphoric field of meanings are highly suggestive. Phenomenologically, the serpent snake has evoked fascination and dread from ancient times to the present. Its mysterious wavy movement, its uncanny ability to retreat with unsurpassed speed without external organs of locomotion, its ability to shed its skin for seemingly new life, Such characteristics gave rise to a belief that the creature could even procreate without a mate. Why, interesting. Minimally, we can assume that remnants of Tiamat, the serpent/sea monster, are to be found in the biblical Rahab, now stripped of her guise as a goddess and generally linked to the garden story by being a serpent. In Isaiah 51, 9-10, Yahweh is awakened and reminded, was it not you who crushed Rahab, you who pierced the dragon? Similarly, Psalms 89, 9-12 ties the notion of holy war to the mythic war with the serpent/sea monster. You rule over the surging of the sea. Literally, rule over Yam. You have crushed Rahab with a mortal blow. With your strong arm, you have scattered your enemies. What is this? Here's what's it. Sublimation is used here not only in the psychoanalytic sense of good as distinct from evil arising out of repression, but also in relation to the physical sense of the term, in which a solid is transformed directly without melting into a vapor, hence now metaphysically into an elevated or transcendent spirit. Oh, ow, ow, oh. I am using this quote. This is perfect. Doesn't this perfectly encompass how a solid deity became a gaseous spirit?
No, I really like this paper. They got a lot of great ideas here.
Let's see, where does this go after? Page 8. There. Beautiful. Do you have any thoughts so far, Kara?
Well, I will take a little bit of time still to
No worries.
adjust. But I do like the quote that you picked.
Yeah. So, let's see. In Job 26, 12-13, cosmic control and wisdom are achieved over and against the serpent's sea monster. By his power, he stirs up the sea. See, yeah, here the sea monster is gendered masculine. By his power, he stirs up the sea, and by his... Oh, no. He here is referring to Yahweh. Okay, I was wrong. That's why you have to read everything. Can't get ahead of yourself. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Ariel. I was going to say a connection that I just made here is very reminiscent of the Hindu stirring of the ocean.
The Kumbh Mela?
Yeah.
That's also connected with their creation story around cannabis, I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong, though. By his power, he stirs up the sea, and by his might, he crushes Rahab. With his angry breath, he scatters the water. So angry, Haran, could also be fiery. So with his angry or fiery breath, he scatters the... Wait, this is Job 26:12. I'm going to pull up the Hebrew. Let's see. Let's see. Job... Shoot, what was it again? Job 20... Do you remember? Oh, 26:12. 26. All right, here. 26:12. All right. Bekocho, by his force or by his energy, by his power, Rega Hayam. Raga. He in an instant stirs up. To act in an instant, because I've heard it in the context of Rega before, but to stir up or disturb, it means like now, like to stop what's going on almost. So to stir up, disturb. So by his power, in his power, he stirs up the sea. Vibit Bunato. Interesting. By his understanding, Machatz Rahab. Interesting. I almost wonder, because the way that it's referred to, like God's Chokhmah and God's Bina, it almost seems like it's using it in a similar way to holy crap. Let's see. So in the ball cycle, because you have a battle against Yam, it's not just against the sea monster, right?
Right. Yeah, it's
So
it's against Teshid, I think.
Teshu?
Yeah, it's the sea god.
No, Teshu was a sky god. He was connected with Baal.
Oh, you're right. That was the storm god. Yam was
Yeah.
the sea god.
Yeah. So look at this. So here you have by his power, by Kocho. And what's interesting is Koach is connected, I'm pretty sure, with the Sphira of Hod. And then you have Bina, or Tfuna, which would be Bina. So it's almost like by his power he stirred the sea, so it's like, or still stirred or whipped up the sea potentially. And by his understanding, it almost seems like these are names of weapons, not necessarily directly like attributes, but it could be both.
That would tie directly into the Enuma Elish and when they gave Marduk. That they emphasized very much Marduk's weapons and armor that he used in order to slay Tiamat.
Job 26, 12, parallel of Koach and Tfuna to, let's see, driver and chaser. And then where was it again? Is it here? Sublimation of the goddess. Shows tab. All right, with his where were we? With his angry breath, he scatters the water. Oh wait, Oh, that's why I went in the first place. So it's by his wind, Berucho Shamayim Shirfa. Wait, what? Wait, Shifra. Interesting. So this is interesting. There's nothing about fiery breath. It just says by his wind or by his spirit, which it's interesting because by his spirit, the heavens were calmed. That definitely sounds like a reference to Asherah or to, just the general archetype. But let's see. Where are we at? Right here. With his angry breath, or with his spirit, he scatters the water, or calms the water, literally. His hand pierces the fleeing dragon, as from his hand it strives to flee. Rahab seems all that Tiamat was, except that none of Tiamat's glory as a goddess before her defeat by Marduk is hinted at in any of the Hebrew texts. In texts that describe the Canaanite religion, the goddess appears not as a primal monster, but as a kinship figure in a pantheon of gods. Eliade 139:62. While there is some confusion in the use of names, Asherah in the Ugaritic Rosh Shamra, Rosh Shamra is Ugarit. In the Rosh Shamra tablets, is generally portrayed as the wife of the high god El and mother of the gods. Though she remains epithetically associated with the sea. Interesting. So maybe that's the connection that is like drawn between her and the serpent. I don't know. Anat is the daughter of El, though sometimes confused with Asherah. Anat is instead a warrior goddess who defeats the sea, personified in these myths as male, Yam. The combined characteristics of these two deities, Anat Asherah, include wisdom, fertility, creativity, culture, and skill in warfare. Kasuto 58, 59, 64, 60, 58 to 59, and 64 to 65. The religion of Canaan has been characterized as a fertility cult, Albright 67, 92. But this interpretation tends to ignore the manifold diversity of the Canaanite goddesses' aspects and characteristics. Nevertheless, we may presume that the sexual act was sacred in the religious world of Canaan, and that whatever her other characteristics, the goddess was an object of cult worship regularly associated with fertility. Okay, so that's pretty fascinating. And so here, 7, Asherah is a local manifestation of the great goddess, insofar as there was and so different goddesses with a common name Asherah for different port cities of the Mediterranean. Asherah of Tripoli, for example, was both identical with the great goddess and unique as the goddess of Tripoli. In Ugaritic times, the goddess was known as the Lady of the Sea. And this is... Okay, this I'm also going to take note of because Lady of the Sea, or Maryam, is Miriam. Like, come on. I really appreciate that the Christian tradition really kind of revives some of these old ideas. But the thing is, you have to have
a
eyes.
thought here.
Yeah.
I heard a lot of comparisons between a woman and water, ocean depth, precisely because it's chaotic and you don't know what is in there, like the abyss, let's say. And from the abyss, from the basically deep water, a lot of things can come, including the monsters. And the creation element is where the light shines on the abyss. Whatever thing comes out from the abyss, the light shines on it. It can either get it to the land, or it can strike it down, burn and destroy it. Because basically the creation is the combination of light and darkness, and whatever is manifest, or like from the darkness to the light, or something like that. And I don't know how to formulate it properly. Yeah.
I think you did a good job. The one thing that I would maybe disagree, though, is that there is some uncertainty whether she was associated with the sea because she was from the sea. Well, so there is definitely language, at least in the Hebrew Bible, of that she was from the great waters. So there is that aspect, but there's also this because one of her epithets was it Rabat Atirat Yami, was this the lady who treads upon the waters. There's almost this element that she's conquering the waters, not that she is the waters. Like she comes from it, but she's conquering it. Almost like there's a separation between her and the chaotic waters. She's almost like in a lot of cases she's associated with order and with righteousness and again, not to say that chaos is evil, but you do have kind of these polar opposites where you have chaos and order, and you have evil and good, and dark and light. And it's not to say that that one, because at the end of the day, it's like they both can be both. But at least in this context, it does seem that also, depending on which incarnations you're talking about, it could vary.
One aspect that kind of jumps out at me that's kind of a tangent here is she could be like a patron of sailors, where the sailors travel across the waters. And that could have some sort of resemblance, connotation, correspondence, tag.
What's that? Yeah. Okay, so let's see. So honestly, this next part, I think it's just going into. Let's see. Nah, let's read it, Bibbies. It might be relevant. Let's see. The Yahweh, God of the Exodus, pre-metaphoric field of meanings. What can be found from the search for the sacred feminine and the deitic field of meanings of Yahweh prior to the metaphoric transition? The empty region shown in brackets in Figure 1. For one thing, since the sacred feminine is a repressed concept, we cannot expect to find a goddess explicitly in the texts. Okay, copying this as well. And I love how they use sublimation in this context. Let's see. Copy. See, it's times like this I wish I had a second monitor. That way I could just drag it over to the next one. But I don't have space for a second monitor.
I'm thinking about sailors and the goddess. And I think in order, like the ship was a she for the sailors. It was the feminine thing that they were navigating. They were going into the unknown for discoveries, very often to foreign lands, and they needed representation of feminine. That's why the ships were she, kind of, and the waters were also the unknown, also she. And I guess the goddess of sailors was supposed to be also be she, although Poseidon was. I mean,
So-
it's totally different times.
So hear me out. I think I might have found the connection. So we were talking, I think maybe before you were here, but about how Hera, so like one of the videos we were listening to was talking about how Hera is usually like portrayed negatively, if not always, that she never really does anything except, scold Zeus for being a playboy. Well, actually, no, he's not a playboy, he's a rapist, and that does need to be emphasized. Like, yeah, you could say the culture was different, but like it doesn't change the fact that he was a rapist. Like, you could say that rape culture was normalized then, but it doesn't change the fact that it was rape in a lot of cases.
I was going to say at least a few of them were willing. I was
The
going to
fact
say
that
just as
at least
Go
a
ahead.
few of them. Dude.
Yeah, throwing on
Hera
the
was
car.
Yeah.
I wanted
Hera
to
was
throw
a
on.
positive goddess. She was a
So-
goddess of family, and Zeus, like I know she was portrayed negatively, especially in the echanizations, like a jealous wife who is like always bitching, but she's supposed to be a goddess of traditional family. And
So-
she was losing that battle because
Most people know Hera via the Hercules myth, and she definitely comes across as taking things out at Hercules. It wasn't his fault that Zeus, had the affair, and she's taking out on the child, the sins of the father. I wanted to add real quick to Kara's point. Part of the point of the ocean and the feminine is the changeability, and and the
time.
fluctuation. Yes.
And the connection to the moon. But shoot, what was it that I was going to say? Right, that
also mystery and the unknown.
So I also told Graham that, what was it? That I noticed an interesting like reversal. So within the context of like Yahweh and Asherah, Yahweh is seen as, he's the jealous lover, but like within the internal context, like, oh yeah, he's totally right for doing that because his people. But like, it's not just the people; it's Asherah herself. It's implied that she was that she was like idolatrous, that she served, or that she had many cities, like implying that her many cities were many lovers. But it's like there's also this like this layering onto the Israelites, like creating this idea that she dwells within them and that their sins are her sins. It gets really, really interesting. But the notion, though, is that Yahweh, the jealous lover, is right for the way he's acting. But within the Greek tradition, Hera is almost seen as like, well, she might not be wrong. She's seen as a prude. Like, oh, she doesn't let her husband have fun. rather than the like it almost seems like she's being portrayed in a negative, whereas within the internal narrative, Yahweh is being portrayed in the positive. Meanwhile, Asherah is being portrayed as negative, and Zeus is being portrayed as positive. I don't know if that makes any sense.
It does. I was going to
Yeah.
say I wouldn't say it's entirely cut and dry, because it's a lot of it is trying to humanize the characters and all. But yeah, tag.
Right. But before I forget, because I almost totally forgot this. So remember, you mentioned the story of Jason and the Argonauts. What were they? Graham,
They were the heroes,
more specifically,
demigods.
what was the Argo?
Well, the Argo was a ship, and again, the
So
ship was dedicated to Hera, and Hera would communicate with them with Jason via the bow.
now the bow and the bow of the ship.
The front.
Wait, yeah. Now, just think about it. What are ships made out of?
Wood. Okay, yeah, I see the connection you're going with there.
What does wood come from?
Well, you're going with trees and the Asherah pole connection. Yeah.
Yeah. And then where did the Greeks get a lot of their traditions from?
Well, I mean, they split it a little bit. Some of it they definitely got from the Levant. They definitely imported some Minoan stuff. A lot from the Persians.
But yeah, where's the tradition of where ship making came from?
Oh, that would have been the Phoenicians, of course.
So, like,
everybody got their shipbuilding tradition from the Phoenicians.
And then keep in mind that you have Yahweh, who has been connected in some syncretic traditions with Jove, and then you have Jove's wife Hera, or Juno, but Hera. And so you have Hera, and then what's the wife of Yahweh? Asherah. Asherah. Or Asherah.
No, I agree. That fits pretty naturally. You don't have to put any medication in any leather to get it to fit.
Hey, I mean, at the end of the day, once that starts taking effect, you won't really care what's right and what's wrong. You'll just be too drugged out. Maybe that's the point.
Ba-dum-bum.
Anyway, so let's see, where are we at? Let's see. For one thing, since the sacred feminine is repressed. Wait, I think I copied that. I just want to make sure. For one thing, yeah. Instead, we must be alert for textual references to relations that are conceptually illegitimate. In effect, these existent relations remain unconnected with and can only point toward the concept which cannot be seen. With the advance toward monotheism in the metaphoric act, the post-metaphoric field of meanings no longer includes a goddess with whom a god could procreate. Let's see. On the level of myth, it becomes necessary for the deitic conjunction Yahweh equals El to arrogate the function of fertility. By excluding the goddess and hence the possibility of procreative union, the canonical God Yahweh came to represent only an abstract sense of fertility. In essence, that he can grant fertility, but not that he is fertile. Interesting. The more concrete aspects of fertility were formerly distanced from the male representations of the sacred. In other words, a lot of phalluses. And in ancient texts, however, we find what may be a remnant of Canaanite myth, ritual, or both. When men began to multiply on earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of heaven saw how beautiful the daughters of man were. And so they took for them wives. So they took for their wives as many of the took for them as wives as many of them as they chose. Genesis 6:1-2. In this text, the abrogation of the role of the female in reproduction can be seen in this text that in the absence of any reference to mothers or to the goddess. At the same time, the desire of the sons of heaven for wives described in this text reminds us of the importance of sexuality and gender in the deistic fields of meaning, concepts found irrepressible in the developing new religious order of the Israelites. Let's see. Describing the text. Let's see. At the same time, the desire. Let's see. 1 second. This is such a good paper. Let's see.
Somebody in comments asking about it, I think.
Oh. Yeah, 1 moment. Let's see.
I actually think about men giving birth to daughters. It reminded me of Zeus again, who gave birth to Athena. Like
And
she
it's
supposedly jumped from his head.
interesting. Yeah, that's definitely a good connection. Let's see. So the author and work of this, let's see. I could duplicate this, I think. Actually, wait, no, I can just go back to the page. So it is this, okay, this is Gerhard M. Healy. Wait, what is this? Here, I'll just open up a second one and then it'll tell me who it's by. 1 moment. All right, here. So it is by M. Gerhart, J.P. Healy, and A.M. Russell, Hobart and William Smith College. Sublimation of the Goddess in the Deistic Metaphor of Moses. Let's see, and then there was a. Let's see. I don't remember what the original. Let's see. The extrapolations, where was it? Yeah, I don't remember. Whatever, it's fine. If I can't remember, it must not be that important. Our account of the goddess in the field of meanings of El, the god of the fathers, should alert us to evidence of differences between the way the religion of Yahweh is articulated in the text and the official reactions to the way the chosen people lived as described in other biblical texts and ancillary sources. Smith Levinson, 56-70. Feminist scholars, among others, have observed that laws are often more honored in the breach, and that the more insistent the mandate, the more likely it is to be the case that the mandate was directed against actual behavior. The goddess, spouse of El, although formerly absent in the pre-metaphoric field of meanings of Yahweh, very likely remained active and alive and was worshipped as Asherah in the community that constituted Israel. For example, we find the following text in Jeremiah. Wow. Let's see. The goddess, spouse of El. Let's see. Control C. Let's see. Where are we at? Here? In the text. From all the men who knew that their wives were burning incense to strange. Let's see. It's Jeremiah 44:15-19. Jeremiah 44. Jeremiah. Dang, I already forgot what it was. Jeremiah. Shoot. Jeremiah 44:15. 44, 15. All right, here. So, and they answered Jeremiah, all the men that know, all the men that knew that their wives were burning incense to Elohim Acharim, to other gods, and all the women that stood in the great council, and all the nation that dwelled in the land of Egypt, Bifatrus, was it? Oh, in Patros, Lemor, to saying to them, Hadavar Asher Dibarta, the word that you spoke to Alenu, to us, in the name of Yahweh, Enenu, we will not listen to you, because Asana Ase, because we surely will do all those things that Asher Yatsa, that what is this? As, let's see, go out mipnino from our mouth. Everything that has gone out from our mouth, to burn incense, lemlechet hashamayim, to the Queen of Heaven, and hesichla, nasach, and we'll pour out to her nesachim, libations, as asinu, as we have done, and as our ancestors have done, Malachenu Visharenu, kings and princes, or kings and officials, I guess that's how it translates it, Be'arei Yehuda, in the cities of Judah, Uvechutzo Yerushalayim, and in the and outside, what is this? And in the Bechutzot, like in the streets, it's saying because it's outside, in the outdoors of Jerusalem, Venishva lechem, and we will swear over bread. What is this? Venishva lechem, we will swear on bread. Venihia, and we will be tovim v'ra'alo, and we will be good and not bad. This translates it as, and to pour libations to her, as we used to do, we and our ancestors, our kings and our officials, in the towns of Judah and the streets of Jerusalem, for then we had plenty to eat. Oh, it's saying, Venishva. Oh, we were satisfied with bread. We were full. We had plenty to eat. We were well off and suffered no evil. Umin az, but from so chadal, but since we have stopped stop burning incense to the Queen of Heaven, and offering libations to her, chasarnu, we have lacked everything, ubacherev, and by the sword, and by the sword, and in evil, uberav, no, and in famine, tamnu. I guess this thing consumed. We have been finished. We have been finished off by famine and by sword. And because of this, we have burnt incense to the Queen of Heaven, and offered libations to her. Veha mil ade, mivaladi, and apart from Anashenu, wait, what is this? And without our husbands, Anashenu, Asinu, we have done this for her, Kavanim, we have made for her offering cakes, or like what's the other way it's said? Sacrificial cakes, like sacramental cakes. Le ha'atziva, atsav, in her shape or in her fashion. Interesting. So they're like windmill cookies, except they're Asherah cookies. And we have poured to her libations. So, I mean, notice what they're saying. It's pretty logical. When we stopped doing this, stuff got bad.
The comments are very funny at the moment.
Footnote that with the Greek word for half hero is hero. Interesting. So that must be like the confusion. Like Heracles probably means like half. I don't know enough Greek to translate it, but probably has to do with that. And then there's like an etymology that got derived later, like, oh, this is a reference to Hera or something. Let's see. Oh shoot, I'm having for whatever reason, having some sort of malfunction with one of my USBs. I'll fix it later though. All right, so I'm seeing Hera all over this. Interesting. And then what was this? His name is actually Heracles. Yeah, but still, I wonder if it has any derivation from Herod being like half in that context, or like half god. Let's see. Philip said, "Who is the Queen of Heaven in this context?" Absolutely, Asherah. There's no doubt about this. Let's see. So, okay, we're going back to sublimation of the goddess. Where were we? Okay, so we read this whole thing and translated it too, so it's better. So here the fathers, presumably the same fathers whose god was El, as well as the people speaking Jeremiah, are said to have participated in the worship of Asherah, now referred to as the Queen of Heaven. In this passage, we can hear echoes not only of El, the god of the fathers, but also Asherah, the goddess of the fathers. I love how that's phrased. Oh, you're going to love this next part, Graham. Let's see, Control C. I'm getting a lot of stuff that I'm going to use to build up the skeleton of my actual paper. Let's see. Clays is the common name variant of Kleos, meaning fame or glory. So fame or glory of Hera. And is it because like the reason he did all those things, I became so famous, was because ultimately Hera, even if it wasn't because she wanted to help him?
That would fit with the idea of, you're only as great as your opponent you defeat.
Well, also because wasn't he like, he had to do those things because of her, right?
Right, yeah. No, she vexed him his whole life.
Yeah. So let's see. The goddess was hidden for generations, although her worship continued, probably as a part of the women's ritual celebration of first menstruation, sexual initiation, marriage, pregnancy, childbirth, menopause, observances having to do with plant and animal culture, and death. There are many references to Asherahs in the Hebrew Bible, which, according to Winter, 551-60, are best interpreted as shrines. Both males and females initiated and participated in the worship of Asherah. Solomon, with his Sidonite wife, both initiated the worship of Asherah and erected her sacred pillars in the hills. Rehoboam is reported to have set up pillars and sacred poles on every high hill and under every spreading tree, or like was it like fruitful or branching tree, verdant tree. And the narrator adds, there were even men in the country who were sacred prostitutes. 1 Kings 14:23-24. Rehoboam, with his favorite wife Maacah, also placed an image of Asherah in the temple. Further indirect evidence of the presence of the goddess under Yahweh is given by the energetic destruction of Asherah worship by males, reported as being carried out with particular bravado. Asa drove out the sacred prostitutes and burned his grandmother's shrine for worshipping Asherah. 1 Kings 15:13. Josiah pulled down houses of male prostitutes, houses in which women were said to weave clothes of Asherah, and did away with those who worship Baal and the sun, moons, stars, and firmament. 2 Kings 23:5-27. Although the reform activity was directed against both the god and the goddess, the prohibition of images was in effect, even if not in intention and disembodiment, more of the goddess than of the god, because the god continued to be affirmed in aniconic image forms of language and priesthood. Interesting. Let's see here. Control V. All right. Winter groups passages containing the Hebrew, what is this? Sarim, as follows. For those that refer, Sharim, to refer to Asherah as goddess, and those that refer to Asherah as a cult object. I'm not sure the context of this. See also Olian, who argues Asherah and her cult symbol, the serpent, were legitimate not only in popular Yahwism, but in the official cult as well. He draws evidence from a variety of sources for associating the goddess Asherah with the serpent, and supposes the myth relating the serpent, sea dragon, and Asherah has been lost. Even though the NAB and most current English versions translate Hebrew Kadesh, male, and Kadeshot, female, as prostitute, the word can also be translated as sacred person. The Septuagint had Hierodoulos. Doesn't that mean sacred servant, right? Doulos is servant, I'm almost certain.
I think so.
Let's see. Enter. Rat King probably has something for us here. Let's see. Wait, clubs of Asherah? What do you mean clubs? Where are you seeing clubs? And if so, where can I join?
No, I think he refers to the male prostitute places.
Oh, the houses?
Yeah.
Maybe, I'm not sure. Oh, cool, we're almost at the end anyway. So, the disembodiment of the goddess, therefore, constituted a primary repression. Dangling relations that are vital elements in the pre-metaphoric text, however, continue to point to the missing goddess concept. Finally, in the garden of the post-metaphoric creation story, we find the goddess as a central player. Interesting. So, let's see. Law, covenant, power, life. I do not. Wait, what is this? So, okay, so it's saying that pre-metaphoric fields of meaning. So El, God, and do you guys understand this at all?
Not without trying to break down his structure and analytic technique.
So it seems like here you have this idea that so pre-metaphoric fields of meaning, and then so this is post, this is pre. So before you have power, though I'm not sure what they're associating with which. That's the only thing that makes it difficult. So you have the union between El God and Asherah goddess. You have knowledge. Oh, so here it's saying light. That doesn't make sense though, because life should be associated with her, you'd think. But maybe the point is that it's a union because it applies to both. So both of them are powerful. Both of them are associated with life or immortality. Both of them are associated with knowledge, though It
It
also has
sounds like they were saying what I was trying to say earlier, where once they merged the two into one unit, you could basically drop the goddess part of that unit and not mention her anymore. And that's the sublimation of her. She just basically evaporates, leaving only L left. Tag.
interesting. So it's also Rat King said Hierodulus, temple slave, from ancient Greek. Oh wait, here. 1 second. Something popped up, so it made it so I can click. Okay, dang it. Here, from ancient Greek, Hierodulus, temple slave that performed religious prostitution. Philip said, getting rid of all the Asherah pole and shrines sounds like the first witch hunts. That is true. Hero duel sounds like nuns to me. Yeah, I see that. And like the people who they basically they work for free, like they don't get paid for the work they do at churches. It's the same concept. They do it not for money, but for the love of God. So yeah, fecundity or fertility, depending on who you're talking about. Fecundity for her, fertility for him, knowledge for him, sexuality for her. Although you also have it like knowledge with her as well, and like it applies to both of them. That's the beauty. It can switch. Life for her, immortality for him, maybe, and then you have power. I'm probably misunderstanding this. Then you have law, covenant, power. This is for Yahweh. Life, immortality, monotheism. So like worshiping only Yahweh versus worshiping El and Asherah. Then you have the fusion. So that's pre-metaphoric. Then you end up with post-metaphoric. So then here it's saying that it almost feels like here it's saying this comes from here. I'm not entirely sure.
My interpretation of this is their analysis of more or less the Deuteronomic reforms, where you went from, just raw power before, it's now you're harnessing the power under the law and the covenant. And the life is exchanged there, and they're basically saying that you have the polytheism with El and Asherah, and with the union of them, you slide into monotheism. And they just use the name Yahweh for the monotheism. And again, technically you can't pronounce it. So, again, it has a certain, non-gendered aspect to it. And at the end of it, once you have the monotheism, everything has to fall under monotheism. That's my way of interpreting what they're saying. Does that make sense, Tag?
Yeah. Let's see. Rat King said, Philip Ademic, you're probably right on. I agree. Let's see. So, figure 1, the pre-metaphor. Oh, I wish I would have known this. Figure 1, the pre-metaphoric field of meanings, polytheistic of El and Asherah, God and goddess of the fathers, is made coincident with a pre-metaphoric field of meanings, monotheistic of Yahweh, by the deitic metaphor of Moses. The metaphoric field of meanings, monotheistic, that results is mythically presented in the Garden of Eden, where the goddess, in the form of the serpent, seduces the woman to eat from the tree of knowledge of human sexuality, so that the woman becomes Eve, the mother of all the living. Wait, so where the goddess, in the form of the serpent, still, where are they getting this that the serpent is the goddess? I know that the two are connected, but where is it that they are the same? In the form of the serpent, seduces the woman to eat from the tree of knowledge of human sexuality, so that the woman becomes Eve, the mother of all the living. Genesis 3:20. And the human being.
A clear reference I see them making is that was the original woman's tradition, passing that on from mother to daughter. Tag.
King said Adam and Eve can be seen as a parallel to Yahweh and Asherah in the monotheistic tradition of the Hebrew Bible. Definitely. Though what's interesting is I think it would probably be El and Asherah, not necessarily Yahweh. Let's see. Adam and Eve in union take over the sexual function of procreation, take it over from Yahweh. Yahweh then banishes them so that they will not acquire immortality from the tree of life. The human beings are. I still think this is a huge faux pas not to associate the tree of life is very clearly Asherah in this case. The human beings are now, as Yahweh remarks, like one of us, Genesis 3:22, as a result of the gift from the goddess. C. The reemergence of the feminine as sacred in the garden of the post-metaphoric creation story, the Eve/serpent/goddess. Whatever creation story the Israelites might have had before the Mosaic metaphor, it is now clear that the story had to be radically retold if it was to conform to the post-metaphoric conceptual structure relating to the God of the Israelites. The progression from a polytheistic religion to a monotheistic religion that equated Yahweh with El required some transition that could account for essential concepts such as procreation, formerly the province of the gods and embodied in the goddess, and now non-functional in a monotheistic framework. We believe that the principal elements and their transitions can be identified in the garden of the post-metaphoric creation story. Indeed, one can understand the garden as the representation of the post-metaphoric cosmology. Our interpretation of the conceptual elements and their transitions is represented schematically in Figure 1. The top half of the figure contains representations of the pre-metaphoric fields of meaning. The left side is a representation of the field of meanings associated with the polytheism of El, the god of the fathers. Here, the god El is conceptually... Wait, did I miss something? Oh, wait. It's not clear at all. Let's see. Where's mortality? As the representation schematically in Figure 1. The top half of the figure contains here the god El is conceptually related. Field of me. So polytheism of El, the god of the fathers. Here the god El is conceptually related to power and immortality. The other essential concepts, fertility or general fecundity and knowledge of sexuality, are most closely associated with goddess Asherah in the polytheistic environment. The basis of the procreative act is found in the union of the god and the goddess. The right side of the top half of the figure contains representations of the pre-metaphoric field of meanings associated with the monotheism of Yahweh, the god of the Exodus. Here, the only efficacious deity, male or female, is Yahweh, to whom we relate the concepts of power and immortality, and subsequent to the law giving on the mountain, the law and the covenant. But it is not possible to relate to Yahweh and the concept of the union of a goddess and a god. Hence, the associated concepts which are close to the goddess, namely fertility, procreativity, and knowledge as sexuality, as well as the goddess herself, constitute a lacuna, as indicated with brackets, in the pre-metaphoric field of meanings of Yahweh. For the mythic resolution of the puzzle created by the metaphor Yahweh equals El, the Mosaic act that brings all of the tribes of Israel, not just the tribes of the Exodus, under Yahweh, we turn to the garden, depicted with the conceptual representations in the bottom half of the figure, and explore the concepts illustrated schematically as a post-metaphoric field of meanings in relation to the text of the story as told in Genesis 3. The conceptual elements related to the necessary characteristics of deity are represented in the schematization of the garden as Tree 1 and Tree 2. Tree 1, the tree of knowledge of sexuality, is closely related to the serpent/goddess, who has a vested interest in deifying Eve, and is shown hovering above Tree 1 in our figure. Tree 2, the tree of life, represents the second essential characteristic of a god, immortality. The serpent goddess seduces the woman, who partakes of the fruit of Tree 1 and generously, but perhaps impetuously and unwisely, gives some of it to Adam. The action of the goddess both deifies Eve and also Adam, and gives to her sexual knowledge and the knowledge of sexual procreation in union with Adam. The woman becomes Eve and replaces the goddess, as in the words of Genesis 3:20, the mother of all the living. Oh, that's beautiful. I mean, I wish they would have just kept the goddess, but... Any thoughts?
I think I did a pretty good guess when I tried to.
I think a lot of.
Go ahead, Kara.
I see. I was a little bit surprised because it seems like some of the role reversals here. So prostitutes being male, sacred prostitutes male, and the The serpent is female.
Well, but they're also
And
female.
Yeah.
The sacred prostitutes were also female, male and female.
Okay. It's just unconventional to the current kind of beliefs, and I'm wondering where this came from. So it's interesting. Just I don't have any opinion on that. It's just like an observation at the moment.
Yeah. Also, I really like what Rat King said. Adam and Eve take Yahweh and Asherah's place in the act of procreation, similar to Heros Gamos of Ishtar and Demozid. Let's see.
Definitely.
Tree 2 is indicated as shielded from the human couple, and the okay. I guess this is what it means by shielded. It's really not clear. This was not a good graph. Let's see, is shielded. Let's see, is shielded from the human couple. And the bottom line notes Yahweh's spoken affirmation of the incomplete godlikeness of the human beings, a tacit recognition of the achievement of the goddess. From now on, the procreative act will be union between human, female, and male, rather than divine goddess and god. Interesting. Let's see. Let's see, where is it? Here. The human couple both win and lose. They have their sexuality and are empowered to procreate, but they have disobeyed Yahweh and will suffer for it. Eve's gain is a sacrifice, holy gift of the goddess. It will also result in a loss to the offspring of the serpent / goddess, who will forever bite the heel of the more fortunate offspring of the Eve snake. Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. To the offspring of the serpent / goddess, who will forever bite the heel of the more fortunate offspring of the Eve / snake. But what? It doesn't make sense because it's saying serpent / goddess, then you have Eve / snake / goddess. So what's the distinction? There is none. The only difference is that Eve versus no Eve.
Sounds like they're switching from the archetypal level to the physical human level.
Also, to the offspring of the serpent. Oh, I see what you mean. Who will forever... it still doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
It's awkwardly phrased, I agree.
An epistemological interpretation of the garden story, such as that offered in Gerhard and Russell, makes explicit the action of the goddess not as an exercise of her power, but as an invitation, alluring and disposing what we have chosen to call a seduction to a new way of being in the world. For of the two trees in the garden, Eve was drawn initially to the tree of knowledge rather than to the tree of life. Eating the fruit caused Eve's and Adam's eyes to be opened to their procreative capabilities. It also made them self-conscious. In the garden, Eve and Adam... It's interesting how here they say Eve and Adam. Or I guess the whole time they've been saying that. Maybe I just didn't even notice. In the garden, Eve and Adam became independent knowers before they became independent procreators. The field of meanings created by the Yahweh equals L metaphor, expressed as a text in Genesis 3 and interpreted schematically in our figure 1, makes it possible to describe the fate of the goddess as a sublimation that achieves against the will of Yahweh the partial deification of human beings, especially the female. So this is the reason. This I think is a perfect encapsulation of why women are seen as spiritually higher in Judaism. Again, not to say that they're better, just spiritually higher, which means they don't have to work on it as much. But again, there's a beauty of working on it as opposed to just being there.
My way of describing that is they have an more unconscious connection with spirituality than males do. Males have to struggle with a more conscious connection, which means it's not necessarily as apparent or easy for them. That's my way of slicing that. I'm going to have to take off here, Ariel. I have to get going.
Take care.
Yep. See you later, Cara. Always good seeing
I
you.
also have to.
All right.
Bye, Graham.
But yeah, before you head off,
Yeah, I also have a live stream in a short while, Ariel. I need to prepare
yeah, just real quick,
for
is
my
there a
own
chance?
thing.
Is
Yeah.
there a what was it? I forget what was it already. Gerhardt and
Russell.
Gerhardt and Russell. Is there a Gerhardt and Russell drinking game? And if not, I think there should be. Well, that second part was me.
I could get behind that.
All right. Take care, guys.
Okay, talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Have a good stream. So I'm gonna keep going for a bit because I have a call at shoot, it's only 3 hours. Whatever. So probably not going to. Oh, interesting. That's also I shouldn't forget to mention this. So wait, well let me finish this. And I want to make sure I copied that deification, especially the female. Yeah. It is now understandable that the secular realm, represented in the bottom part of the post-metaphorical field of meanings in Figure 1, should ever be. Wait. It is now that it should ever after be understood as sacred and understanding reflected in the day-to-day practices of the Israelites. And dang, I should have told them to wait because we're finishing now. Practices of the Israelites and enunciated by Yahweh. You shall be holy because I, the Lord your God, am holy. Leviticus 19:12. Our interpretation suggests that the holiness of human beings was less an act of Yahweh than it was an achievement of the goddess. Wait, what? Interesting. So I might have to check out some of these sources later that were cited in this thing that I'm citing. But so here. So Kut and Ord read Eve's remark on the birth of Cain 4:1, as I have gotten a man as though I were a god. Interesting. And then 12, the Hebrew word for Eve is Chawa, or Chawa. Chawa. That's the best way, like Chava, but literally like Chawa, which is etymologically related to snake as well as to giver of life. See also Olyan, Chawa, Eve, as an attested epithet of Tanit / Asherah in the first millennium BCE, 71. Olyan, let's see, Olyan, 71. Asherah and the cult of Yahweh. And I'll just copy that and then I can check it out later. Let's see. So it's but yeah, I'm going to check comments in a second. So anyone have any thoughts? And if anyone wants to hop in, that would really help because I'm not going to lie, it's very difficult for me to keep a dialogue going with only one person. Though that might not just be me. Honestly, if someone's able to dialogue with themselves, it either means that they're really creative or that they might be losing their mind. And thankfully, I can't dialogue with myself. So I guess, I mean, obviously, it doesn't mean that I'm not losing my mind, but it means that, like, at least I'm not. I'm making a joke, obviously. I'm not losing my mind. All right. So, no new comments. So I'm going to see if I can put on something real quick to give myself a tiny break and to get something to eat because I just got really hungry. All right, what was I looking for before? Let's see, was it here? No, this was. Oh, no, it's not it either. Let's see, is she still going? No. Oh, they stopped. Oh, they ended 57 minutes ago. Okay. Honestly, probably better for everyone's sanity, mine included. All right, let's zoom out. Let's see. What is Rabbi Tovia up to?
His only crime was being born into a cruel world.
To convert people to Christianity, and he'll engage in evangelism that is very different when speaking to a Jew, someone who's under the law, and someone who's not under the law, a Gentile. And he concedes that he is not under the law. So those who are under the law, I become as one who's under the law, even though I'm not under the law. So there's Paul admitting that he's not under the law.
Nah,
Literally
not vibing with this right now. It's not
Let me say
energetic
this to
enough.
Paul Peterson. I don't care how it gets out, but it needs to get out. Galatians is a very different kind of book. Another book that is no doubt from the hand of
What
God.
on earth?
Paul is angry.
I want to be watching the comments, maybe. Probably not, I'll forget. But let me find something else. Just tab instead. What is Brother Garfield up to?
Ancestry. Amazigh are not the same as Arabs or sub-Saharan African blacks. We'll touch on that more later, though. The Soninke people of the Ghana Empire are undeniably what we'd refer to as black people here in the West, phenotypically speaking, or sub-Saharan African. Roughly a decade later, in the year 1086, the Almoravid army famously crossed the Strait of Gibraltar and went on to conquer most of the Iberian Peninsula, or what we know today as the countries of Spain and Portugal. This peninsula is inhabited by people that we refer to as white people. So moving back to the conquest of Ghana, the Almoravids became allies of the Kingdom of Takrur, a small state that existed in what is now modern-day Senegal. Another undeniably black African kingdom that bordered the Empire of Ghana to the west. Both the Almoravids and the Takruri were Islamic states, while Ghana was not. Ghana had been a long-time rival of the Kingdom of Takrur, and the latter did not hesitate to form an alliance with their more powerful fellow Muslim neighbors to the north.
Alright, let's see what else we can find. It's interesting, but a bit too far afield.
The idea that Yahweh had a wife, Asherah, dates back to ancient Canaanite religion.
Yep, that's true.
Inscriptions from the 8th century BCE found in Israel mention Yahweh and his Asherah, implying that there is a divine partnership.
Yes, but that doesn't mean the biblical idea of God, that he was a unique creator without partner, was not a competing belief. If the biblical narrative is true, we should expect to find inscriptions like this, because the biblical authors constantly told us many Israelites were worshiping other gods alongside the Lord. The biblical authors just interpreted these other views as sinful and rebellious. We could compare this to the 2nd century AD, where various Gnostic groups sprang up and had different views about who Jesus Christ was. But the mere existence of different theological ideas about Jesus doesn't mean the orthodox position didn't exist or only came later. Likewise, Christians can accept that in ancient Israel there was another theological view that God had a wife without it threatening the biblical position.
The idea that Yahweh had a wife.
I'm going to be honest, I'm surprised he didn't take a more dogmatic approach to that. Let's see. What on earth? Let's see. Let's go. Oh. This is an interesting thing, but very far field. I am going to put it on my watch later, though. Let's see. There's got to be something I can find. Something to give me a moment. Just a moment. Sorry, I was just responding to something. Let's see. What on earth am I going to find? I guess if I'm looking for something, I probably should look for something specific that would make sense. Let me see if I've got any comments. No new comments. Sorry that I'm just looking for something right now. Sorry to everyone. I feel terrible because I feel like everything's resting on me right now. Obviously not everything, but you know, contextually everything. Well, that's misspelled. Oh, what? What? You've got to be kidding me. I didn't know that Myth Vision ever had Santos Bonacci on. That guy's a total nut job.
Most jeans are either super baggy, too stiff, or have a terrible wash.
What the hell? How did I not know this?
True classic jeans.
Yeah, well, I take cannabis daily, so and
But where's Derek?
Where they enter into the promised land. Oh,
to the ether.
Well, yeah.
I'm honestly shocked. Well, that is disappointing. Like, the people you platform, like, that's really important to know who you're platforming. And I don't know. There's a long story. I don't want to get into it, but basically, like, not me personally, but like a few degrees removed, like, I have a lot of, like, I ran it. Wait, what? Wait, no. That's not Menachem Mendel. Oh my god. I don't know why I got. Why? This only has 743. How did I. Okay, this is freaky that they showed up. Oh, you guys can't even see it. That would probably help. So.
Let's cut to the scene. Sir, can you hear us? I'm sorry,
Thanks,
sir.
Menachem Mendel. Hi, I'm Menachem Mendel. We're reporting live from Western Zimbabwe. We're out here with, yes, the #1 play, the man who made it all happen, that one single mitzvah that brought Mashiach.
And could you explain to us a little bit about what's going on there at the moment?
Yes, Menachem Mendel, we actually have the guy here with us today, the young man who made it all happen. Let's hear about it, sir. Would you join us, please? I love this guy. What's your name, sir?
Menachem Mendel.
And can you tell us a little bit about what happened?
Yes. So I live here in Zimbabwe, and I go miftoim, feeling my root every Friday, and I see this one guy, and I say, "So, Mister, you Jewish?" And he say, "Yeah, I be Jewish." And I say, "Hey, to tefillin today? You put tefillin today?" And he say, "Hey, no, what's that called? I don't want too much." And I tell him, hey, "Just 2 minutes, like 2 minutes." And he say, "Oh, okay, fine, בסדר, I put tefillin." And I put tefillin, and all of a sudden, Mashiach coming. I no idea. I don't understand. All of a sudden, Mashiach coming.
Wow, that is just so inspirational. I can't believe it. I'm tearing up right now. That is great. I love it. Wow, Mashiach is here, people. Let's get excited.
There it is. The Messiah is
Oh my
indeed
god,
here.
Itai, he's hilarious.
#1 mitzvah, #1 good deed of all time.
Oh my god, I'm so
hearing we actually have footage of the mitzvah and the encouragement of the mitzvah itself. Let's watch the replay. Look at that. Truly remarkable. See how he capitalizes on the hesitation? That's a #1 Torah play right there, without a doubt. #1 of all time. Well, there it is, folks. As the great Rambam, the sage, says, we should all look at the world as though it's on a tipping scale between good and evil. And a single good deed can truly tip the scale in favor of good and bring the ultimate redemption. So whether it's putting on tefillin, giving a small amount to tzedakah, charity, lighting Shabbat candles, or merely helping out a friend in need, one small good deed can truly change the world. I'm Menachem Mendel, signing off.
Oh my god, that's
This is
hilarious.
biggest sale of the year. From root to
I have no clue how that just got shown to me. Let's see. What can I find? Ugh. Also, yeah, Noam Chomsky. Ugh, I can't believe this. He's stepping out of his wheelhouse again and talking all this shit about the like, oh, Jews aren't from Israel. It's like, look, separate from any of the political bullshit going on, like, we do have a connection to Israel. Like, at the end of the day, if you want to talk about nation states, it's a completely different thing. But, like, it's honestly not something that I think is useful to get into for this context. But, wait, what? How did I even get brought up? I'm literally so tired right now. But I have to stay up anyway because, oh, anyway, let's see. I'm going to go get something to eat, so I'm going to put this on in the meantime. I have no clue what this guy's going to say. I do not agree with anything until I do, because I have I have no clue where he's going to take this.
Throughout the globe. Soren just told me this evening that he received an email from somebody in Iraq, a soldier in Iraq, who was getting inspiration from watching Torah Anytime while he's serving in Iraq.
Is there anybody there still? Or this is a soldier?
I think a soldier. So who knows what that inspiration did to inspire him and to maybe who knows what, to accomplish what. So we have to thank Torah Anytime for all the work it's doing tonight. So the lecture tonight is a lecture entitled A Kabbalistic Look at the War in Gaza. And I'd like to open our eyes to the deeper level of really what the conflict is all about. Somebody mentioned to me the other day, if you've been studying what's been going on in Gaza over the last few years, 3 years ago, we had the Gaza Strip. It was under Jewish rule. We had a beautiful group of settlements there called Gush Katif. And we gave it all back. We left. Has anybody been to Gaza, to Gush Katif? I was there when we still had it. Beautiful, beautiful place. We had these beautiful settlements where we took really the sand of the Gush Katif of Gaza and we started growing tomatoes and vegetables. The flowers that were produced from the Gush Katif were being exported over to Holland. That's how good the produce were, what we were able to produce. People have been living there for over 30 years. And in order to make peace with the Palestinians, we gave it all back. It was extremely controversial when Sharon gave it back. There were protests. There was a movement all over Israel where people were wearing orange. Oh, good to see. Were wearing orange and trying to stop it. It went through. Jewish soldiers went down to Gaza to evacuate their own people. It's the first time, I think, in history where the army of one's own country evacuates its own citizens by force. It was all over. We were shocked by it. But the feeling was, okay, this is what you have to do for peace. Many of us thought it wasn't going to lead to peace, which of course we saw it didn't. As soon as we gave it back, almost the next day, missiles started pouring in from Gaza into the settlements nearby. Over the last 3 years, I think Sderot has been hit with thousands of missiles. The southern Gaza has been hit with missiles. Missiles have recently gone as far as Ashkelon and Ashdod and Beersheba. Last month, the IDF went in, the Israeli Defense Forces went into Gaza, as we all know, and in a war that lasted about 3 weeks, succeeded in killing thousands of Hamas fighters, tried its best to destroy the tunnels used to smuggle weapons in from Egypt. And then the war stopped. It stopped. Was there a victory? We don't know. Ceasefire. As soon as the ceasefire ends, all of a sudden, missiles start coming over again. And to this day, we're back to missiles. So somebody asked me a question. So what's going on? We give back land. We give them the whole Gaza Strip. We leave. And
So, I mean, it's possible that the Amazigh and the Amazon are connected. I've definitely had the thought before, but it's kind of hard to really know for sure. But by the Black Sea came from. Maybe Cyrene is like west of Egypt, so I mean it's possible. Let's see what we can find. Oh, wait.
spreading.
Here, what's this?
Okay, nice to see everyone.
See you later. Let's see. Let's see. Sure as heaven said. Let's see. Here. It may tie into the divine feminine. How do you figure it ties into the suppression of it, though? Let's see. Let's see what I can find. Let's see. Sorry, I keep finding stuff that on my watch later list. Oh, what's this? Okay, so where is this that I was seeing it? Right here. Oh, happy 420 of the stream. Alright, come on. Let's go. Okay.
Tonight's class is dedicated
Oh, wow. This was back when you
to
had...
Schattenstein in the sacred memory of Rabbi Gavriel Noyach and his wife Rivki Holtzberg and all of the Mumbai Kedoshim.
Wow.
Also dedicated
A
in the loving
long
memory
time
of
ago.
a young soul, Alta Shula, Bas Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Swordlove. This evening's class is also dedicated by Evan Haler in memory of his uncle, Neil Lacker. And it is also dedicated by Elke Rosenfeld in the memory of Rabbi Yisrael, Rabbi Yitzchak Isaac Halevi. May their memory be a blessing to Hei Nishmasam Tzurura B'Tzurur HaChayim. They tell the story about an American teacher who turns to her students in class and says, "Can anybody tell me the source of this quote, to be or not to be?" A Japanese girl raises her hand and says, "William Shakespeare, Hamlet." "Excellent," says the teacher. "How about this quote? Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." This time a Japanese boy raises his hand and says, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, January 22nd, 1961. During his inauguration address, it was raining that day in Washington, D.C. "Stupendous," the teacher says. "How about this one? Read my lips, no new taxes." And another Japanese kid raises his hand and says, George Bush Sr. The teacher says, "Marvelous. But I have a question," the teacher says. "Why is it that only the Japanese students know the answers to my questions? What about you Americans? You must be lazy good-for-nothings, spoiled brats, addicted to your iPhones and Blackberries,
Take care.
laptops and schmoptops. You know nothing of the great ideas and ideals of this country or other cultures. We must learn from the Japanese. They must be the greatest people on earth." And a student in the back of the class shouts, "To hell with the Japanese." The teacher is dumbfounded. "Who said that?" the teacher screams, to which the student replies, Harry S. Truman, 1945. This evening, we explore one of the great secrets of education. Why is it that some children grow up as mentioned?
Hey, Maya. How are you doing?
Fine, respectful, dignified people who ask not what everybody can do for them, but ask what they can do for others. While others grow up narcissistic, obnoxious, lazy, self-centered, irresponsible.
A bit
And
like
their motto
our
is not ask
recent
not, but
presidents.
to hell with the Japanese and many other people. A single change in a translation of a single word in the Bible presents one possible answer. Angels or demons, the secret of the cherubs, is our discussion this evening. The innermost chamber of the tabernacle was known as the Kodesh HaKadoshim, the Holy of Holies. It was considered the spiritual epicenter of the universe, and it displayed nothing save two golden cherubs, or kruvim in Hebrew, which were situated atop the covering that veiled the Holy Ark containing the 10 Commandments. So you had an ark Inside the ark were the 10 commandments, the 2 tablets of the 10 commandments. On top of the ark, there was a lid, a cover made of gold, which covered the ark. That was known as the kapyrus. And on top of the kapyrus, on top of the covering, you had 2 winged golden cherubs. The source for this is a verse in the portion of Truma. Please bring up source number 1 in your curriculum. Right below the video, a PDF document. The Torah says in Truma, Vasisa shnayim kruvim zahav. You should make 2 golden cherubs. Mikshe tasa oisam, mishneik tzois hakapyrus. You should make them hammered out from the 2 edges of the covering of the kapyrus over the ark. From the golden cover of the ark, you should hammer out these 2 golden cherubs. Now, what did these cherubs look like? What is the golden cover of the ark? You should make them hammered out from the 2 edges of the covering of the kapyrus over the ark. From the golden cover of the ark, you should hammer out these 2 golden cherubs. Now, what did these cherubs look like? What did these 2 golden cherubs look like? The Bible continues, their wings should soar upwards, should spread upwards, hovering over the covering and the ark in which the 2 tablets of the 10 commandments were. But what did they look like? So let's see Rashi. Bring up source number 2, the most basic biblical commentator, the 12th century Spanish rabbi and leader and sage, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, explains. And he says, Rashi, Kruvim, Dmus Partsuf Tinoik Lahem. They had the features of a child. The 2 golden wings had the features of a child. You see, in Aramaic, Ravia means a child. Kiruvim would mean like children in the plural. So this interpretation is how Rashi understands, based on the Talmud, what the Kruvim looked like. The winged cherubs had the features of a child. Interestingly, this was adopted by the English language. The word cherub means a beautiful, rosy-cheeked child. So, in summation, what do we have? We have an ark. On top of the ark, we have a golden lid, which covers the holy ark. And on top of that, we have 2 winged golden children. And from between the 2 faces of these winged children, the voice of God reverberated to Moses, as the Torah says. God says, when I will want to speak to you, I will speak, and my voice will come through between the faces of these 2 golden winged children. These are the Kruvim, these are the cherubs. Now, this is not the first time the word Kruvim or cherubs is to be found in the Torah in the Hebrew Bible. We will find it later, but we also have it once before, where, you might recall, in the opening portion of Genesis, the opening portion, indeed, of the Torah. The same word is used in what context? When Adam and Eve are expelled from the Garden of Eden after they ate from the forbidden tree of knowledge, from which they were supposed to abstain from eating. Take a look. Bring up source number 3. The Torah says, Vayigoresh es ha'adam, he expelled man. Vayashkein mikedem legan Eden, and God placed on the east of the Garden of Eden es hakruvim, the kruvim, the cherubs, ve'eslahat hacherev hamisapeches, and the blade of the revolving sword, lishmer es derech eitzachayim, to guard the way to the tree of life. So Adam is expelled from the garden, and on the east of the garden, we have a revolving sword, a blade of a revolving sword. I guess it's the first electric blender in history. And we have the Kruvim, and they are guarding Adam from going back in to eat from the tree of life. What do these Kruvim mean? Obviously, in this case, we would not say that they are beautiful, rose-cheeked children like the ones atop of the ark. I guess you wouldn't place angelic children right
I wonder
near
if
the
the
blade of
reference
the
to being
revolving sword that
childlike
hit
is
Adam and
almost like
Eve
that they're androgynous, that they neither look male or female.
of going back to paradise. So Rashi tells us what Kruvim are. Bring up source number 4. Rashi says God placed in front of the Garden of Eden as Hakruvim, Malache Chabola, which means angels or agents of destruction. Even in modern Hebrew, a terrorist is defined as a mechabel. Malachi Chabola are agents of terror. Oh, so now I understand. In front of the garden, God places the blade of the revolving sword together with the Kruvim, angels of terror, agents of terror and destruction, to guard the path of Adam and Eve to enter back into the Garden of Eden. That is how Rashi in Genesis explains the word Kruvim. Now let us note the paradox. The same exact word Kruvim is being used in 2 places in the Bible and the Torah. One in Genesis, the second in Exodus. One in Bereshis, the second in Truma. And yet their meaning from Rashi's perspective is radically contradictory. In one place, the Kruvim are angelic children. In another place, the same Kruvim are agents of terror. How can Rashi unflinchingly ascribe 2 radically antithetical definitions to the same word? In Genesis, the Kruvim are agents of terror, and here in Exodus, the Kruvim are angelic, beautiful children. Who are these Kruvim? Who are these cherubs? Are they beautiful, sweet, rosy, heavenly children? Or are they nasty, scary, frightening agents of destruction? Tinoikos or Malachi Chabola, who are the Kruvim? Of course, the answer is that they are the same. They are the same cherubs. In a very subtle but powerful way, Rashi is intimating to us one of the great truths about education. The Kruvim in Genesis and in Exodus are exactly the same Kruvim, and that is why the same word is being used. The very same delicious, gorgeous, cute, endearing, kinderlach children can either be beautiful and angelic souls or angels of terror and destruction. It all depends on the context where these Kruvim are situated. It depends on the ambiance, on the environment in which these Kruvim are to be found. In Genesis, the Kruvim are situated at the outskirts of paradise, from where Adam and Eve were expelled. Why were they expelled from the Garden of Eden? We know the reason. Source number 5. God places Adam in the Garden of Eden to preserve it and to work it. And God instructs the man, and what does he tell him? From all of the trees of the garden you shall eat, but from the tree of knowledge of good and evil you should not eat. And yet Eve and Adam cannot contain themselves, and ultimately they would eat from that single tree from which they were told not to eat. Now let's analyze the scene for a moment. Here was a man, Adam, who had everything. handmade by God himself. Adam was the ideal human being, handsome, flawless, brilliant, destined to live forever. He had found his soulmate in Eve without the need to work and search and date for years and then go to therapy to find out why he has so much resistance to propose and get married. Eve was a beautiful woman made and designated by God himself, a real match made in heaven. There were no other singles around to create any envy or jealousy, to create any
Yeah, but
mistrust or
what is the fun in
betrayal.
that?
There was no stress of a failing economy, of a recession, no need to pay health insurance and life insurance, no problems of foreclosure and tuition bills, no issues with food. They were placed in a garden with an endless buffet of every type of conceivable fruit and vegetable, a healthy diet filled with nutrition.
Sounds like some alchemical designation. Agents of chaos are often attributed
Nor
to
was there any
solvents.
stress on
Maybe the children is a
clothes.
reference to
They were
increase the
comfortably
efficiency
without
of the
clothes,
solvent.
no need for new label designs,
Vegetables, spaguric,
no need to fit
maybe
into any
extracting some oil from the
environment.
tree, just like.
So their life
What do you mean
situation
by this
seemed
last comment?
impeccable and
What's
flawless.
vegetable spaguric?
But there was only one catch. God told them, you can eat and enjoy and partake from every tree in the garden. One tree I don't want you to eat from. And yet, this did not work for them. Somehow the fact that they had everything, but one tree was off limits, Adam and Eve could not bear. This one restriction, one catch, one limitation proved too much for them. They ate from it. They wanted it, and they had to have it.
You know, I
They
just
could not
realized
deal with the fact that there
something.
was something in the universe.
That's a direct reverse contrast of the story of the food of the underworld, story of Hades and Persephone. In that case, you eat of the fruit of the of the garden of the underworld, and you're trapped there forever. But in this case, you eat of the food and you're expelled forever. So they're literally polar opposites. And one case you're expelled from heaven or expelled from paradise, the other you're trapped in hell or trapped in the underworld forever. Wonder what you might think of that, Rat. Let's see. The practice of spagurics is the application of ancient alchemical working methods to the preparation of tinctures, essences, and other products from medicinal plants. Interesting. Like you're saying because like it's more potent when it's fresh and like connecting like freshness with youth, maybe? I'm not really sure.
That was off limits to them. This marked the end of their paradise. It's in this context Rashi is intimating to us that Kruvim represent angels of destruction. A child. Kruvim are children, but a child who is raised with the notion that there is nothing off limits to him or her, that there is nothing more important than his or her desires and lusts. There is no cause worth abstaining for. There are no moral values which precede and transcend my existence. Everything I want, I must get. No limitations, no restrictions, no discipline. This child is likely to grow up to become narcissistic, self-centered, careless, selfish, indifferent. It will be difficult for him or her to build and maintain.
You know, it's kind of funny because at first I was like, I feel kind of attacked, but then he started going into this stuff, and it's like, well, no, I'm definitely not like that. I just have a lot of difficulty with impulse control. Like, oh, like, oh, I'm hungry. I'm going to eat that. Which, I mean, to be fair, luckily my appetite isn't what it used to be, so it's not that bad. But, like, in general, or I'll be like, okay. I mean, that's also why I'm so late, because I'm like, okay, you know, just a few more minutes. Same with waking up, but then starting to talk about like, oh, narcissistic. I mean, I feel like on some level, like narcissists wouldn't. Actually, I don't know. Actually, no. You know, narcissists might not inherently be like, oh, I'm narcissistic or not. But at the end of the day, they think so highly of themselves that even if they don't know it, people around them do. And I mean, I'd like to think that I'm not, because at the end of the day, like, I don't know, like, people tell me I'm smart sometimes, and it's like, thanks, but like, I don't know. At the end of the day, I feel like it's just a set of circumstances, and it's like, I'm not any of those things. I just happen to, you know, everything's like so circumstantial. And, you know, some people get the luck of the draw that they're, you know, that they have all these health. And I mean, to be fair, I also rely on my brain so much because of the fact that like my body's so messed up. So, I mean, it's like with that, I also think that on the other hand, and again, there's plenty of people who are much smarter than me. I'm good at making connections when it comes to like certain very specific things. And then I also remember a lot. But in terms of, it's funny, I got onto this tangent because of that comment. But no, it's like one of those things that I honestly spend way too much time like not because like I'm like, oh, what do people think, like in a shallow way, but it's like I'm constantly trying to maneuver around people's, you know, feelings, because it's something that like there's there's very few feelings more uncomfortable to me than that of making someone feel uncomfortable. And so yeah, a narcissist does things only for their own purposes and often would injure others around them without thinking twice about that. Definitely not me. But no, the only reason why I even went down this is because I'm like, oh, like, what was this? Here.
No limitations, no restrictions, no discipline.
It's like that. I'm like, okay, as of late, it's definitely need to work on some of that, but not the other stuff. Don't
This
have to.
child is likely to grow up to become narcissistic.
Which, I mean, to be fair, I did have all those things growing up. It's just lately that, you know, it's kind of interesting, because that is one of the things about growing up, that like those restrictions that are imposed upon you really get lifted in a lot of ways, and it's about having to impose them on yourself so that, you know, you don't lose track of things.
Self-centered, careless, selfish, indifferent. It will be difficult for him or her to build and maintain healthy relationships. For this person, discipline, compromise, self-restraint, kindness, consideration of another person, deep moral values and ethics becomes excruciatingly difficult. The potentially angelic cherub tragically turns into an agent of destruction. Kids who grow up in a garden, but the notion in the garden is that there's nothing off limits to you, not even a single tree can you abstain from. And if you want it, you must get it, you deserve it. Such a child is ultimately expelled from the garden and is likely to become an agent of destruction, who will paradoxically block himself and other people from ever entering into paradise. Contrast this with the second story. Same word, same children, same kruvim, but it's in a very different location and context. Where are these children in Truma? They are situated upon the Ark of the Covenant, containing the divine tablets, containing the Torah. When a child grows up with the sense that life is not only about rights, but also about responsibilities, that there are ideals, ideas, and values worth sacrificing for, that there is a limit to selfishness, that power must be restrained.
So true. You're like a tree, and whatever you feed yourself with will be the fruit you produce. As you grow, your values change and age as well, wisdom and age are so important because our time here is so short. It's so true. It's like, that's one of the weird things that at first time feels so long, and then as it goes on, it feels so short. It's like, too bad it can't be the other way around, that the most difficult parts of life are the ones that are the shortest, and then the parts that you get to enjoy where you actually are like in life and you're finally like, okay, I can do shit now. Then it's like, okay, well, now the clock's ticking. It's trippy.
This child, in his or her own way, will become a beautiful, graceful, gorgeous, kind, and angelic human being in whose soul the voice of God can be heard. The Kruvim in Genesis are angels of destruction. The Kruvim in Truma are golden wings through which the voice of God reverberates. It's the same children, but it's all the context. God gives each of us Kruvim. God gives each of us pure, majestic, holy children, pupils, disciples, students, physical children, biological children, or conceptual children. It's our choice whether we allow these children to become agents of selfishness, agents of destruction, agents of negativity, people who end up exploiting, abusing, deceiving, violating the dignity of others and the dignity of themselves. People who live a very lowly lifestyle, corrupt, self-centered, immoral, dishonest, and promiscuous. Or we will cultivate and polish their inner potential, empowering them to become sources of light, sources of goodness, pillars of kindness to people around them, to the world around them. Children whose dignity and sanctity will brighten up not only their lives, but the lives of the people around them. The same child can learn to declare to hell with the Japanese, or could learn to declare, ask not what the world, what the Jewish people, what others can do for me, but what I can do to bring our world one step closer to redemption. And it depends.
That's why discipline is such an important attribute
Do we
for God to
place them
have.
in a garden
Now that men are
which
lost in Father,
teaches
Son,
them
and
that
direction.
everything is permissible? We place them on top of an aray, on top of an ark, saturated with the morals, the ethics, the values, the majestic moral perspectives of the Torah. This above idea explains a very enigmatic statement in the Talmud. Bring up source number 6.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Shoot.
The Talmud says, Chulin Kuf Lamed Tes Amid Beis. Talmud Chulin, page 139b. Haman min ha-Torah minayin. What is the source for Haman in the Torah? Meaning, Haman, as you know, was the Persian minister working under King Ahasuerus, who plotted and almost successfully executed his plan of genocide for the entire Jewish nation. At the last moment, his decree was obliterated, and it's his defeat which will be celebrated very soon during the holiday of Purim. So the Talmud in Chulin, page 139, wants to know what is the source for Haman in Torah, in the actual Bible, in the 5 books of Moses. And the Talmud answers, Hamin ha'etz. What is the Talmud referring to? Bring up source number 7. After Adam and Eve eat from the tree of knowledge, God speaks to them. Source number 7. Vayomer, God says, Mi higid lecha ki erer matu. Who told you that you were naked? Hamin ha'etz asher tzivisicha lebilti achal mimeno achalta. Did you eat from the tree which I have told you not to eat from? And Adam, of course, responds, it wasn't me, it was my wife. Which became the timeless excuse for many a man. It was not me, it was her. Comes the Talmud and says, look at the word, hamin ha'etz, from the tree. The word hamin has 3 letters, hey, mem, nun. The word Haman also has 3 letters, hey, mem, nun. So Haman min ha-Torah minayin, what's the source of Haman in Torah? This word, hamin ha'etz, God tells Adam, from the tree that I told you not to eat from, you ate. Yet this observation in Talmud seems very humorous and very difficult to understand. First of all, what type of question is it? Where is Haman in the Torah? Haman is a Persian minister who lives many
Where's George
centuries,
Bush in the
millennia after the
Talmud?
Torah is given. Why do you want to find a source of Haman in the Torah? And the answer seems even more humorous and far-fetched. Hamin means from. Haman is a Persian anti-Semite. What in the world is the connection between Hamin ha'etz, from the tree, and Haman, who's a Persian minister working under Achashverosh and wants to kill the Jews? Just because they have the same 3 letters, hey, mem, nun, doesn't seem to indicate any connection. The Talmud, in a rather elegant way, is conveying to us the psychological profile of Haman. Let us understand who Haman was. Haman was a man who was blessed with everything: wealth, power, influence, prestige, a large, beautiful family. He was the viceroy of the world's dominant empire at the time, Persia. The king commanded all of his subjects to prostrate themselves to Haman. So Haman lacked nothing in the world. Haman should have been a happy, fulfilled, serene, and joyous human being. But there was one thing that gave him no rest and no tranquility. Mordechai, the Jewish sage, would not bow down to him. He says it clearly. Source number 8. Bring up source number 8. He speaks about his success, his wealth, his prestige, his prominence, his glory in the eyes of the king. And then he says to his family, but all of this is worthless to me. Whenever I see the Jew Mordechai sitting at the gate to the king's palace, while everybody prostrates themselves to Haman and bows down to the Persian minister, there was one Jew, Mordechai, who lo yichra v'lo yishtachav, and never bowed down to Haman. So Haman says, everything I have is worthless when I see Mordechai. Now let's understand this. Here is a man who was blessed with everything a mortal human being can ask for. There's one old Jew sitting at the gate of the king who doesn't bow down to him. Groise Gedula, big deal. Felt in his geld, you're not missing money. Felt in his covered, you're not missing glory. Doesn't bow down to him. Groise Gedula, big deal. Felt in his geld, you're not missing money. Felt in his covered, you're not missing glory. You're not missing success. Everything you want, you have. Your ego is inflated beyond the greatest inflation. Everybody who sees you bows down to you. It is an honor for people to see you, to greet you, to have you at their function. The king himself seems infatuated and enraptured with you. One Ein Altayid, one Jew, Mordechai, doesn't bow down to you, and Haman goes mad. Haman goes crazy. So the Talmud is asking a question. Haman min ha-Torah minayin. Who makes such people? How do people become this way? What's the source of the profile, the psychological composition of Haman's identity? Where does it come from? Where can you find in Torah an explanation? The spiritual root for Haman's personality, for his character. Where do they make people like Haman? Or what type of therapy, if at all, can cure such people like Haman? People who have everything, and yet they feel
Radical
that
empathy.
they have nothing. And the the Talmud's answer is Hamin ha'etz hazeh. Haman min ha'Torah menayin hamin ha'etz. In a very subtle and abstract way.
It's a chaim. Because the
The
Torah is
genesis,
real
the
life.
psychological genesis of Haman's profile can be found in Genesis. When God says, from the tree which I told you not to eat from, you ate. God places Adam and Eve in the most beautiful garden. He gives them everything except for one tree. Instead of being content with all they had, they felt that if they could not have everything, it is though they have nothing. You have everything, celebrate it, enjoy it. No. If I cannot get that tree, if I cannot put my hands on that tree, my life is worthless and meaningless. And ultimately, because of that one thing that they could not abstain from, they lost everything. They were expelled from paradise. If you are content with what you have, you will have much. If you want it all, you will lose it all. And the Mishnah, the Talmud, articulates this in a single sentence. Bring up source number 9. The Mishnah in Saited Daf Testament Base says, V'chein matzina we find.
Bring up source number 9.
Bilam, Doeg, Achisoifel, Gechazi, Avshalom, Adoniyo, Uziyo, Haman. These are all profiles in the Tanakh, in the Jewish Bible. You have Cain and Korach and Bilam and Doeg and Achisoifel and Gechazi and Avshalom and Adoniyo and Uziyo and Haman. 10 characters. They placed their eyes on that which did not belong to them. What they were seeking, they never got. And what they actually had was taken from them. Each one of these 10 characters, beginning from Cain, continuing with Korach, could not feel content with their own place in the world, with their talents, with their resources, with their gifts, with their blessings. They needed to control that much more. And what did they end up with? They ended up with nothing. Not only did they not get that, they lost also what they had. That is the subtle source of Haman in the Torah. You have everything. No, I need that tree too. This is the difference.
You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you'll get what you
Are the
need.
same children, but in two very different positions. Here is a child who grows up with the lack of an understanding that there are limits to power and that you are here to serve and that there's something greater than your ego and something greater than your lusts and appetites and habits and instincts. There are values worth fighting for and morals worth sacrificing for. The child who's given that education on top of an ark becomes an angelic child through which the voice of God reverberates. The child who grows up without this, on the contrary, with the frustration of not eating from every single tree.
Interesting. It's almost like with that whole idea, given this, like taking this to like, you know, a Christian motif, but Jesus Christ versus Jesus Barabbas. How like one is seen as, you know, this angelic figure or like, you know, like beyond angelic figure, and then the other one is like this like almost like beastly figure, and it's like definitely this agent of chaos. Definitely would apply to him. I wonder what you would think about that, Rat King, considering you are Christian. And I mean, I'm not. I'm just a, you know, religious studies student. So I would love to hear your thoughts on that in the context of this. I'll keep an eye out for your response.
This child ultimately ends up blocking his life and others from entering into paradise. You remember Tolstoy has a story.
I'm sorry, but it's so funny how he said that. He was like, Tolstoy.
Tolstoy has a paradise.
It's like he's trying to say it as if it's like a Jewish name.
From entering into remember Tolstoy has a story. How much land does a man need? In it, the great Russian novelist tells the story about a greedy man, Puckan, who becomes obsessed with owning land. And finally, he meets this family who
Thanks.
owns enormous quantities of
Yeah, I
land.
can't really think of if there's
They
any
strike him
pills
an
for that.
extraordinary deal. For 1,000.
Yeah, it's interesting because on some level, you could maybe try to apply that to the story of Cain and Abel. But with that, so it's like, see, the thing that's difficult is that it's like, so Cain obviously was lacking in the, that groundedness. But the problem was, it's almost like Abel was too grounded. Like, he didn't care if he died because one of the rabbinic interpretations is that Abel simply should have known that. I forget exactly what it was that he should have known, but basically there's an argument to be made that the issue was not what was sacrificed. Like, oh, like, God really doesn't like God doesn't like vegans. That's not the message at all. It's that well, so on one hand, that's the thing. One interpretation is that that Abel should have offered up some of his own, or at least told Cain that, like, it was. But see, here's the thing: even if he would have suggested that Cain wasn't offering up his best, that could have caused Cain to kill him. I mean, like, given maybe that just shows that Cain's a really angry guy, but I still feel like I mean, this isn't even me. Like, it's been examined multiple times by like different scholars, and it's not about what they're offering; it's about the quality of what they're offering. So it's like in the same way that, like, there's nothing wrong with veggie burgers, but, like, a good, fresh, well-made veggie burger, like, the comparison between that and something like what is it, like, Impossible burgers that you just get, like, in a store or whatever, like, that's basically just like super processed. It tastes like meat or whatever. I haven't had it yet, but like, I don't know, like, if you've seen the South Park episode on that, I think it really pokes a lot of fun in it. But the point is that that Abel should have known to, like, he should have offered up some of his own, like, not even be like, oh, your stuff's inadequate, but been like, here, offer up some. But see, even then, you could argue, well, then maybe it's like, oh, well, he's too self-conceited. So at the end of the day, it's one of those things where no matter what Abel would have done, the rabbis would have had a reason why he should have done the other thing. But I do think that there's something interesting about the fact that they were essentially raised the same way. They were twins or I don't know if they were twins, but the point is they were basically raised like twins. And so what gives that they would have such different reactions? And I guess on one hand, well, because one interpretation says that Cain was too selfish, that he wanted to save the best for himself, whereas Abel didn't care anything about, like, the mundane world, and so he was willing to give it all up, including his life. And you also have some definitely parallel, and that's probably the parallel, because Abel was essentially willing to give up his life, at least in some rabbinic interpretations of it. If you look at that in parallel with Cain essentially not dying until he's eventually crushed by his own house, that's almost going in the opposite. So rather than rather than someone like Abel or Jesus who, like, die early deaths, you have Cain or Jesus Barabbas, who are both seen as murderers. That's a key part of their character. Whether or not it's, well, I mean, with Cain it's true. Whether or not it's true with Barabbas, I mean, he's really just a foil for Jesus as Christ, which, again, I'm using this within the scholarly term. Like, I'm not Christian. But the point being, though, is that there's a clear distinction in that one of them is seen as this good. I wonder. It would be interesting to see if there's any like goat versus lamb imagery applied to Cain and Abel, especially in the context of sacrifice, especially given that because Abel was also a shepherd. Anyway, let's see. Maybe the offense was punishment, and the law at the time dictated death for not offering your most valuable sacrifice. I don't think so. I mean, like, you're basically arguing for a mafia-like temple. That I can buy. Just the part where it's like, oh, you didn't offer your best. The whole point is more so that, honestly, I'm not sure. Because there's also, like, various ways of interpreting it. Like, was only one of them going to get accepted? Potentially, the issue. Also, here's the thing. This is the really revolutionary idea. What if God was the one at fault? Because God, being omniscient, should have known what would have happened. Therefore, Cain might have not offered the best thing, but maybe God should. Like, was it really that worth it to teach humanity a lesson that killing is bad and that you should offer your best to God? Is that lesson really worth introducing murder to the world? I mean, I guess you could argue it would have just happened another way, but like, there's very clearly that. Oh, wait, where is it going with this? All right, so basically the trade-off is introducing murder to the world, and you get to teach humanity a lesson in exchange for... Yeah, wait, so the alternative would have been to... Sorry, it's like you can tell I'm getting tired. If the... Oh yeah, why didn't God just see, okay, if I don't accept Cain's offer, then he's going to get mad, he's going to kill Abel. Why didn't God just bite the bullet? And again, it's this whole thing, like, why are we going to question God? We're playing, what was it? Was it Sunday morning football? I don't know. I think it's Sunday morning. Literally, I'm exhausted, but I have to stay up anyway because I have something in 2 hours. So, but was it Monday morning quarterback? I think. I can't believe this is something I'm actually looking up right now. Let's see, Monday morning quarterback. Yep. Yeah. So why didn't God just accept the offering and, like, essentially accept the offering, but then, like, tell Cain that, like, not make it a matter of, one was better, one was worse, but, like, honestly, why didn't he just bite the bullet? And see, this is the thing. At the end of the day, we have to look at this within the narrative context, because the reason is because the whole idea is on one hand, I guess you could look at it as don't offer not your best, because then you might get jealous, kill someone, and then you're going to be in deep doo-doo. Oh, no, Usal. I'm not off. I just needed a break to get a popsicle, and so I was looking for something to put on in the meantime. Then I saw Brother Garfield's stream, so I joined that while still streaming. So it's like it wasn't a raid because nobody else joined. It was just everyone watching me. So I joined, and I saw you there, and I was like, yo, what are you doing? I thought you were watching me. But obviously, I don't care. I was just giving you shit. But yeah, I'm in that stage of tiredness that I'm actually having some interesting thoughts, assuming that I can remember them. So you might be interested. And if you want to join, totally. Let's see. Wait, what? You were not still live on my YouTube when I came home. It was my fault. That's why I didn't jump back on. What do you mean? You mean now? Because I'm live now. You were not still live when my. You mean like it just didn't show up? Because sometimes you have to click specifically on subscriptions in order to see who is and isn't. Otherwise, you just have to rely on what YouTube puts on your homepage. See, that's why. Curse you, YouTube. YouTube. I feel like that funnier.
Ruble. He can walk on all of the territory they own. He begins with sunrise from the
Yeah,
hill
Uso and anyone else as well. Feel free to join. I'm posting link to join.
Every single piece of land which he steps on becomes his, with one condition. At sunset, he must return to his starting point, to that hill from which he began his journey. The man is excited beyond words. He thinks to himself, these foolish idiots don't realize how much land they will be forfeiting at the end of this day. How much land I will cover today from sunrise to sunset. In his imagination, he thought of all of the richness and the land he will own at the end of the day. Sunrise comes, he's standing at that hill, and he begins his journey. He walks fast.
No worries, Uso. Glad to have you here.
And then decides, I want yet more. So he begins to run. 1 mile, another mile, another mile, and yet another mile, and yet another mile. And he's running and running.
Another
swifter
one.
And swifter,
Another
covering
one.
huge amounts of
Another
land
one.
with his feet. In his rich imagination, he already sees his bright, extraordinary future. And he's running and running and running, and then suddenly he realizes, Gewalt, I have covered extraordinary amounts of land, but the sun is soon going to set, and now I have to go back to the beginning.
A very good place to start.
I began my journey. Gewalt, in a few moments, the sun will set, and if I'm not back, it's all gone. I lose my money, and I don't have the earth. So the man begins running back. Runs and runs. Never in his life did he run so fast.
That's all the way home.
He had to make it back. He assembled all of his strength, and with the last energy, he ran and ran and ran. As he's approaching the hill, he sees the family waiting for him, and lo and behold, as the sun was about to set, he arrived at his destination, right at the hill. The family was standing and started to cheer for this man who triumphed, who was successful. But at that very moment, from exhaustion, the man dropped to the ground.
And he dies.
And died. The family took his body and buried him in an ordinary grave.
Because that's all you can take with you.
5 feet long. And that was the earth this man ended up with. 5 by 2.
Damn.
Have a wonderful night.
That's a great way to end it off. Like, listen to that.
5 feet long. And that was the earth this man ended up with.
Basically, everybody's going to die. 5 by 2. Have a wonderful night. All right, give me a moment and we're going to start another article. If I'm crazy enough to attempt that, which I think I am. I just want to get something stupid. Which one? Why will I just use it? All right, so let's see. Honestly, this music slaps. Alright, let's see what I can find. Robin Moss. Who is this? Who's that? Let's see, is this working?
So we're going to look at a rather strange.
Alright, I'll be right back when I get
part of
something.
Parsha Shlach Lecha. Some characters that appear in the Torah a couple of times. Very little said of them, and it's fascinating to see a little bit more behind who these people or these beings are, known as the Nephilim. In the report that the spies brought back, at least 10 out of the 12, one of the things they said, as reported in the Parsha of Shlach, it's on the top of the page. V'shamra inu es hanafilim b'nei anak min hanafilim b'nihi b'einenu k'chagavim v'chein hayinu b'eineihem. There we saw the giants, say the spies, the sons of Anak, which seems to be a name for a giant, descended from the giants. So this translation translates Nephilim as giants. In our eyes, we seem like grasshoppers, and so we were in their eyes. So, in other words, in describing the people of Eretz Yisrael, the Meraglim say that amongst the people they saw these giants known as the Nephilim. Who are the Nephilim? Rashi on the pasuk says, "Hanephilim anakim b'nei Shem Chazai va'Azael." These were giants who descended from Shem Chazai and Azael. These two particular beings, Shem Chazai and Azael, Shenaflu min hashemayim b'mei dar Enosh, who fell from heaven in the generation of Enosh, the grandson of Adam. So, who fell from heaven in the generation of Enosh? These were the great grandparents of the Nephilim in Eretz Yisrael, giants who descended from Shem Chazai and Azael. So Shem Chazai and Azael, what type of names do they sound like? Shem Chazai and Azael. Familiar names? They sound more like angelic names than human names. Shem Chazai and Azael. So they fell in the generation of Enosh. That's why these beings are called Nephilim. Nephilim from Neifel, which means the ones who fell down from heaven. Who fell from heaven in the times of Enosh? So in Bereshis, right at the end of Parshas Bereshis, it says, "Hanephilim hayu ba'aretz bayomim ahem v'gam achreichen asher yavoi b'nei ha'elikim el b'nois ha'adam v'yoldu lahem hema giberim asher ma'olam anshe Hashem." So the Nephilim, it says in Bereshis, were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of the nobles would come to the daughters of man, and they would bear for them, they would give birth. They are the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. So Bereshis is referring to these well-known, mighty Anshe Hashem. So the Nephilim, it says in Bereshis, were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of the nobles would come to the daughters of man, and they would bear for them, they would give birth. They are the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. So Bereshis is referring to these well-known, mighty people, these are human beings, who descended from the Nephilim, the sons of nobles, is the way it's translated. In the original, it's B'nai Elikim. B'nai Elikim means sons of angels. Elikim are powers, heavenly powers, divine type of powers. Elikim does not always denote Hashem. It also can denote power. It means power, powerful. So in the Medrash, one Medrash says that this is referring to powerful people, noble people, B'nai Elikim. But others say that no, it was actually angels. Angels who came down on earth and gave birth to giants. Well, if they come down on earth, so they took on human form, and they became parents of children. That's what it seems to be. But again, very little elaboration or explanation. It's just like, yeah, that's you know the Nephilim.
I mean, I'm guessing probably Adam and Eve.
So what does it mean they pretended to eat? So there were angels who remained angels. Here those angels came on an angelic mission to speak to Abraham. Why did these angels come down? That we need to find out, because that will determine what it is. Another example similar to that would be Eliyahu Navi. That Eliyahu Navi is now a malach, but he also can take human form. He did take human form. He lived in this world. He also had children. Well, maybe. Or maybe he... Eliyahu Navi. He was in this world. Is that how he started? Maybe he started as a human. Then it says he went up to Shemayim alive. So he did the other way around. He went from being human to entering into the angelic realms as an angel, and then he can take on human forms whenever he wants, or when he needs to. So when he's a human, assumedly. So these Nephilim were B'nai Elikim, which the most straightforward translation would seem to be angelic beings, who came down to B'nai Sa'adam, who married children of men and gave birth. And who they gave birth to? And who married children, who came down to B'nai Sa'adam, who married children of men and gave birth. And who they gave birth to? Well, when an angel marries a woman, you give birth to a giant. That's what it seems. So we need to figure out who these angels are and why they appear. The only times they appear are at the beginning of the Torah and of Bereshis, before the flood. They appear again at the times of the Meraglim, they mentioned, and then at the times of starting to conquer the lands of Ammon and Moav, the Zamzumim and Rephaim. There's mention of various different nations which are also associated with the giants. So who are they and where do they...
Specific giants or just in general
Giant? I mean, I don't know. Are there many different giants? I don't know.
I'm saying, is there any other giants in the Torah that
Well, there's Oig.
It
seems to be the same mishpacha. The giants, the known giants. So look at this is from the Zohar on Bereshis.
Interesting.
It says the following thing. This is a translation of Lashon HaKodesh. The Zohar is, of course, in Aramaic, but this is to make it a bit easier. We'll do it in the Lashon HaKodesh translation. When Hashem wanted to create man at the beginning, so he said to the angels, "Let us make man in our image." As we know in Bereshit, it uses the plural term, "Na'aseh Adam," let us make man. So there are many explanations what that plural means. One is that he asked the angels, "Let us make man." He was taking advice from the angels. Are you okay with this? We're going to make man. Are you all right with it? One of the reasons he's asking their permission is because he wanted to make man leader over all the malachim. That the actions of human beings is going to lead what happens to angels. And so Hashem's telling them, I hope you don't mind, I'm going to create a superior over you. That Adam, that the human being will be in charge of all the malachim. And they will be led under his leadership, the leadership of man. Like it says, like it says that Yosef put leaders over the land, so too Hashem is putting a leader over the land, which is Adam over the malachim. Which, what does it mean that we're leaders over the malachim? That our actions influence the malachim. We determine where the malachim go. We can create malachim with our actions. We set the tone. The human neshama will be over the malachim. So therefore, there were angels who wanted to oppose the creation of man. And they said to Hashem, what is man that you should remember him? He's going to sin. So why would you make us under him? Why would you make the angels under man? Man is going to sin. So it makes no sense that he should be above us, the angels who do not sin. Right? So we find that several times when angels had protested what Hashem wanted to do, at the creation of the human being, at Matan Torah, at the building of the Mishkan also, angels protested. So here, the Malachim say, why would you create man that will sin and make him leader over us? So Hashem said to them, if you angels would be down on earth like man is, then you would sin much more than him. Meaning, you think you're an angel? Yeah, you're an angel because you're an angel. But if you would be man, you'd be worse than man. If you were down here on earth. And immediately after Hashem said this, these angels who protested saw the daughters of man, that they are beautiful. Had a desire for them. And Hashem thrust them down onto earth with chains. In chains. In other words, they were forced to come down on earth. And coming down on earth meant taking physical form, being down here in this world. And these B'nai Elikim, these angelic beings, were Azza and Azael. That the neshamas of the Eruv Rav, the mixed multitude, come from them. The Zohar explains that.
Interesting.
What that means. Shem Nephilim, and these are the Nephilim. The Nephilim were Azza and Azael. These two angels who opposed the creation of man. That's their name.
Is that what it's called, mixed?
Why?
It's like a mixture of humans and aliens.
Maybe I don't know. I don't know.
Why is it called David? With different nations?
Yeah. So the Zohar says there were all these different spiritual sources of the Klippa of Erev Rav. Yeah. So there were Azza and Azael here. Now that's different to Rashi, who said Sham Chazai and Azael. But we find different medrashim. Rashi is basing his on one place in the Gemara, which talks about Shem Chazai. But other medrashim, including the Zohar here, calls them Azza and Azael. That they were the neshama, they were the malachim that opposed the creation of man, and therefore were sent down to see what it's like to be a man, and didn't do so well. These are the Nephilim. And they're called Nephilim because they thrust themselves down from their holiness. They lost their holiness. They fell from their state of holiness. to follow lustfully after women who are beautiful. And therefore Hashem thrust these mixed multitudes, these angels, from Olam Haba, from the heavenly realms. They should have a portion there. They should get any reward should be in this world. They should not have a part in the next world. So this is who the Nephilim are. So we've got a bit more of a picture. Well, it's the source, the source of the neshamas of the Erev Rav as well. Yes. So
why is it cursed?
Who are the Nephilim? Well, we have their names, Azza and Azael. They fell from their holiness because they're the ones who were
Is it because it's human?
who opposed the creation of man, and so therefore, why do they oppose the creation of man? Because they said, why should man, who's going to be the master of creation, including over the angels, why should man be given such power when man will sin? So Hashem said, yeah, you think man sins? You try being human and see how you go. So Azza and Azal are sent down. They're Nephilim. They fell from their kedusha into the human realm, and they indeed made a mess.
When did this happen?
Sin. This was already in Bereshit.
And if it's at the time of creation of man.
Dur Enish.
Yeah.
That's when they came down.
But Erev Rav was much later. They're descendants.
Yeah, this is the descendant of Erev Rav, but they came down. The Azan Azal came down in Dur Enosh. That's when they came to the world. So, I mean, the Meraglim was also a lot later, right? The Bnei Anak are the children of the Nephilim, the descendants of the Nephilim. So, what is this telling us? What are we supposed to take from this idea that there was these Malachim who opposed the creation of man, and then the Nephilim they fell down, and they're called Azza and Azael. So here's a fascinating thought from the Beis Yaakov of Ishbitz, Rabbi Yaakov Leiner of Ishbitz, one of the great Polish Hasidic masters. He says the following idea: V'hinei inyan Sir Azazel, she'isa b'Gemara. It says in the Gemara about the Sir Azazel, the goat that on Yom Kippur was cast out into the desert and thrown off a cliff in a rocky cliff in the desert as an expulsion of sins of our Averis. In the Gemara Yoma it says, Shemechaper al Maisa Uzav va'Azael. That the Sir Azazel is Uzza Azael. It's referring to these two angelic beings who oppose the creation of man. And so throwing them off the cliff is a kapara for Uzza and Azael.
Every year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't happen once. Like, it sounds like they have their own, opinion. But no malachim would do what Hashem wants. Yeah. So like they're going against Hashem there, That's what they did have to like, yeah. Kind of like it sounds like it's like we don't want we should do this. So now and they get punished.
Well,
yeah.
I'll ask you an even better question. That it says that there are certain things that Hashem regrets that He created. One of them is the Yetzer Hara. Hashem regrets He created the Yetzer Hara. Well, Hashem can have regret. Like, doesn't Hashem do what He wants to do and get it right the first time? He has a regret.
And He can reverse that decision.
So Hashem created something with regret. He created Yetzer Hara with regret. It's a regretful creation. So there's a force called regret in the world. There are counter forces. There's what Hashem wants and what Hashem doesn't want. And Hashem created all of that. So there are malachim that oppose.
We'll start in a moment. Sorry, I'm just kind of reading some stuff.
There are malachim that are for or against. That's the job. That's what they're supposed to do. So then why do they need a kapara?
Every year.
Well, even Hashem needs a kapara. It says for reducing the moon, and that's every Rosh Chodesh. There's a Sir Chatos. There's a sin offering because Hashem reduced the moon. What does kapara mean? It means a cleansing of a negativity. There's negativity that exists. It's part of creation, but it has to be fixed.
But it's never fixed.
Well, not yet. Eventually, it's fixed. So he was saying there's a kapara for Uzzah and Azael. These two angels, what do they need a kapara for? That they opposed the creation of man. No, that's when they got even worse. They went to earth and they did sins. They need even more kapara now. That just extended their sin.
I mean, what specific part?
Bnei Yisrael on Yom Kippur bring a kapara.
That he's expelling it, but like, how is that connected?
Right. So look at what the Ishbitzer says to explain this, where it'll make a bit more sense. What's the kapara? That they are the ones who are makatrik. They oppose the creation of man, as it says in the Zohar. Ma'enosh, what is man that you should remember him? So they need a kapara, and we need to bring their kapara. Why? He says this. This attitude, the attitude of Uzzah and Azael, is entrenched in the heart of every person. Shemekatrig al havayosai, that we question our own existence. That this voice, the fact that in creation there was a Uzzah and Azael that said, "What's the point of human being? What good are they?" That voice, of course, that's an angel saying that, which means that something that Hashem created to do that the angel's doing what it's supposed to do, which means that an intrinsic part of the creation of the human being, one of the layers of our psyche, is a voice that says, "What do you exist for? You're not
What do you
worthy of existing."
mean, kind of difficult to show what?
Yeah. It opposes our very existence, and it's a voice within us we have. And so such a voice, what does it do? It's a force within us that tries to destroy everything and sabotage our own existence and our own life. It's like that nothing matters, that we're not worthwhile, and life is not worthwhile, and I don't boil up to anything. It just tries to dismiss and destroy and belittle and undermine everything. But its real point is to try and make a sin. Because if you're not worth anything, life is not meaningful, and you're not worthy of your existence, so you might as well just indulge. Because what does it matter anyway? So while we have this yearning for a life of meaning and to live purposefully and to do the right thing, we have another voice in us that is a chaotic, anarchic voice saying nothing matters. You're not worthwhile. And while we have a yearning to have a sense of meaning and self-worth, we have another voice in us that says you're worthless. You shouldn't exist in the first place. A self-destructive voice. And that's Uzzah and Azael. But when Hashem wants, He can banish this negative power. The Tzafoni is a nickname for the Yetzer Hara, this evil power, and and to throw him out into the parched land, kick him out into the desert. Meaning that we can gather the strength with Hashem's help to banish this voice from ourselves, to not allow that opinion that you're worthless, that your life is meaningless, that you're not worthy of your existence. We can banish that thought from outside of our head, throw it out into the desert. That it can be thrown, this power, this voice, this energy, this attitude can be expelled into the depths of the sea, that it should not be able to have any say any longer in our minds. And so this is what the visualization or the spiritual power of taking the goat, the sir lazazel, the sir for Uzzah and Azael, and taking it out into the desert and just chucking it away. In other words, not engaging in it, not debating it, not trying to convince it or turn it around, but say that attitude, the attitude that I'm worthless, that life is meaningless, that I'm not a worthy being, that just has to be expelled.
On that note, I think we're going to start the next part. So, yeah, I'm fading fast. I'm just trying to stay awake until 12. I've got another hour. Oh, that is totally insane, honestly. So, here, let me just clean this up and we'll get started. In the meantime, let's get a little bit of, where is it here? I got this. So, let's see. Where are we? So we read the first one, so that means that leaves... Where's the second one? Sublimation of the Goddess. That's this one. Means we read Sublimation of the Goddess. And this isn't working. Shoot. 1 second. Right. Let's see where to go. Alright. Feminine imagery for the divine, the Holy Spirit, the Odes of Solomon, and early Syriac tradition, by Susan Ashbrook Harvey. It has become commonplace for church historians to point out that in Syriac Christianity prior to the year 400, the Holy Spirit was most often understood to be feminine. In this study, I would like to explore quite simply what that meant in early Syriac tradition. Lying behind this consideration is a basic question of God language. What are the appropriate ways of speaking about the divine? For the ancient Christians, this question raised a. Also, let's see how many. Oh, that's a lot of pages. Definitely not reading them all. That would be insane. Raise different. Let's see, where are we? So, raise different problems than it does for modern discussion. In the early Christian world, where the existence of God was taken for granted, the problem was how to use human language to speak about the divine, which was by nature ineffable. Two issues must be kept in mind as we consider the Syriac evidence. First, the relationship between language and its object represented a particular concern for ancients. Given the metaphorical nature of most religious language, what understanding was the metaphor of gender seen to convey when used with reference to the divine? Secondly, care must be taken in applying categories of gender to the divine. Did the ancients understand gender to function in the same way in the divine realm as in the human sphere? More pointedly, in what way did the use of feminine imagery for actions attributed to the Godhead relate to understanding gender as a component of the Godhead? In exploring these issues for early Syriac Christianity, I will first outline what we know about the Holy Spirit as feminine in this tradition. Second, I will examine one set of texts where we can see this understanding fully at work, the 2nd century collection of hymns called the Odes of Solomon, and finally, drawing on the 4th century hymns of Ephraim Cyrus, I will suggest a context for the questions of language and gender in relation to God as seen in the early Syriac tradition. The understanding of the Spirit as feminine made sense to and had meaning for the early Syriac churches. We need to ask why. Chapter 1. Syriac Christianity prior to the 4th century is an elusive entity. Surviving texts are few and the gaps enormous. During the 4th century, especially with the substantial writings of Asherah, the Persian sage, and Ephraim Cyrus, we begin to have a fuller picture. Yet the nature of the Yet the nature of the sources that survive to us for this earliest period necessarily affects what we can know in the extant materials. The first 4 centuries of Syriac Christianity are not characterized by theological treatises in the format of philosophical discourse, such as we find to the West. We have, for example, no equivalent to the treatises of the Cappadocian Fathers, where the methods and categories of Neoplatonic tradition are applied to the problem of religious knowledge and religious language. Instead, what survived was most abundantly in Syriac is poetry, hymns, and metrical homilies, homiletic treatises, and apocryphal literature. These are literary forms in which imagery is the basic mode of operation. Metaphors, similes, and imagistic expression are the means whereby the writer's task is performed. The rules of language are consequently different than those governing theological discourse in the philosophical treatise of contemporary Greek and Latin traditions, because language is in these texts serving a different function. Like apples and oranges, the extant materials represent related but sharply distinct literary genres. Yet, poetry is the most characteristic mode of expression for the Syriac genius. and the most highly developed even in our earliest period. In some respects, as the post-theologians of Syriac tradition demonstrate, it represents a use of language particularly suited to the work of theology because of its reliance on metaphor. Metaphor has been the basis of religious language for Christianity from its metaphor? Oh, I thought it meant the organization. Metaphor has been a part of what? Metaphor has been a part of the base. Where is it? Metaphor has been the basis of religious language for Christianity from its earliest theological writings. The scriptures, precisely because of metaphor's capacity to open realms of meaning. By its power of suggestion, metaphor can speak without strictly limiting the content of its sense. When used in religious language, metaphor functions as a verbal dependent upon its essential. Let's see, where am I? Oh my god, I'm like exhausted. Wait, let's see, do we have any comments? Give me time. Alright, let's see, where are we? Metaphor has been the basis of religious language for Christianity from its earliest theological writings. Scriptures, precisely because of metaphor's capacity to open realms of meaning by its power of suggestion, metaphor can speak without strictly limiting the content of its sense. When used in religious language, metaphor functions as a verbal icon. The revelatory efficacy and power of religious metaphor depends upon its essential participation in the truth. Participation of the truth to which it points. Let's see, where are we? To which it points. The image is fundamentally related to its prototype, which shoot. The image is fundamentally related to its prototype, which is both its source and beyond the capacity of the image to contain. Thus, religious metaphor is meaningful to the extent that it is grounded in its divine prototype, but by the see, where are we at? Thus, religious metaphor is meaningful to the extent that it is grounded in its divine prototype, but by its nature, it cannot reduce the divine to a simple definition or see where we got. So I keep like falling asleep. Let's see. Define prototype. Full text and it's granted divine prototype by its nature cannot reduce the divine to a simple definition or identity. The iconic quality of metaphor is the aspect that bridges the writings of a poet theologian such as Ephraim Sirius to the prose treatises of philosopher theologians like the Cappadocians, since both assume that metaphor is effective in religious language because of its intrinsic power of relation to its source. The distinction between metaphor or image and identity is crucial to understanding the early Syriac portrayal of the Holy Spirit. Early Syriac Christian writers did not present the Holy Spirit as a female being in distinction from, although not necessarily in not necessarily in opposition to a male god. Such a concrete identity orient. Wait, what? Let's see, where was I at? The distinction between, let's see, early Syriac Christian writers did not present the spirit as a female being in distinction from, though not necessarily in opposition to a female god. Such a concrete identity characterized the traditional pagan religions of the Syrian Orient, where a triad of mother, father, and son was commonly made. I mean, these were pretty fresh. A lot of cases, at least with the case as well. I'll be right back after these. Well, actually, I just need to keep me awake, so I'm going to find something to put on real quick. Wrecking. Nice. Yeah, trying to stay awake. Let's see. What do I have that is? I went down the wrong. I mean, I'm good. It's just hiccups. That's going to make it hard to read. Oh, let's go back to this for. See, where is it?
Elsewhere, he explains, the Ishbitz explains that this was the mashchis. The mashchis was the destroying force that came down to kill the firstborn of Mitzrayim. So he says the mashchis was this energy of Uzzah and Azael, the kitrug against the human being. That's what killed the Egyptian firstborn. That the Jewish people believe that the more people in the world, the better. Because people bring life into the world, and so therefore we celebrate a firstborn because that's the beginning of a new generation. So firstborn is great news. But the Egyptians were captured in the mindset of Uz and Azael, that life is worthless and that there's no meaning, no positive meaning to life. And so therefore, firstborn is bad news. More people means more worthlessness and valuelessness. So the mashchis, the destroying energy, was the energy of Uz and Azael that destroyed the firstborn of the Egyptians and saved the Jewish firstborns who valued life. So this is why we need to bring a kapara. Now we understand. We need to bring a kapara for Uz and Azael because we are Uz and Azael. We have it in ourselves. It's the force that makes us dismiss the meaning of life and the meaningfulness of life. To not take ourselves seriously, to not honor ourselves, to not love ourselves. That's an inner kitrug, an accusation, an opposition. The angel that says that man should not have been created.
No.
So
Oh, what is it?
That's the Sil Azazel. Which then brings a fascinating thought as to why these Nephilim appear in certain points in the Torah. It's at key points where the question is like, are we here to do our mission or not? Are we going to fulfill our mission or not? So just before the flood, they appear when man is on the verge of destruction. And just before the 40 years in the desert, when the Jewish people don't quite fulfill their mission and try get to the land where they're supposed to get to, these Nephilim appear at these points. It's this destructive force.
What do you mean?
That makes us throw away. Well, I guess internally, yes. And the giants around, I don't know. I think the big giant is self-hatred.
No, on a physical level, so it doesn't say anywhere that they overlap the giants.
No.
So they obviously have regular descendants too.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, you have short people.
Do you ever tell people?
Okay, over the page. Yeah.
This is beautiful.
Mm.
I mean, this is so. Like at first, I'm like, what in the world?
So it only appears in those two places.
Like, what is it?
And I think in Devarim when they're starting to conquer the land as well.
Oh yeah, you said that.
Beautiful how he brings it like negatives.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Otherwise, it's just this weird
Idea
concept.
to this. Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's just a weird concept.
Okay. So then on the other side of the page, I have from the Rebbe in Kotisichas Chelik Chav Ches, in the first Sicha on Shlach, at the end of the Sicha, where the Rebbe goes into a long discussion of the report of the spies mentioning the giants and the Nephilim, and then explains it al pi Chassidus. So where it says Ler Ches von Yenish al Torah shel Pirush Rashi Zeh. So the inner Torah as reflected in the Rashi that talks about the spies seeing the Nephilim. Der Sof von Rashi as mit V'shamra inos and Nephilim haben den Meragen gemeint dem Malachim shenaflu min hashamayim. That Rashi explains that when what happened was the spies said earlier already that we saw giants in Eretz Yisrael. We saw giants. Then Kalev, after their negative reports, said, "Quiet, no, it's okay. Moshe can take us because Hashem is on our side. We're able to go into the land." Then the angels, the Meraglim continued their negative report, adding that it wasn't just giants; it was the Nephilim that we saw. The Nephilim who we saw, not just giants, but Nephilim. So the Rebbe explained that what the Meraglim was saying. I guess who else would they be? When you see giants, yeah. Like, yeah. Not just, it wasn't just giants, it was the Nephilim. So in other words, we're giving the yichus now, not just we saw giants, but it was the ones that descended from angels who came down on earth. That's the giant. That's who these giants were. So why they've already said they saw giants? Why are they now giving this additional detail? So the Rebbe explains because.
But they're rather with them in the desert. You're saying they have descendants from them too.
But they weren't giants.
No,
they weren't giants. Yeah. So the Rebbe explains that originally the Meraglim was saying that there's no way we can conquer this land. There's giants there. So Kalev says, yes, we can, because Hashem is on our side. So then the Meraglim said, no, but these were giants that fell from heaven. Even with Hashem on your side, well, heavenly beings, they fell, and look what happened to them. So if that's what happened to angels, what's going to happen to us? That was the addition that they made. So the Rebbe explains this deeper now. Is massen zum Teuchen a Teine von dem Meraglim, die es wird mevuren pnimis Torah. This fits very perfectly with the way the Meraglim's argument is explained in pnimis Torah in Chassidus. Es ist Yadua der Bir von Alten Rebbe, benegechet Meraglim. We know that the explanation the Alter Rebbe gives in the Likutei Torah as far as what was the sin of the Meraglim. How can we say these very holy people who were sent on a holy mission by Moshe came back and said, "No, we can't conquer the land"? So the famous explanation of the Alter Rebbe is, as a svara, that the logic of the Meraglim was, Nitzuvel in Erein in Eretz Yisrael. Why did they not want to go into Eretz Yisrael? Is bestanden in dem, was sie haben gewollt bleiben in Midbar, weil dort ist man ausgetan von Tierdus Binyana Parnassa. That they wanted to stay in the Midbar, in the desert, because there you don't have the worries of making a living. You don't have to have material concerns. No real involvement in materialism at all. You had a perfectly spiritual state, spiritual existence in the desert. So there you can be completely devoted to your spiritual pursuits. There was no need for any physical worries. The food fell from heaven. Your clothes were cleaned as you moved along. Everything was fine. You could just daven and learn and bask in the holiness of Torah. However, if they go into Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Noshevas, which is a settled land, like a land that you have to settle and work and build, where there you have to work in your field for 6 years, as the Torah itself says, you're going to come to the land, you'll have to work in the field for 6 years. That's going to tear them away from their spiritual focus. And the Shorish HaTois is Gevein Zer Hanacha. Now, the basis of this mistake, why that was the wrong thing, they wanted a spiritual existence in the desert rather than the material involvement in the land. The basis of their mistake was, as Ruchnis and Gashmias müssen sein bestiru zelazeh. This is because they understood that Ruchnis and Gashmias are two contradictory states. You can either be involved in the material world, or you're a spiritual type of person. You can't do both. That if you're a spiritual type, that means you're not interested in and not involved in Gashmias, the physical world
vegetation,
count for you.
with
If you're a
vegetation,
materialistic person
so as
involved in the
to
physical,
transfer
then that means
impunity to them
spirituality is
and
out of your
driven
realm.
out.
Man kann nicht sein vernommen mit Gashmistik Yonim und gleichzeitig sein zugebunden zu Ruchnis. It's impossible to be involved in material pursuits and at the very same time be spiritually connected. That's how they understood things. Und das ist, was die Meraglim haben gesagt, Eretz Echel Yashveh. And that's why the Meraglim described the land as a land that consumes its inhabitants. Why? As because if you inhabit, if you dwell in the land, which means in earthliness, in physicality, wird man aufgegessen, eingesunken in the Tirdes von Yonei Haaretz Echel Yashveh. Then you become eaten up, consumed, completely entrenched and sunk into the occupation of materialism. It's a land that eats its inhabitants.
Didn't they have from Martin Fayard, wasn't that the whole thing that Dashmas and Machlis came together? So wouldn't they have that concept?
Correct. But there's different dargas in that. There's like, okay, so we can do mitzvahs like in the physical world. We don't have to be in heaven, but let's be in the desert. The desert is also a physical world. But to be actually involved in working the land, in material pursuits, in making a living, that's another darga, it's another level. So they understood that it's enough that we're down here in the world. We're physical beings. We're not up in heaven, but you have to go actually into a land and start working, building. So, and if you do that, it's a chelas yeshveho. It eats you up. It consumes you completely. Your whole mind is preoccupied with it. Alpizes movement der hemshich inyan was they haben gesagt, and with this we can understand the continuation of what they said. The Shamra inu es anafilim, that they said we saw the giants there. In context of
all right, I finally stopped hiccuping. Where was the second one? Is it here? No. Not this one either. I swear I just had it open. Is it? Oh, here. The distinction between metaphor or image and identity is crucial to understanding the early Syriac portrayal of the Holy Spirit. Early Syriac Christian writers did not present the Spirit as a feminine being, in distinction from, though not necessarily in opposition to, a male god. Such a concrete identity characterized the traditional pagan religions of the Syrian Orient, where a triad of mother, father, and son was a common configuration of divinity, and it characterized certain. Right here, I'm definitely making note of this. Let's see. Control V. Emphasize certain. Let's see. Let's see, where are we? And characterize certain Gnostic traditions where the balancing of opposites, including genders, was essential for let's see, the biblical practice of driving the scapegoat from the community has been said by Rene Girard to explain the basis of all human societies. Interesting. I can see it. And then we're going to finish up probably after I finish the first part of this. Traditions where the balancing of opposites, including genders, was essential. For the speculative cosmological systems, both the Gospel of the Hebrews and the Gospel of Philip, for example, refer to the Holy Spirit as a distinct female entity. In the Gospel of the Hebrews, Christ states, "Even so, did my mother, the Holy Spirit, take me by one of my hairs and carry me away onto the great mountain, Tabor." In the Gospel of Philip, we read, "Some say that Mary conceived by the Holy Spirit. They are mistaken. They do not realize what they say. When did they, a female..." Yeah, that was weird. All right, let's see, where are we at? Oh, kids these days. I'm like, I can't keep up. Let's see where we're. In the Gospel of Philip, let's see. Some say that Mary conceived by the Holy Spirit. They are mistaken. They do not realize what they say. When did a female ever conceive by a female? Mary is a virgin whom the forces did not defile. The mother of life. It's like Eve and Kochai. In the cosmology of the Bardysonites, and the Spirit invoked as compassionate mother in the original version of the Acts of Judas Thomas. Fall into this category as well. Shoot, where did I put my phone? All right, here. I'm like exhausted. Yeah, take care. Ideally, I won't be so tired next time. Alright, let's see. The mother of life in the cosmology of the Bardaisanites, and the spirit invoked his compassionate mother. Okay, I read that. However, the mainstream Christian tradition of the Syrian Orient does not indicate whether an understanding of a female being per se, or of a feminine spirit, like that of Gnostic cosmology. Rather, the texts present a portrayal of the spirit with feminine nouns. Feminine images rising first out of grammatical grammar of the noun for spirit rucha. Is feminine in Syriac, as ruach is in Hebrew. And secondly, out of all the verbs we used, and secondly, out of the verbs which are used to describe the spirit's actions, that is starting from the symbol. Let's see, where are we? Describe the spirit's actions. That is starting from the simple grammatical cue that the spirit, its adjectives and verbs, were all in the feminine gender. Semitic verbs are inflected for gender. That feminine identification was enhanced by the works ascribed to the spirit. By far the most important of these was the word rachef, to hover, used especially of a mother bird hovering over nestlings. The term has profound biblical let's see. Rachef, to have mother bird hovering over nestlings. The term had profound biblical roots for the Syrians in Genesis 1-2. In the Peshitta version, the spirit hovers over the face of the waters at creation. The archetypal image of the spirit for the Syrians. In the Peshitta of Deuteronomy 32:11, the Lord cares for Jacob as an eagle encircles his wings, hovering over his young, strengthening out his wings, taking them, bearing them. see. Let's see. And the Peshitta of Deuteronomy 32:11. Let's see. In the Peshitta Old Testament, Rachef and its noun form Ruchafa translate the Hebrew terms for mercy, pity, and compassion. In Zechariah 12:10, the image is specifically linked with the Spirit. I will pour out upon the house of David and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem the spirit of Ruchafa and mercy. Rachef, hovering, was the basic action behind the Syriac image of the feminine Holy Spirit, and the most characteristic for Syriac tradition even after the gender was changed during the 5th century. Many other images are bound again. It's like or metaphors in feminine terms such as the Holy Spirit comforting, giving birth. Other verbs. One. Let's see. Let's see, what's this? שבוע טוב אחי, אני צריך ללכת. אוי, להתראות אחי. שער. I don't know. Let's see. Other terms used with spirit did not carry gender connotations in their meanings, though they were conjugated in the feminine with this noun to make upon, dwell in, Sirsha lead. In other words, the understanding of the spirit. Um, around the year 400 in the 5th century, around the year 400, a change emerges in our text, starting in the 5th century and almost universally by the 6th. The spirit is masculine in Syriac writers. Rocha, when referring to wind or spirit, continues to follow rules of grammar and to be let's see. Anyway, I'm let's see. Occasionally non-biblical texts, essentially liturgical, especially liturgical texts, which may preserve very archaic language, or in poetry where metrical considerations may govern. The feminine will be retained. So, for example, in the East Syrian liturgical text for the martyrs, the spirit helps and comforts the martyrs as a mother comforting her children. Moreover, the verbal imagery is kept even when while now being misconstrued without feminine forms. In the Fenkithal for Epiphany, we read, "On this night the Holy Spirit has hovered like a dove, and the springs have surged with water." Again, from the West Syrian baptismal exorcisms, the Father rejoices, the Son exalts, the Spirit hovers, the baptismal water is set aflame with fire and the Spirit. The verbs are the same, the gender is different. With the loss of the feminine image, others take its place. Rachef, to hover, becomes a technical term for the Spirit's activity. For example, in the sacraments of baptism, ordination, and the Eucharist, along with the verb agen, to overshadow or to dwell in, and its various victims, to with loss of the feminine image, others take its place, Rachef, to hover, because a technical becomes Let's see. Yeah, I think. Oof. Oh wait. No, I already read that. Anyway, on that note, I think I'm going to finish up there, and I'll continue next time. Let's see, where is it? Yeah. Here we go. Here.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? We want Mashiach now.